A bunch of guys who are from the same clan arrive at what seems to be a rundown martial arts academy. Since they are trying to take shelter from the rain, they believe that the building is the best place to do that. Upon entering the building, they find our MC, a young man whom they assume is a warrior. The leader of the group politely asks our MC if they can spend the night at the academy. He explains that they are trying to avoid the rain. Our guy stays mute after hearing the question. He wonders who the guys are and why they are greeting him so politely, even though he is just a kid. Our guy knows the group believes he is a young Taoist guarding the shutdown academy. He takes a better look at the guys and concludes that they don't seem like bad people. Unknown to the bunch, our guy actually settled in the academy just a few years ago too. Since he is not the owner of the academy, he tells the guys that they are free to stay wherever they want. However, he lets them know that the pavilion is out of the deal. He claims that he is using it, and by this, they are free to use the other places in the estate. The leader of the group thanks our guy for the hospitality and relays the information to the rest of the group. He warns them again not to go near the pavilion, but they are free to take shelter in other places. The guys all affirm this with a show of respect to their leader. Our MC takes a look at the badge on their clothes to see the name, Tang. With this, he assumes that the bunch is from the same clan. However, he remains curious about what sort of people they are. Not ready to waste time on this, our guy heads inside. He enters his inner chambers, talking about how it is time for him to feed the kids. Excitedly, he runs into the room, and you would think he has a bunch of orphaned kids that he is caring for. In a shocking turn of events, it turns out that the kids our guy means are a bunch of animals he keeps in the room. He picks up a jar filled with ants and gets ready to feed his animals. He opens the first container to reveal a spider staring him dead in the face. The spider is called the black earth tiger, and it is native to Hainan in China. The black earth tiger spider is a large species that grows up to 20 centimeters, and its unique stripes are like those of a tiger. With a big smile on his face, our MC drops an insect in the spider's container. He is glad to have the animals by his side, claiming that he would just be an empty person without them. The spider happily gulps up the ant, leaving our MC satisfied. He is impressed with the spider's growth because it was once the size of a fingernail, but it has already shed its shell twice and grown bigger. After he is done feeding the spider, he proceeds to the next pet. He opens the closet to reveal a gecko called the Bawangling cave gecko. This is also a native species, and it is distinguished by the stripes on its body and tail. Our MC claims it was hard to get the gecko because he had no money in his previous life, foreshadowing the fact that this is not his first life. He is glad that anytime he goes out now, he can easily get the geckos everywhere. Our guy claims that he is happy watching the animals grow. Just as he places the bug in the gecko's mouth, it bites him. He screams in pain, and this reminds him of his past life. Before he came into this present body, our MC was a streamer. He had a whopping 1 million subscribers, and he claims to be a professional biologist who goes by the name Spicy Fabre. Spicy's main content was all about poisonous insects and poisonous animals. However, he ran into a problem. He held a live broadcast to celebrate reaching 1 million subscribers. The context of the stream is to showcase the 10 most dangerous vipers in the world. During the stream, his chat keeps asking him to show them the black mamba snake. They start calling him names that he has deceived them. Of all the venomous snakes that Spicy has in his collection, the black mamba is the most dangerous. Even his trip to Africa to find it was not easy. Realizing that his viewers will not back down from the request, he pauses the stream to look for the black mamba. His viewers promise to stay there until he comes back. Spicy starts looking around the house, trying to find the mamba. While he is searching for the snake, some of his viewers are already speculating that he might get beaten. Spicy wonders where the snake is hiding, and as he continues searching for it, he has no idea that it was curled up on top of the fridge. Just as he reaches for the top of the fridge, the snake wastes no time biting his hand. His chat hears him scream in pain and immediately figures out that he was bitten. Due to the nature of the snake and its venom, Spicy fell to the ground and died. Now, back to his present life, he is still in the middle of feeding the animals when he hears a knock on the door. Spicy walks to the door to see the leader of the group waiting for him. The man appreciates Spicy for taking them in. He then asks Spicy if he would like to have dinner with them. He reveals that they caught a deer. Spicy hears this and immediately his face lights up in excitement. He has been feeding on lizards and snakes since he arrived at the academy. He wastes no time accepting the offer, telling the man that he will be grateful if they can share the deer meat with him. The leader then leads Spicy to where the deer is being roasted. Seeing the deer on fire, Spicy's mouth starts to salivate in anticipation. The leader sees how excited Spicy is, and he smiles. The leader tells Spicy that the meat needs a bit more time to cook, but before the meat is done, he would like to ask him a few questions. The leader asks Spicy if he lives alone in the Hainan mountain range. He also asks him what his age is. Not knowing his exact age, Spicy says he is about 14 or 15 years old. The leader is surprised that Spicy doesn't know his own age. Spicy quickly lies that he accidentally hit his head when he was little, which is why he doesn't remember most things. About him leaving alone, Spicy says yes. He claims he doesn't have any talent, which is why he just stays in the mountains, catching snakes and selling their skins to make a living for himself. The leader is surprised that Spicy is doing something as dangerous as catching snakes. Spicy tells the leader that he is used to it, so he doesn't scare him anymore. Moments later, the group's elder brings the cooked meat for Spicy. As expected, he lights up in joy. The old man notices this and realizes that Spicy must have been so hungry. It's been a long time since Spicy had meat, and he wastes no time biting down on the big chunk of meat in his hand. With a mouthful of meat, Spicy feels like the happiest man in the world. The two men are impressed that Spicy is eating really well. The two then tell him that they are looking for something. They ask Spicy if he has seen anything strange in the area. Spicy is confused about the question, and the leader finds a way to break it down. The elder tells the leader that Spicy has been nice to them, so he at least deserves to know. In addition to this, the elder says Spicy might not know what they are talking about, so there is no chance he is going to get into trouble. There is also no possibility of his telling anyone since he lives alone too. The leader finally agrees to tell Spicy the big deal that they have been hiding from him. Apparently, they are in the area to find a centipede with a blue spot on its body. Spicy is surprised when he hears that what they are looking for is a centipede. Apparently, the centipede is so big that Spicy would have noticed it if he saw it. Spicy gets interested in the conversation and asks them how big the centipede is. The leader reveals that since the centipede they are looking for is an adult, it is big enough to swallow someone as young as Spicy. Fear grips Spicy when he hears how big the bug is. This is when it dawns on him that he might actually be in another world. He thought he went back a few hundred years, but he might be wrong. The leader notices Spicy's reaction and apologizes for scaring him. The elder then assures Spicy that he has nothing to worry about since they are there to catch the centipede. Spicy then asks them if they plan to catch the centipede and raise it, but this sounds absurd to the two. The two start laughing, thinking about the possibility of what Spicy said. The elder then reveals that they have no plans to raise the centipede. They are there to catch it and use it for medicine. Spicy hears this and immediately gets disappointed. He thought the guys were traitors. But with the way they are talking, they might be substance dealers after all. Spicy is then forced to question them if a centipede can be used as medicine. The elder then replies that the possibility is low, but the truth behind it is that his granddaughter is bedridden with a serious illness. Apparently, the centipede's inner core is the only thing that can save the girl, which is why they have to find it. And talking about the inner core, it is a crystal created by accumulating chi in the bodies of animals that have become spiritual creatures. When Spicy hears that the elder's granddaughter is sick, he immediately figures it out. Since the elder is the leader's father, that makes the girl in question the leader's daughter. Spicy then thinks to himself and comes to the conclusion that the men are trying to feed the girl whatever they can get their hands on, since she is on the verge of death. Spicy is doubtful that centipedes can be used as medicine, but because parents would do anything for their children, they are open to using whatever they can get. Spicy feels bad for the centipede, but because the men have treated him to a nice meal, he is open to helping them. The leader then asks Spicy if he has seen the centipede, but he says no. The leader sighs in disappointment when he hears this, but Spicy then says something to lift the mood again. He tells the two that he hasn't seen the centipede but has a good idea of where they can find it. Even though he died from a poisonous snake in his past life, Spicy still considers himself the best person for the job. Apparently, there are approximately 8.7 million species, and about 20,000 of these are known to be poisonous. Spicy has each of these species registered in his head, and Spicy doesn't consider centipedes to be an exception on the list. When it comes to poisonous animals, Spicy considers himself the final boss. Spicy then reaches into his encyclopedia of centipedes. He flips through the pages of the book, and after a few moments he finds what he was looking for. He faces the two men and tells them that he might have an idea of where the centipede is. The two immediately become interested in whatever he wants to say. They quickly ask him where they can find the centipede. Before answering their question, Spicy asks the two to tell him where they have searched and the time they searched the said areas. Apparently, they have searched the north and east of the area. In addition to this, they have only searched during the day. They also focused on the riverside in the north. After hearing this, Spicy realizes why they haven't found the centipede. He lets them know that there is no way they could have found the centipede in the places they have searched, and this shocks the two men. They immediately demand that he tell them why he believes that they have searched the wrong places. Spicy is more than glad to tell them. He starts by explaining that centipedes belong to the Arthropoda phylum and the Chilopoda class. Because of this, centipedes tend to have a wide territory. In addition, they are cold-blooded, so they do need shelter for the regulation of temperature and humidity. Another thing that makes them interesting is the fact that, unlike most insects with a waterproof layer, centipedes have weak waterproofing and pores on their shells. This is the reason centipedes do not prefer wet places. In short, it is an animal that prefers humid places but dislikes water, and at the same time, it still cannot survive without water. Putting together all of these facts, Spicy says the centipede is less likely to be found in jungles or by the river. After hearing everything that Spicy has said, the elder places his hand on his head and realizes that they have missed a whole lot while searching for the centipede. The elder thought centipedes preferred places like rotten wooden cracks. Spicy tells him that he is not entirely wrong because he can actually find small ones in this location. But since they are searching for a big one, they can't stay in the jungle or rocks by the river. And this is because they won't be able to hide. After everything that Spicy has said, the men ask him where they can find the blue-spotted centipede. They let him know that there will be a big reward for him if they find it where he says. Spicy smiles when he hears this, and then he points to the west. He mentions that they should check the Rocky Mountains to the west. Apparently, centipedes like to rest under warm rocks during the day and then move around when it is dark. After gathering everything that they needed, the men set out to search for the blue-spotted centipede. While his men are searching, the leader Aura farms while standing on a tall, pole-like rock. It has been 3 days since they have been searching with no success. The leader now wonders if Spicy is wrong after all. He tells his men to fire the signal arrow and gather the search team. The men do as told and fire the signal to call on the search team that is led by the elder. The men are already exhausted from the search, and some wonder if Spicy actually knows what he is doing. They wonder why they can't find the centipede, but they are sure that Spicy knows what he is talking about. The leader's daughter, Huayin, is considered to be the most exceptional talent in the history of the Tang family. The leader is frustrated about their inability to find the centipede. He wonders if the heavens have forgotten about his daughter. Soon afterward, the elder and his search party arrive at the camp. The elder is sad that they also failed to find the centipede. Since Huayin might die soon, the elder hopes that they will be able to find the centipede in 10 days. The leader then suggests that they explore the south the following day. They haven't found anything in the areas they have searched, which is why he suggests they move south. Just then, something hits the elder. He realizes that he has missed an important detail during the search. He tells his son that they are in the right place. The leader then asks his father if he sensed something. However, he says no. Instead, he says he hasn't felt a single presence. The elder continues by saying he is confident that the centipede is around them. He asks his son if they have found anything in the past 3 days, and he says no. They haven't even found something as small as animal droppings in the area. This is when it dawns on the leader that they haven't found any traces because of a territorial marking. The elder reinforces this by saying it doesn't make sense that there is no single trace of animals on the huge mountain. The only explanation for this is that there is a territorial animal in the area. In fear of this territorial animal, all other animals have fled the area. It's either that the animals have fled or that they have all become food for the blue-spotted centipede. The elder pats his son on the shoulder, assuring him that the centipede is in the area. The old man is confident that they can finally save Huayin. Just then, a strong wind hits the area, coupled with a terrifying presence. Everyone is thrown into confusion and fear while trying to figure out what is happening. Suddenly, a large presence destroys the fireplace, leaving the boys even more terrified. Everything finally becomes clear when the feet of a beast appear. When the boys finally get a good look at what is happening, they realize that they are in the presence of the blue-spotted centipede. Every single person present in the area is gripped with fear as they realize that the centipede is more terrifying and bigger than they anticipated. Back at the academy, Spicy is lying on his bed, wondering why the elder and his son are all scared of the centipede. He also hears screams from where he is, but believes that they are all overreacting. Spicy thinks so well about it and comes to the conclusion that he would like to see the centipede for himself. After a serious battle with the centipede, the men are able to defeat it, but not without injuries. After defeating the centipede, they collect the centipede's inner core that they came for. The elder is glad that they finally have what it takes to save Huayin. The men are so full of joy that tears start dripping down their cheeks. The leader then tells his father to go to their estate called Sichuan with the uninjured warriors. The old man is shocked to hear this, and the leader reveals that there is something that he needs to do first. He says it's important that grudges are engraved in blood while favors are engraved on stone. This is when it dawns on the old man that they are owing someone a big favor. The old man is disappointed in himself, but this only happened because he was too excited about saving his granddaughter and totally forgot about who helped them. The old man agrees that it would be nice to invite Spicy as their guest. On the other hand, the leader has already ordered the injured men to go to the village and receive treatment. While his men are receiving treatment, the leader plans to visit Spicy. The next day, Spicy is seen with 3 young, blue-spotted centipedes hanging around his body. Spicy is impressed with his achievement because in a night he became the father of 3 blue-spotted centipedes. He remembers that all he did was clean the eggs and put them on the nightstand. By the time he woke up, the eggs had hatched into centipedes. Spicy is surprised and impressed by this because he never thought the eggs would hatch so fast. The hatchlings are all over Spicy, refusing to give him breathing space. Spicy is worried that the centipedes might get too attached and take him as their parent. Apparently, the night before, Spicy left the academy around the same time that the leader and his men were fighting the blue-spotted centipede. Since he was curious about the centipede, he stepped out to check by himself. He managed to find the hideout of the giant centipede. Inside the hideout, he found 3 eggs. After he fights off a weird cricket, Spicy is able to escape the hideout with the eggs intact. This was when he returned to the academy to clean the eggs. Spicy is disappointed that he couldn't find the blue-spotted centipede, but at least he got the babies. And now, the hatchlings are all over him. Spicy cannot do anything but watch since he can't feed the centipedes yet. The centipedes will need to molt at least twice before Spicy can feed them. However, he is frustrated with the way that the centipedes are all clinging to his body. He decides to take a shower, hoping that the centipedes will fall off in the process. While he is out to take a shower, the leader arrives at the academy. He has bandages on his right arm to show that it is broken. He entered Spicy's room but couldn't find him. He calls out to him, but still no response from the young man. Upon entering the inner room, he realizes that it is filled with herbs in jars. He assumes that Spicy is a medical practitioner, which is why he has herbs in the room. The man is not comfortable entering Spicy's room without his permission. But just as he is about to leave the room, he hears a rustling sound behind him. He decides to check it out, and when he opens one of the jars, he finds the spider. He is shocked to see this, but proceeds to open another container. He finds the gecko in this, but he still opens another just to confirm his suspicions. He opens several other containers where he finds beetles, eggs to be hatched, and even snakes. The man is shocked to see all of these, and he starts to wonder if Spicy is raising the poisonous animals and their offspring. This is something amazing for the man. The Tang clan is known to be familiar with poisons and poisonous creatures, but even they can only manage to extract poison. With their knowledge, they have not been able to increase eggs like the way Spicy has. This is when it dawns on the man that Spicy might actually be the greatest he has found on his journey to cure his daughter. Just then, Spicy returns from the shower. He notices that the man's arm is broken and he asks him about it. However, the leader tells Spicy that he shouldn't worry because he is fine. The leader mentions that he has something important that he needs to tell Spicy. Suddenly, the leader feels a strange presence in the area. Out of nowhere, a scary man with a dark aura appears in front of the academy. The man with red hair looks like a demon, and he has an evil smile. The leader realizes that there is a big problem, and he immediately urges Spicy to run away. However, the demon man is so fast that he reaches them before they can blink. The leader is at a disadvantage because of his broken arm, and all he can do is parry the demon man's attack. Even though he blocked the attack, he still feels the effect of the hit. The demon then releases an energy blast from his hand that destroys a portion of the area. The leader is injured from the attacks, and he coughs up blood. He admits that the demon is strong enough to be on the same level as his father. He tries to warn Spicy again, but it is already late. The demon grabs Spicy and chokes him like he is a bug. The demon man then reveals that he heard about the Tang clan coming to the area, which is he has come to say hello. However, he is disappointed that the leader is not in his optimal state. The leader is shocked to see that the demon man knows much about them. Confused about what is happening, the leader tells the demon that he has no idea who he is. He is also confused that the demon is targeting him and Spicy. The demon is disappointed that the leader cannot recognize him just by looking at his face. He then reveals that he is the blood hand Rakshasa, Tak Unyang. He further adds that it was the elder who made him look the way he is. The leader is shocked to hear this because he was told that Tak Unyang fell off a cliff after getting hit in the head with a poison palm. He is more surprised that Tak is still alive. He then urges him to let Spicy go since he has nothing to do with what happened. He even offers to give him his life, but the demon man is not willing. He is determined to kill anyone who has ever come close to the Tang clan. He then starts to choke Spicy really hard, forcing Spicy to even beg for his life. Just then, the 3 young centipedes leave Spicy's body and attack the demon man by biting him with their little mouth. The demon man cannot believe that Spicy is using centipedes to attack him. He believes that the centipedes have nothing on him, but just as he is about to grab the little bugs, they evade him and release a poisonous liquid into his mouth. In a surprising turn of events, the liquid affects the demon man, and he loses his balance. It doesn't take long before he dies from the effects of the liquid. Spicy is horrified by this, and he has to ask the leader if the demon is really a bad person. Unknown to Spicy, the leader is worried about something else. What he just witnessed is incredible to him, and he realizes that Spicy cannot just be a mere guest at the clan. The leader is determined to make Spicy a member of the Tang clan with what he has just seen. A few days after the demon man's death, Spicy is still looking after the clan leader. Because he lost too much blood, he has become exhausted. He thanks Spicy for looking after him, but the young man urges him to tell him where his companions are so he can check on them. Just then, Spicy realizes that he can't leave the leader all by himself, and at the same time, he can't call a doctor. The leader notices that Spicy is worried, and he urges him not to be. He assures Spicy that he will be fine after a few days of rest. Spicy is surprised that the leader is so calm even after losing too much blood. Spicy mentions that the leader is in critical condition, but the man remains adamant that he is fine. The leader says he has nothing to worry about because he is a martial artist. Spicy is shocked to hear this, and he asks the leader if they are the same people who fly and also shoot fireballs. The leader smiles, saying not everyone can do what Spicy is saying, but he actually got the description right. With the leader confirming this, Spicy confirms that he is in a different world. The leader then tells Spicy that he owes him his life because he has saved him. Since he has helped him out multiple times, the leader decides that it is time to formally introduce himself. He reveals that his name is Tang Cheol-sun of the Sichuan Tang clan. In return, Spicy finally reveals his real name. It turns out that our MC's name is Wei Sor-yong, but let's continue with Spicy to avoid confusion. Cheol-sun figures out what Spicy's name is, and he considers it to be a good one. Cheol-sun then mentions that he has lots of questions that he wants to ask Spicy. Spicy tells Cheol-san to go ahead and ask him whatever he wants to. Before he can start asking the questions, Cheol-san notices the centipedes crawling around Spicy's body, and he screams out in concern. He is forced to ask Spicy if the centipedes are poisonous, to which he says yes. He then reveals that the centipedes are the young ones of the blue-spotted centipede. Cheol-san jumps out of the bed when he hears this. He can't believe that Spicy managed to tame the young blue-spotted centipedes. Spicy urges the man to lie down again, but the questions just keep coming. He asks Spicy how he tamed them and where he even found them. He also adds that he saw other poisonous creatures while he was waiting for Spicy to come back. Cheol-san wants to know the story, and since Spicy has nothing to hide, he is willing to share. However, he warns Cheol-san that the story is long, but the man doesn't mind. Spicy then starts with the egg of the blue-spotted centipede. He tells Cheol-san how he found the eggs and raised them. Cheol-san cannot believe that Spicy has the knowledge to predict when eggs would hatch. To further explain things to him, Spicy heads to his collection. He brings out 2 lizards to use as an example. He shows Cheol-san a spotted lizard with stripes while the other just has a plain color. Basically, Spicy is telling Cheol-san that he can breed animals to the features he wants. Cheol-san is blown away when he realizes that Spicy has what it takes to create color and other features. Cheol-san then asks Spicy if he can pair the ones with strong poison to create even more poisonous ones. This question horrifies Spicy, but instead of giving a direct answer, he tells Cheol-san that it is theoretically possible. Spicy has no chance to breathe as Cheol-san continues to talk about breeding poisonous creatures together. Spicy agrees that it can be done, but it is very hard. Cheol-san then wastes no time, asking Spicy to be a part of his family. Spicy is shocked by the request, and Cheol-san lets him know that the Tang clan will teach him everything they know if he agrees to join them. In addition to this, Cheol-san promises Spicy that he will have access to all sorts of elixirs, herbs, and poisons that he desires. Cheol-san continues further by saying Spicy even has what it takes to capture or raise the legendary 10 great poisonous creatures of the Central Plains. He then sweet-talks the deal further by saying he is willing to give Spicy his daughter, who is considered to be one of the 3 flowers of the Central Plains. Suddenly, Spicy tells Cheol-san to hold it. Cheol-san assumes that Spicy has become interested in the conversation because he added his daughter to the deal. He is about to continue talking about how great his daughter is when Spicy tells him to forget about his daughter. What our MC is really interested in is the great poisonous creatures of the Central Plains. He wants to know if the creatures are as amazing as the blue-spotted centipede. Cheol-san replies that the creatures are as impressive as the blue-spotted centipede. In fact, the centipede is considered to be on a lower rank than the 10 great poisonous creatures of the Central Plains. Some of the creatures are the giant scorpion and the golden frog that shines like gold. Just hearing this, Spicy is already thrown into a moment of imagination. Cheol-san then tells him that the creatures are more fantastic than whatever it is that he is imagining in his head. Cheol-san is glad that he has been able to convince Spicy at the very least. 2 days after this conversation, Spicy and Cheol-san sit with other members of the clan who were in the village. They are shocked when they hear about the appearance of the demon man. Cheol-san explains that Tak has been in hiding while polishing his martial arts skills. Cheol-san claims that Tak was so strong that he had almost reached the elder's level. When the clan members hear this, they are marveled. They assume that since Cheol-san was the one who defeated Tak, he must have reached a higher level too. They start to congratulate him, but Cheol-san humbly tells them that he hasn't improved since the last time they saw him. Cheol-san then reveals the shocking truth behind everything. He tells them that Spicy was the one who eliminated Tak. This shocks everyone, as they don't believe that the young man has what it takes to face someone as dangerous as Tak. However, they all come together to thank Spicy for saving their leader. Just then, Cheol-san tells Spicy to show the boys the truth. Spicy agrees, and he opens his cloth to reveal the 3 young blue-spotted centipedes. The boys cannot believe that the centipedes were the ones that killed Tak. They wonder just how talented Spicy must be for him to be able to tame the poisonous centipedes. Cheol-san then reveals that he has recognized Spicy's potential, which is why he is inviting him to join the clan. The boys are excited to hear this, since they see it as a good opportunity to have Spicy in their midst. Cheol-san clenches his fist to showcase a blue aura. He tells the group that he is feeling better. Spicy notices that something is off, and he asks Cheol-san if he is still looking for something. Cheol-san reveals that Tak practices a martial art named the Blood Hand Poison Claw. Apparently, it is a dreadful evil art, and to use it, human blood and bone marrow are needed. Spicy's mouth opens in horror as he wonders what sort of crazy martial arts Cheol-san is talking about. Cheol-san says things will become more dangerous if Tak leaves behind any scrolls or disciples. Cheol-san doesn't want a continuation of the practice, and he says they have to terminate all traces of it. They need to do this to make sure that the evil martial arts have no way of returning to the world. In addition to this, Cheol-san wants them to help anyone who has been captured. He then turns to Spicy, asking him if he would like to help since he is familiar with the geography of Hainan Island. Spicy thinks again about the offer, and comes to the realization that he is going to be forever affiliated with the clan if he joins them. Spicy then informs Cheol-san that he is willing to help, but Cheol-san needs to get better first. Cheol-san is glad to hear this as he excitedly tells Spicy that he has made the right decision. Spicy is always ready to help as long as it is about saving lives. In reality, Spicy aims to use this to know more about the Tang clan. He wants to know what he is getting himself into, but before he fully commits, he needs to know if the clan is worth it. 3 days later, Cheol-san has recovered, and it is finally time for the group to begin their mission. Their first stop is at a village near the abandoned martial arts academy. They are trying to find the base of the Blood Hand Tak. They ask the villagers if there is any report of missing people. The village chief reveals that 1 or 2 people usually go missing in the jungle every year, but it is not something too crazy. Cheol-san thinks over this, but doesn't see anything suspicious, and he thanks the village chief for his cooperation. The village chief is also happy to help as long as it is the famous leader of the Tang clan who needs him. With this, Cheol-san and the group leave the village with no lead. The group continues their journey, and on the way, they try to figure out if there is anything that connects Tak to the area. Cheol-san assumed that Tak's base would be in the area since he was able to locate them really quickly. Spicy also considers the entire thing a bit strange because there are no traces in the area. Spicy is not about to give up, and he starts to dig deep into his confrontation with Tak. Just then, he remembers something that might be a clue, and he calls Cheol-san's attention to it. He reminds Cheol-san that Tak said something about hearing of the presence of the Tang clan in the area. Spicy deduces that since Tak claimed that he heard, it means someone must have told him. To make it simple, Spicy suggests that they should check all the places that the clan passed through while coming into Hainan. In addition to this, he wants them to draw a portrait of Tak and show it to people to ask them if they have seen him. After hearing everything that Spicy suggests, Cheol-san realizes that the young man is truly incredible. It dawns on Cheol-san that Tak must have heard the information about their presence from someone. With this, Cheol-san believes that things have gotten easier. Without wasting any more time, the group swifts into action. Shortly after, the group arrives at a village. The village is said to be suffering from a strange disease. Cheol-san figures out that the village is home to the Hlai people. Cheol-san tells his men that there is nothing to fear since Spicy has assured them that the Hlai people will not be hostile toward them. As they approach the village, they can see how weak and lifeless the villagers look. The village is so grim that there is no single ray of hope coming from the village. The group is met by the village chief, who is accompanied by 2 other guys and his granddaughter. Cheol-san politely introduces himself to the old man and tells him the reason why he is at the village. While he is discussing with the village chief, Spicy looks around to see how lifeless the village is. He notices that even the child beside the village chief is very weak. Spicy is shocked at the number of sick people in the village and he starts to wonder what is wrong with them. He assumes that the villagers must have taken some sort of medicine. After hearing everything that Cheol-san has to say, the village chief lets him know that there is no missing person in the village. In addition to this, the old man claims that there is nothing special happening in the village. With a stern face, the old man stares at the group and urges them to leave. The village chief further adds that there is nothing inside the village that should interest Cheol-san and his men. The man then tells the group yet again that they should leave. Cheol-san is shocked to see the old man reacting in such a way. He is forced to call Spicy's attention to it because he is the one who assured them that the Hlai people would be friendly toward them. Even Spicy is shocked at the sudden turn of events. Suddenly, the chief's granddaughter, Mi-jin, collapses. The chief rushes over to pick up his granddaughter. In pain, he begs that Mi-jin stay alive because she is the only relative he has left in the world. Being the nice person that he is, Shil-sun tells the old man that he is knowledgeable when it comes to the medical arts. He lets the old man know that he can help his granddaughter if he wants. The chief realizes that Shil-sun is talking about the medical arts of the Central Plains, and he immediately becomes interested. Shil-sun mentions that he might not be a physician, but he still has some knowledge about medicine, and he asks to take a look at the unconscious girl. The old man is not ready to lose the only person left to him, and he immediately agrees. The chief confesses that a plague has been spreading around the village for quite some time now. He adds that children are dying, and healthy people are suffering too. After hearing this, Shil-sun pats the chief on the shoulder and urges him to give him a chance to check the girl. The village chief thanks Shil-sun for offering and orders that the girl be taken inside. He also tells his people to guide Shil-sun and his party to where they are supposed to go. With no time to waste, everybody starts rushing to get the girl inside. Spicy then asks one of the clan members about Shil-sun. He wants to know if Shil-sun knows medical arts, and the guy lets Spicy know Shil-sun is proficient in medical arts. Since the clan deals with poisons, it is apparent that they have medical knowledge. In addition to this, anyone who learns martial arts needs to begin by knowing their own body so they can learn a thing or two about the medical arts. Spicy is impressed by this. He has always thought the clan was full of assassins, but hearing this just changed everything. Spicy is already thinking of learning the medical arts once he joins the clan. He is now interested in learning the medical arts instead of the terrifying poison arts. Just then, the clan member told him that there are situations where they catch wicked men and inject them with poison just to see how they are going to react to it. Spicy is immediately horrified to hear this, and he realizes that the clan also conducts human experiments. He wastes no time before going back to his earlier deduction that the clan members are just a bunch of scary people. Moments later, Shil-sun has managed to stabilize the girl. He tells the chief that he has transferred some of his chi into the girl to help her. In appreciation, the old man bows his head to thank Shil-sun. He then begs Shil-sun to make sure that his granddaughter is saved. Shil-sun then reveals that there is something wrong with the girl's pulse. He asks if the girl has had a weak heart since she was born. The village chief mentions that it has already been half a year since the girl started feeling sick. At the same time, other people started getting sick too. The villagers then called it the mysterious disease, and to prevent Shil-sun and his men from contracting it, he told them to go back earlier. Spicy realizes that the old man was trying to help after all. Shil-sun then tells the old man that he is going to give him good medicine for the heart. He also asks that the villagers be gathered. Shil-sun also wants to give the villagers part of the medicine. The chief starts tearing up while thanking Shil-sun for his help. After they are done tending to the villagers, one of Shil-sun's people, Gupai, asks him what symptoms the sick people have. Shil-sun reveals that the symptoms vary from lethargy and swelling in the eyes. In addition to this, there is a light fever and irregular pulses. Shil-sun then mentions that those with severe symptoms all had problems with their hearts. Shil-sun then asks after Spicy. He learns that Spicy has slept because he is tired from working too hard. Shil-sun is impressed that Spicy is able to keep up with them even though he doesn't know martial arts. Shil-sun then decides to go check on Spicy in his room. Shil-sun arrives at Spicy's room to find him sleeping just like Gupai said. Just then, Shil-sun walks towards Spicy and does something surprising. He slaps Spicy really hard on the cheek, forcing Spicy to wake up. Spicy jumps to the wall while staring at Shil-sun and wondering what might be wrong with the man. Spicy screams at Shil-sun, asking him why he hit, and also adding the fact that it hurt him. Shil-sun quickly apologized while letting Spicy know that he had hit him because there was a bug on his face. Shil-sun explains that he came to check on Spicy, and this is when he noticed the bug sitting on his cheek. Since there are lots of venomous insects in the area, Shil-sun believes that it would be bad if he left the bug there. In reaction to this, Shil-sun claims that his hand went up on its own. Shil-sun then shows Spicy the bug that he is talking about. An expression of shock covers Spicy's face when he sees the bug in Shil-sun's hand. Something then occurs to Spicy. He asks Shil-sun about the patients and their symptoms. He wants to know if they all have heart arrhythmia, and he says yes. Immediately, Spicy figures out that the bug is the cause of the disease ravaging the village. Shil-sun is shocked to hear this, and Spicy reveals that the bug is called the kissing bug. It is a species of the Riduviidae family. The bug got its name because it sucks blood from the eye or lip area. These bugs are so sneaky that they even suck blood more quietly than a mosquito. This is also why some people call them the vampire or assassin bugs. Spicy explains that the bugs themselves aren't venomous, but their stomachs are full of harmful parasites. Once a person gets bitten, the person can easily get infected through the bug's excrement. Spicy then further explains to Shil-sun, Gupai, and the village chief. He tells them that the bug causes trypanosomiasis, which is also known as Chagas disease. The bugs are ranked 7th on the list of most dangerous animals that kill humans. Spicy then asks about the dogs in the village. He wants to know if the dogs show similar symptoms, just like the humans, and the chief says yes. The chief wants to know if this is caused by the bug too, and Spicy confirms it. The old man becomes more curious, and then he asks Spicy if he can save his granddaughter. Spicy then replies that it is possible to save the girl as long as they have the right medicine to do the job. Just then, Spicy notices that Chilson and Gupai are having a weird conversation. Sitting there all confused, he hears Chilson boasting about the Tang clan. Spicy is forced to ask what Chilson means, but he repeats it. After he is done talking about how great his family is, Chilson tells Spicy that there is something called goo. While some believe that they are venomous parasites, others simply call them witchcraft. However, the simple truth is that goo are bugs grown by evil men in China. The bad guys feed the bugs to people either to cause them pain or to control them. Spicy is shocked when he hears about the controlling aspect. He mentions that the goo is incredible, and Chilson agrees with his deduction. However, he lets Spicy know that several martial artists have been killed using goo. Those who didn't die were forced to kill their own children or were forced to betray their families and become slaves for the bad guys. This is the reason many didn't bother to find the antidote that can counter goo. However, the Tang family is not one of these people, as they have been able to find a cure. They have created something that would melt off the roundworm inside the body, and since the bug causing the disease operates on the same level as the roundworm, Chilson believes that the medicine will also work. The name of the medicine is the curse-melting orb, and even a little bit of it is enough to work miracles. Spicy is impressed when he sees the medicine, and he is also surprised at the name given to the medicine. He thinks the name is cool for an anti-parasitic drug. With this, Chilson tells the village chief that he has nothing to worry about because now they can save his granddaughter. Without wasting time, the medicine is given to the villagers. In the end, the villagers began to recover, starting with the chief's granddaughter. The old man hugs his granddaughter dearly while crying his eyes out. After everything, the villagers properly welcome the group to the village by arranging a banquet for them. Finally, the bright and cheerful expressions of the villagers return to them. Spicy is glad that the rumors about their optimistic personalities are not wrong. At the table, Chilson still refuses to take credit for curing the villagers. He says Spicy is the real hero because he was the one who found the root of the problem. Everyone turns their attention to Spicy, thanking him for his help. They are so happy that they even call him the village's savior. Spicy is impressed with the fact that Chilson refused to take any credit for helping the villagers. In fact, he looked satisfied as he saw everyone thanking and complimenting Spicy. Spicy admits that with everything, he is a bit touched. Spicy enjoys a moment of his heroism when he is thrown into the air by the villagers. After this, Spicy returns to the table to eat. This is when the chief tells Chilson that he has gotten a lead on what he told him earlier. Since Chilson is looking for villages where people have gone missing, the chief decided to look into it too. He revealed that he had heard a strange story. The chief explains that one of the women in the village usually comes from another village. Apparently, some years back, her hometown suffered a tragedy where a few people disappeared from the village. This immediately catches Chilson's attention. He asks for the village's location, and the old man tells him that it's a small village to the west. Not long after this, Chilson and his men leave to find the said village. They soon arrive at what seems like a ruin. The smell of corpses fills the air, and once they get a good look at their surroundings, the party is horrified by what they see. There are lots of corpses on the ground, and Gupai tries to block Spicy from seeing the state of the area, but Spicy protests that he already sees it. Suddenly, they spot a weird bird eating the remains of a snake. One of the party members can no longer hold back his anger. He picks up a stone and throws it at the bird. Chilson tries to stop him, but the deed has already been done. The stone hits the bird, and everything changes. Something sinister starts to form around the bird, and a whitish flame can also be seen around it. Chilson takes a good look at what is happening as he starts to figure out that something is entirely off. Just then, the bird lets off a powerful wind from its body, and all the corpses around start to melt. Immediately, Chilson sees this. He grabs Spicky and he tells everyone to make a run for it. With fear written all over his face, Chilson tells the party that the beast they are looking at is a Janio. The Janioa literally means poison feather bird, which is a name given to it in many Chinese myths. The party manages to escape the wrath of the poison bird, and once they are in a safe place, Chilson starts telling them about the bird. He explains that the wingspan of the bird is 5 feet wide when it spreads. Its beak is sharp and bronze-colored. The body is covered in beautiful purple feathers, and when it unleashes its fury and spreads its wings, everything around turns black and dies, which in turn becomes poison. Chilson continues with the eulogy and description of the bird. Sitting on the bird's head is a golden crown, which depicts the true presence of royalty. With all of these characters is why the bird is called a Zhen or a Zhenyao. After hearing everything about the bird, Spicy figures out that there is more to it. He asks Chilson if the bird is one of the great venomous creatures, and he says yes. He then proceeds to say the bird occupies the very top of the 10 great venomous creatures. The bird also got its name from being called the king of all venom. Spicy is more interested when he realizes that he just had an encounter with the king of the 10 great venomous creatures. Chilson says the bird is so dangerous and potent that even venomous insects and snakes on Earth seem adorable in comparison to it. To Spicy, he is already picturing a bird capable of delivering biochemical weapons. Chilson then explains that the Gen must have come to the area because of the venomous snakes. Apparently, the Gen only eats the heads of venomous snakes, which is what it was doing before one of the party members threw a stone at it. Chilson is then asked if the bird is common, but he says no. He explains that someone might live their entire life and not run into a Gen all through. The bird is so rare that some only get to catch a glimpse of it in 100 years. Spicy's head is all blown away as he hears all of these. Chilson then asks Spicy why he is asking about the bird. As expected, Spicy says something really dangerous. He asks if the bird can be caught. Even the rest of the party is left in shock when Spicy asks the crazy question. Chilson already knows that Spicy is interested in catching the bird. Spicy then reveals his fear about how dangerous the bird is. Since Spicy is interested in the 10 great creatures, Chilson tells him that there is a way out. Spicy's attention peaks when he hears that there is a way to help him. Chilson then explains that Spicy will become immune to all poisons if he manages to master the Tang clan's poison techniques. In fact, Spicy will have what it takes to withstand Gen's venom. Chilson reminds Spicy that the Tang clan is the only one that can help him. Chilson then uses the opportunity to blackmail Spicy, telling him that he can't teach him the technique because he is not a member of the clan yet. Chilson claims that he is willing to help him, but he can't break the rules since he is the leader of the house. Without thinking twice, Spicy asks Chilson if he will be able to learn the required techniques if he joins the clan. He also asks if he will be able to withstand the Gen's venom if he learns the techniques. Desperate to make Spicy join the clan, the leader says yes. His party members, who are watching, even know that he is only sweet-talking the boy to join the clan. Chilson then urges Spicy to quickly make his decision so he can teach him. Spicy wants to hesitate, but he just can't pass on the opportunity to learn the Tang clan's technique. Spicy accepts being one of the clan members, and the leader lets him know right there that he is now part of the family, and this means forever. After this, the party continues with their investigation, and in no time they find Tak's base. Everything in the area is destroyed, but one of the guys finds a notebook in the cave. The things written in the book are everything that Tak knows, and he wrote it using his blood. Chilson takes the book into custody and tells his men that it is time for them to head back home. Chilson reveals they are done with their objectives already. They need the core of the blue-spotted centipede, and they have gotten it. In addition to this, they have also found the manual that Tak left behind. Since Spicy will be following them home, he asks for permission to stop at the temple. He needs to release his animal pets and, at the same time, pack his belongings. Just as they are about to leave the cave, Spicy spots something shiny in the distance. He calls the leader's attention to this. They check out the shiny object to see that it is a feather from the Gen. It is all purple and shining, and Chilson picks it up. Since this is the first day that Spicy is joining their clan, the leader decides to give Spicy to celebrate his welcome into the clan. Chilson tells Spicy that he is not really pleased with how he addresses him. Chilson plans to change everything when Spicy is done with his initiation. Spicy is surprised that there is an initiation process that he needs to undergo. Meanwhile, Chilson's father has just arrived at the Tang clan. He is exhausted already, but he is more concerned about Hua Yin. He asks if the girl is still alive, and they say yes. Without wasting time, the old man rushes to the room where the girl is being treated. Hua Yin's mother is shocked to see the man, but he assures her that everything will be fine since he already has the medicine with him. The old man brings out the box and removes the core of the blue-spotted centipede. Everyone in the room waits in anticipation and fear when the elder picks out the core. He is glad that he came back just in time. He then pushes the core into Hua Yin's mouth. Immediately, it morphs with her body, and a blue aura surrounds her. In addition to the medicine's effect, the elder holds his granddaughter's hand and performs some traditional ritual on it. The drug continues to do its thing, but the old man wants it to be faster, as he cannot wait to see his granddaughter again. Back to Spicy and the clan members that he is traveling with. Spicy is carried by one of the clan members since he doesn't have the stamina to run and move like them. Spicy has always heard that the Central Plains are big, but he never expected it to be too big. From Hainan, the group took a boat to Hongzhou, and then from there, they passed through Nanjing. After a journey that lasted over a month and a half, the group finally reached Sichuan, which is home to the Tang clan. Upon arriving at the gate, Spicy is blown away by how big and beautiful the area is. Spicy is informed that the entire mountain on which they are standing belongs to the Tang clan. Just then, members of the clan come rushing out to welcome their leader. Spicy is scared that he is going to get run over because nearly every person is running to meet Chil-san. Running with them is Hua Yin, who has missed her father. Her father's face lights up in joy when he sees her coming. He is glad that the girl is alive, and the two hug each other tightly. Spicy sees the girl and realizes that she has the most beautiful aura of any girl he has ever seen. And when talking about girls, Spicy actually had a fling with a celebrity in his past life, but even the celebrity cannot compare to Hua-yin. Just then, Cheol-sun decides to introduce Spicy to Hua-yin. Spicy is too stunned to talk, and his eyes remain wide open like an owl. Cheol-sun then reminds him that he actually took an interest in the poison creatures over Hua-yin. At that moment, Spicy almost prays for a time machine to go back in time and undo the rubbish he said. Sweats drip down his face just by staring at Hua-yin, and since he laid his eyes on the girl, he hasn't been able to say anything. In a flashback, the beautiful Hua-yin is the only daughter of Cheol-sun. She was also known as the poisonous flower. Hua-yin carried an emotional burden that no one knew about since she was young. Since she was the only daughter of her father, she faced backlash from the hands of clan heads and elders. Some believe that Cheol-sun should get another wife who can bear him a son. They only see Hua-yin as a lady who can be taken as a wife, not a clan leader or prodigy. To show the elders that they were wrong, Hua-yin made a decision. Hua-yin starts training in martial arts, hoping to be a top martial artist. Hua-yin was determined to show everyone in the family that she could not be swept aside, even though she was a lady and not a man. However, Hua-yin took things too far in her bid to learn martial arts. In the course of learning, her impatience brought about a heart demon that possessed her. This demon started depleting all of her chi, and she ended up bedridden. Thankfully, the elder, her grandfather, arrived with a cure just in time. When Hua-yin wakes up, tears drop down her eyes as she stares at her mother and grandfather, Myriad. She apologizes to them for the pain that she has caused them, explaining that she just wanted to be a useful person to the clan. But now, things have gone bad, and she has lost all of her inner chi. Her grandfather scolds her for trying to take back everything she has done and then lets her know that she has reached the 100th poison level that she desperately wanted. He told her to wipe her tears and cheer up. This is when Hua-yin notices that there is a blue sublime aura flowing out of her body. This shocks her, but before she can get an explanation, her grandfather tells her about the young man who saved her life. The elder tells her that Spicy not only saved her life, but also gave her the inner chi of 1,000 poisons. Hua-yin has been chasing the 100 poisons, but ended up gaining the level of 1,000 poisons, all thanks to Spicy. Now, back to the present. Hua-yin has already had a lot from her grandfather before meeting Spicy. At the same time, Spicy finds it hard to comprehend Hua-yin's beauty. When he finally opens his mouth to talk, he greets the young miss. He introduces himself to Hua-yin just like a polite gentleman would. Spicy lets the girl know that he is glad to see Hua-yin well and healthy. Hua-yin then lets out a bright smile, telling Spicy that she is also happy to see him. Like a proper lady, she thanks Spicy for saving her life. She assures Spicy that she will never forget what he has done for her. This lifts Spicy's mood and his face lights up in excitement. At the same time, he cannot get Hua-yin's beauty out of his head. Just then, Spicy hears Cheol-sun's voice in his head, asking him how he feels about his daughter. Spicy is shocked to hear Cheol-sun's voice in his head, but figures out that the man is using a technique called sound transmission. Cheol-sun doesn't hold back when he asks Spicy if he finds Hua-yin pretty, even though she is thin, given the fact that she is still recovering. Unlike regular fathers, he even asks Spicy if he would like to get to know Hua-yin better. Spicy is so stunned that nothing comes out of his mouth, but his face speaks nothing but embarrassment. Later on, Spicy is seen cooling off in the shower. The clingy centipedes are sitting in the container while their father enjoys his bath. Even Spicy is surprised that the centipedes are giving him a time off, which is something they would never do. Apparently, Spicy told them that the pool water is hot, which will be bad for them, and surprisingly, the centipedes chose to stay out of the water, which is why Spicy is getting some alone time to himself. Spicy now sees the centipedes as mysterious creatures who somehow understand him. Cheol-sun once told him that the centipedes somewhat react to killing intent. Spicy sits in the pool, and he continues having fun with the centipedes like they can talk back to him. He even laughs at how the centipedes are moving, and this shows just how connected he is to them already. He then remembers Gupai telling him that the centipedes were spiritual creatures. Spicy doesn't know what spiritual creatures mean, but he plans to ask Gu later. Just then, he remembers the embarrassing moment with Cheol-sun when he asked him how he felt about his daughter. Meanwhile, Cheol-sun is having a meeting with his family. He tells them of his plans to give Spicy one of the important rooms in the estate, which is the East Wing room. His father is surprised to hear Cheol-sun heap praise upon Spicy, and he needs to ask if Cheol-sun really believes that Spicy is talented. Cheol-sun explains to his father that he actually thought he met Spicy by chance, but with the way things are, Cheol-sun believes that Spicy is a lucky addition to his life. Cheol-sun explains that Spicy is not only talented when it comes to poisonous and venomous creatures, but he also tops it all off by unaliving Tak Eun-young. It is even more surprising that Spicy has encountered legendary spiritual creatures like the poison-feathered bird. Cheol-sun continues saying the incredible things that Spicy has done, and he adds that the young man even hatched the blue-spotted eggs by himself. This leaves an expression of shock on Hua-yin's and her mother's faces. With everything he has heard, Cheol-sun's father admits that Cheol-sun has truly found a treasure. Chilson then turns to his daughter and requests something big from her. He tells Hwayin that he would like her to take Spicy as his son-in-law. This takes a moment to click in Hwayin's head, but when it does, she realizes that her father is asking her to marry Spicy. Hwayin immediately goes into a deep thought. She has always been the one who wants to help the clan, and now that she has gained 1,000 poisons power, her dreams seem to be in her grasp. After giving it a thought, Hwayin angrily stands up, reminding her father that she is also a member of the clan. She slams her hand on the table while telling her father that she just cannot accept Spicy when he hasn't done anything to show that he deserves her. Hwayin leaves the meeting with the intention of knowing what Spicy really thinks of her. Chilson is immediately concerned for Spicy because even though Hwayin looks nice, she is not to be messed with. On her way to where Spicy is, Hwayin knows that the elders will never acknowledge her if she never gets to show them what she has accomplished in the martial arts world. Hwayin is determined to know the kind of person Spicy is, from his personality down to his qualifications. Spicy is done bathing and talking to the centipedes when Hwayin shows up out of nowhere, startling the guy. Hwayin tells Spicy that she is in a hurry and tells him why she is there. She demands that Spicy give her his hand. In shock, Spicy says yes. Just as he is about to stretch his hand toward Hwayin, something clicks in his head and he immediately withdraws his hand. He believes that Hwayin is asking for his hand in marriage. He asks Hwayin why she is in a hurry for this when it would be better if they get to know each other more. Hwayin is confused about what Spicy is saying until it dawns on her that Spicy has completely misunderstood her. In an embarrassing moment, Hwayin screams out, telling Spicy that he is getting her intentions wrong. Spicy just keeps a funny face, believing that the girl is just being shy. Hwayin then explains that she is not trying to do anything weird or serious. She only wanted to check Spicy's pulse. She understands that Spicy must have misunderstood the situation since she asked out so suddenly. Spicy is shocked when he finally realizes that the girl means something else. Hwayin then apologizes for appearing out of nowhere and the fact that she acted rudely. Without hesitation, Hwayin tells Spicy that he is still young and not knowledgeable about certain things yet. Because of this, Hwayin is ready to explain things to him. Spicy can only look in horror as he realizes that Hwayin doesn't think highly of him. Hwayin then explains her situation to him. Because she was the only direct descendant, she constantly faced the wicked schemes of the branch families. The elders even plan to bring a capable son-in-law into the family to make sure that the family line continues. Due to all of these troubles, Hwayin tells Spicy that she would like to confirm something with him. Hwayin assures Spicy that she has no intentions of treating him poorly, even if things don't work out between them. After all, Spicy is her benefactor. She assures Spicy that he will be treated like a guest, or even more, a sworn sibling. Spicy already knows what she is driving at, and he stretches his hand to the girl, telling her to confirm whatever it is that she wants to. Hwayin is surprised to see Spicy agreeing to this, but she immediately proceeds with what is on her mind. Hwayin holds Spicy's wrist and places her finger on the wrist to feel the internal energy coming from Spicy's body. A soft blue emanates from her body as she carries out the ritual. Since the martial art of the Tang clan is not something that just anyone can learn, some people can accept toxins into their bodies and master the techniques, while others cannot. Because of this factor, the Tang clan's poison technique requires one to gradually adapt to the poisons as their internal energy grows. There are 5 levels of poisons, which are the 5-level poisons, the 10 poisons level, the 100 poisons level, the 1,000 poisons level, and finally, the 10,000 poisons level. One can only achieve true mastery by accepting all the levels. After Hwayin is done checking Spicy's eligibility, she tells him that he has what it takes to learn the poison techniques. However, he can only learn the 10 poisons. Apparently, Spicy's body is weak and can only go as far as the 10 poisons level. Hwayin admits that having a 10 poison body is impressive, given the fact that Spicy was not even born into the Tang clan. Hwayin then tells Spicy that by his body level, he can only be rated as a first-level martial artist and nothing more. After telling Spicy all of these, Hwayin stands up to leave. After she is gone, Spicy is left to ponder how weak his body is. He is not happy with this, because with this type of body, he won't be able to catch the gen bird that he desperately wants. Later on, Hwayin realizes that her body keeps emitting a really weird or foul scent. This has been happening since she took the inner core of the blue-spotted centipede. Hwayin even takes her bath several times a day, but the smell doesn't fade off. She assumes that the smell is some kind of punishment for speaking rudely to Spicy, who saved her life. On the other hand, Spicy is enjoying a resounding sleep when he falls into an interesting dream. He suddenly sees Hwayin in front of him. The girl kneels down in front of him, and with tears in her eyes, she thanks Spicy for his help. Spicy is shocked to see this, and he just stands there trying to understand what is happening. Just then, the girl tells Spicy that she only borrowed Hwayin's appearance. In a surprising turn of events, the girl kneeling in front of Spicy is not Hwayin, but the late blue-spotted centipede. Spicy is shocked when he hears this, as he cannot properly process what he is seeing and hearing. There are also 3 young girls with the centipede, revealing that they are 3 centipede babies that Spicy saved. Spicy asks the centipede how she is able to appear in his dream. The centipede explains that she was killed without mercy, leaving her kids motherless. Because of this, her grudge reached the heavens, and her spirit lingered inside the inner core. The centipede is then able to curse Huayin, who has ingested her core. However, a chance to resolve the grudge she has against Huayin and those who terminated her arose. This is how she is then able to appear in Spicy's dream. This all made possible because Spicy made the kind gesture of saving the centipede's babies. Spicy finally realizes what is happening, but at the same time, he is guilty. This is because he was the one who gave away the centipede's location. Even though it wasn't intentional, he ended up being involved in the death of the blue-spotted centipede. Just then, the centipede tells Spicy that she has one request to make of him. Spicy tells the centipede to go ahead, as he is willing to fulfill any request that she has. The centipede wants Spicy to take care of her children until they are fully grown. Spicy is shocked to hear this because, from what he knows, centipedes are supposed to become independent after molting twice from their mother's body. The blue-spotted admits that this is true for regular centipedes but not for higher creatures like her and her kids. It turns out that until the offspring of her species shed their shells twice, they remain dependent on the chi flowing from their mother's inner core. After this, they are now free to start feeding on the true chi of other beings. This is when something important dawns on Spicy. Since Huayin consumed the centipede's inner core, this means the centipede's babies will have to stay close to her. The blue-spotted centipede confirms this while also reminding Spicy that she cursed Huayin. She explains that because of her inner core, Huayin's body will emit a foul odor. The blue-spotted centipede wanted to make sure that no man would ever approach Huayin, preventing her from bearing children of her own. Spicy is shocked when he hears this confession from the blue-spotted centipede. However, the blue-spotted centipede has a proposition to lift the curse. She wants her kids to continue absorbing chi from her inner core, which is now sitting inside Huayin. She also adds that Spicy can use this to his advantage by winning Huayin's heart with it. Huayin thinks it over for a minute and then laughs it off. He tells the centipede that something about that doesn't sit right with him. He says he has no interest in taking advantage of Miss Huayin's difficult situation. The blue-spotted centipede is impressed by this, and she admits that Spicy is a true and honorable person. However, she is worried about how Spicy wants to take care of the situation, since it is quite evident that Huayin is looking for a strong man. The centipede also says she would have preferred to help, but since she can't procure the inner core of the 10 great venomous creatures for Spicy, her hands are tied. At the mention of the 10 great poisonous creatures, Spicy gets an idea. He then tells the centipede that he has a proposition, but he is going to need her to trust him. The blue-spotted is curious about what Spicy means, but he tells her not to worry herself. He plans to take care of things, and he is confident that it will work out. The following day, Spicy holds a meeting with Huayin, and he tells her everything. She is shocked to find out that the smell coming from her body is a result of the centipede's inner core. Spicy then lets her know that if she attaches the centipedes every couple of days and lets them absorb chi, the smell will naturally fade away. After thinking it through, Huayin then asks Spicy if he is willing to do these things for her without asking for anything in return. Huayin knows that Spicy could have easily asked for compensation, but he has not made any requests yet. With a smile on his face, Spicy tells Huayin that he cannot bring himself to the point where he would have to take advantage of a girl's difficult situation. Spicy assures Huayin that he is not that shameless. This shocks Huayin, leaving her speechless. Huayin finally speaks out, telling Spicy that she is not willing to accept his kindness without giving something in return. Huayin then admits that her father's words are true. She now realizes that there are things more valuable than talent or martial prowess. This is when Spicy finally tells Huayin what is on his mind. Since Huayin told him that he only has a 10 poison level body and can only absorb 10 types of toxins, Spicy has already cooked up a nice idea. With a bright face, he tells Huayin that he would like her to fill his body with the toxins of the 10 most poisonous creatures of the Central Plains. Huayin is shocked to hear this, and she is forced to reconfirm what Spicy just said. This is when Huayin realizes that Spicy is ready to become the strongest under the heavens for her sake. Huayin turns bright red from excessive blushing because this is the first time a man has ever made such a confession to her. Huayin is forced to ask Spicy if he is aware of what he just said, but Spicy scratches his head, saying he isn't. Huayin explains to him that the path Spicy is about to take will be incredibly tough and challenging. She adds that it might even take years or a lifetime of worth of effort to take on such a challenge. Spicy is shocked to hear this. He thinks to himself and wonders if it really does take that long. Huayin still cannot believe everything, and in turn she keeps blushing. Huayin then tells Spicy that since he is 15 years old, he will be primed for marriage in 3 years. Huayin says if Spicy manages to succeed in dealing with even one of the 10 great poisonous creatures by then, she will be convinced. She adds that there will be a possibility for them to marry if Spicy is able to succeed in doing this. Huayin can no longer hide her feelings, and she stands up to leave. Just as she is about to run off, Spicy calls her back. With a red face, Huayin turns back, asking Spicy if he still has something that he wants to say. Spicy then suggests that Huayin get treated before leaving. Huayin initially freezes in excitement, but later picks up the courage to walk back to where she was sitting. Spicy assures Huayin that the centipedes do not bite. Spicy gently handles the centipede babies while telling them to go to their mother instead of their father. Hearing Spicy use the mom and dad illustration further adds to Huayin's excitement. However, Spicy tries to explain that he doesn't mean it the way Huayin does. He only said that because the little centipedes are babies. Meanwhile, Cheol-san, his wife, and his grandfather are having a meeting concerning Huayin and Spicy. They are surprised that even with the level of talent that Spicy has, Huayin doesn't seem to want him. However, Cheol-san's father believes that there might be progress because when he saw them earlier, it seemed like there was something going on between them. However, Huayin's mother retains the fact that Spicy was turned down by Huayin. This causes a worry for the trio, and the old man finally says the arranged marriage might not work out. He believes that leaving the two to naturally develop feelings for each other would be better. Cheol-san's wife then suggests that they leave Huayin to handle Spicy's martial arts training. She assumes that spending time together would help the two to grow. Cheol-san hears the idea and realizes that it is not a bad idea. The elder then suggests that they should consult the elder healer sage. He wants the healer sage to bestow upon Spicy the grace of the purifying elixir of marrow and essence. Since Spicy's aptitude is low, the elder knows that it can always be raised. However, Cheol-san doesn't think there is a way forward with this. He reminds his father that this didn't work for Huayin, who is even talented, which means Spicy has no chance. The old man acknowledges what his son says and agrees to it. Just then, Huayin arrives at the door. Cheol-san is shocked to see Huayin at that time of day. He asks her to come inside, and Huayin is surprised to see that her father, mother, and grandfather are all present. Since she is already there, she tells the two that she has something to say. With a red face, Huayin summons the courage to tell her father that she is finally ready to do what he asked. Cheol-san is shocked to hear this, and even though he knows what Huayin is talking about, he pretends not to. He then asks his daughter to explain better. Huayin's mother cuts in, asking Huayin if she has finally taken an interest in Spicy. Huayin finds it hard to answer them, but her expression says it all. Everyone in the room is excited to hear this, and Cheol-san wonders how Huayin fell for Spicy since she claimed that the guy wasn't her type. Huayin then reveals why she changed her mind towards Spicy. She says Spicy has promised that for her sake, he is going to be the greatest in the world. Everyone's face lights up in excitement yet again as they ask Huayin to say more. Huayin explains that since Spicy's innate talent is only at the level of a 10-poison body, he has promised to fill his gap by defeating the 10 great venomous creatures. When the elder hears this, he laughs out, saying Spicy really has guts. Huayin's mother is excited to hear this, and she tells her daughter that there is no other place she can get a suitor like Spicy. Huayin then reveals that she is already in love with Spicy, but she still tells him that she would only agree to the marriage if he manages to capture one of the 10 great venomous creatures before he turns 18. Cheol-san is shocked that his daughter didn't ask for 3 instead. Huayin's mother realizes that her daughter's heart is already set on Spicy, but she knows that men are not particularly smart when it comes to figuring out things like this. Huayin then asks her mother if she should go and properly explain things to Spicy, but she says no. Her mother mentions that since Spicy has no idea that they have already approved of him, he would go to even greater lengths to impress them. The elder then tells Huayin to treat Spicy as a prospective son-in-law and nothing too serious. At the same time, the adults will act as if they have not made up their minds about Spicy. Cheol-san is glad that with the effort Spicy is going to put in, he will naturally become a part of the family. Later that day, Spicy holds another meeting with the blue-spotted centipede. The centipede is impressed with what Spicy has done. Spicy then explains to the centipede that he is able to do this because he is blessed with guts and perseverance. The blue-spotted centipede is glad to hear this, and she tells Spicy that the day might likely be her last. Since her resentment has been resolved, her soul will soon ascend to the afterlife. In addition to this, her internal energy has almost completely dissolved within Huayin's body. Since it might be her last day, the blue-spotted centipede asks Spicy if there is anything she can do for him. She assures Spicy that as long as it is something within her power, she will definitely do it. Spicy takes a deep thought on it and finally makes his request. He tells the centipede that he would like to look at her body. The centipede is not entirely thrilled with this, but she is not disappointed since Spicy is a man after all. The centipede understands Spicy's obsession, and just as she is about to start taking off her body coverings, Spicy stops her. He asks her if she really has to take off her clothes. At this point, the blue-spotted centipede is confused, and Spicy finally explains better. He reveals that he wants to see the true appearance of the blue-spotted centipede, not her transformation into Huayin. The blue-spotted centipede is shocked to hear this. With excitement, she transforms into the scary blue-spotted centipede. She asks Spicy if what he is looking at is enough for him, but Spicy is already lost in excitement. His face lights up like a baby who has just seen his mother. This is the first time Spicy will see what the blue-spotted centipede looks like, and he is impressed at how amazing the creature is. He exclaims at how huge the centipede is and asks if he can touch it. Before she can even answer, Spicy is already touching her body. Spicy is blown away by the centipede's body build, and he starts bombarding her with questions. Even the scary centipede has now turned into a cute centipede in Spicy's presence. Spicy continues to ask questions like how strong the centipede's venom is, and if she sees using her eyes or her antennae. Spicy then requests to touch the centipede's fangs, even though it is dangerous. Since she already promised to do whatever Spicy wants, she has no choice but to allow Spicy to touch her fangs. Spicy blushes as he touches the centipede's fangs, and the blue-spotted centipede wonders if her children will be fine because Spicy's touch is pretty incredible. Later on, Cheol-sun calls Spicy to a meeting with the family. He lets Spicy know that he already knows everything since his daughter has informed him. Cheol-sun tells Spicy that from the moment forward, he will be addressed as their son-in-law. Spicy is shocked to hear this as he expected this to wait for 3 years. Cheol-sun admits that the wedding will take place in 3 years, further surprising Spicy. Even Hwayin's mother and grandfather welcome him with a bright smile. The elder says Hwayin's match has already been decided, which means the clan is headed toward prosperity. Spicy turns to look at Hwayin, and he notices that the girl is not objecting to what her family members are saying. In deep thought, he wonders if the family has already accepted him without further discussion. Since he doesn't want to be a mood killer, Spicy decides to go along with the plan. He then tells the trio that he is looking forward to their guidance. Cheol-sun is happy to hear this as he declares that they should get things underway immediately. Cheol-sun mentions that there is something Spicy needs to see before he can get the chance to learn the Tang clan's poison arts. Spicy is immediately curious to know what it is, and he asks the trio what they mean by this. Cheol-sun reveals that he is talking about the Hall of 10,000 Poisons. Cheol-sun assures Spicy that it is something he is going to love. Without wasting time, the bunch gets up and starts heading to the said hall. The elder reveals that it is a cherished tradition for a new member of the family to step into the Hall of 10,000 Poisons. Spicy is excited to hear this, and he tells the old man that he is looking forward to seeing the hall. Spicy is already imagining how cool the Hall of 10,000 Poisons is going to be. He assumes that it's going to be a place where 10,000 kinds of poisons gather. Just then, Spicy looks to his side to see how beautiful Hwayin is. Looking at her from the side and the sun shining on her shows just how gorgeous the lady is. Spicy is entirely carried away while staring at Hwayin, not noticing that her father and mother are looking at him. Spicy freezes up when he realizes that there is a cot. Cheol-sun laughs and makes a joke about Spicy wearing out Hwayin's beauty if he continues to stare at her that way. He reminds him that Hwayin is already his woman, so he doesn't need to gaze at her so absent-mindedly. Cheol-sun and his wife tease Spicy, telling him to watch his steps instead of staring at Hwayin. Not long after this, they arrive at the entrance of the 10,000 Poisons Hall. There are 3 stern and scary men guarding the entrance. The moment they spot the leader, they pay homage to him, welcoming him to the hall. Cheol-sun then tells the guards to open the gates because he is there to show his son-in-law the Hall of 10,000 Poisons. The guards acknowledge this and bow to Cheol-sun to show respect. Spicy takes a look around and notices that security around the area is ridiculously tight. The leader of the guards screams at his men to open the gates. The 2 muscular men then grab the gate and start to pull it aside, using all of their strength. Even the guard leader is impressed as he says the guards are opening the gates a bit quicker. The guards finally get the gates opened, but this leaves the men exhausted. Spicy is already imagining himself inside the hall while he is still outside. As they walk into the hall, Cheol-sun explains to Spicy that the iron gate is forged from Kunyu steel, which is sourced from the southern wilderness. Even the opening of the gates is considered to be a great honor, and the exhausted guards are a testament to this. Upon entering the hall, Cheol-sun tells Spicy that they are now in the treasure trove where the Tang clan of Sichuan stores all of its poisons. They start taking Spicy around, showing him different chambers inside the hall. The Grand Patriarch urges Spicy to be careful and not touch anything recklessly. Spicy notices that everything is stored in jars, and he points this out. Cheol-sun then mentions that the poisons are carefully categorized, such as paralysis poisons, sleep poisons, and so on. Cheol-sun then decides to back off. He tells Hwayin to explain things to Spicy since it will make things more interesting. Excited, Hwayin agrees to her father's request. Hwayin wastes no time before she drags Spicy away. She tells Spicy that she plans to show him the strongest poisons that the clan has. Hwayin shows Spicy the chi dissipating poison, which martial artists fear the most. Once the poison is inhaled, it renders inner energy unusable, which is why it is quite dangerous. While the 2 are exploring the hall together, Hwayin's guardians are staring from behind, talking about how adorable the 2 are together. Hwayin continues with the tour. She shows Spicy the alimentary canal poison, the necrotizing poison, the spirit-destroying poison, the bloody pulp poison, and the 7-step soul-snatching poison. Hua Yin admits that all of these poisons are potent, but the clan's strongest poison is something else entirely. She reaches into one of the containers and brings out a seed. She places the seed in Spicy's hand, and by looking at it, Spicy assumes that the seed is a bean seed. However, Hua Yin explains what he doesn't know. She tells him that aside from the venoms of the 10 great creatures, the seed in Spicy's hands is the most powerful poison in existence. She adds that it is a plant that symbolizes the Tang clan, and the seed comes from the castor plant. At that moment, Spicy realizes that he is holding the ricin seed in his hand. Ricin is a highly potent toxalbumin, and just 2 milligrams can be lethal to an adult. In fact, the seed was famously used in the umbrella assassination of a Bulgarian rebel during the Cold War. Ricin is a poison 100,000 times stronger than the famous cyanide. Hua Yin then explains that the poison comes closest to the Tang clan's ideal of colorless, odorless, tasteless, and formless poison. This is why the clan named it the rarest and most precious of all poisons. The name they gave it is the golden poison, and even when they use it to unalive someone, it is called the golden death. Hua Yin further explains that the strongest poison isn't the one that inflicts the most agony or causes the most gruesome death, but the strongest poison is the one that kills silently, swiftly, and without leaving a trace. The clan strives for stealth and certainty. After hearing her explanations, Spicy renews his assumption about the clan that they are a bunch of assassins. After he is done seeing the poisons, the grandfather suggests that he go see the venomous beasts that he has been so eager to see. The moment Spicy hears this, he gets excited. The elder even tells him that he might be given charge of overseeing the care of the venomous creatures if this is something that interests him. The elder then assures him that the clan will provide full support for anything that Spicy requires. Spicy is glad to hear that the clan is ready to support his hobby. Just as they are about to leave for where the venomous creatures are, Gupai comes running into the hall, telling Chilsun that he needs to return to the Black Tortoise Pavilion immediately. Chilsun is surprised to hear this, and he asks Gupai why he needs to head back. Gupai reveals that the clan elders have gathered. Chilsun's grandfather wonders what the elders have come to do again. When Spicy hears them talking about the clan elders, he realizes that the elders are probably the branch family members that Hua Yin previously told him about. Gupai then proceeds to say there are 2 issues. The first one is that the medicine that the clan sent to the Sichuan city lord didn't have the desired effect, and he sent back a letter full of complaints. As for the other issue, the elders are complaining about the Hall of 10,000 Poisons and Spicy. The Grand Patriarch is surprised that the rumors are already circulating. To prevent further issues, the group has no choice but to head back to the pavilion. At the Black Tortoise Pavilion, the elders are already waiting for the Patriarch to return. Upon returning, the elders waste no time before they start to voice out their displeasure. They ask Chilsun why he would make a critical decision on his own. They don't appreciate the fact that Cheolsun chose an orphan of unknown origins to be paired with their beloved Hua Yin. Cheolsun hears this and gets really mad. He clenches his fist in anger while telling the elders that they are insulting his son-in-law. Even Spicy is surprised to see that the man really does care about him. With a faint green aura swirling around him because he is mad, Cheolsun tells the elders that he is the one who made the decision, and he doesn't think any of them should have a problem with it. The elders quickly turn to the Grand Patriarch, begging him to talk some sense into Cheolsun. They believe that entrusting the management of the Hall of 10,000 Poisons to an outsider with unproven abilities is totally out of it. The argument continues, and Hua Yin notices that Spicy is already getting uncomfortable. She apologizes for the trouble, but Spicy doesn't take offense. In fact, he believes that he should be the one to apologize to the lady since he is the cause of the argument. Just then, Spicy calls everyone's attention. He admits that he is the cause of all the problems because of his lack of ability. He then asks the elders if they are going to be satisfied if he demonstrates his skills and proves himself to them. The elders are shocked by what Spicy is telling them. Spicy says he is going to start by solving the issue with the Sichuan city lord. Hua Yin and her mother are shocked to see this, and they wonder what Spicy is planning to do. Usually Spicy doesn't like making a fuss, but he can't sit by while the elders disrupt his peaceful life of being a pet owner. Spicy is ready to do whatever it takes to prove that he is not just some worthless loser. Hearing Spicy speak only got the clan elders mad. They scream at him, telling him not to talk when the clan elders are talking. They also add that Spicy has no idea what the Sichuan city lord is suffering from. They even turn to Chilsun, telling him that Spicy is nothing but an insolent kid. Hua Yin and her mother cannot believe that the clan elders are making a fool of themselves. The clan elders continue by saying they have always tried to avoid situations like this, which is why they choose their candidates from a respectable martial clan. As the elders continue talking, Spicy thinks to himself. He compares what the elders are saying or doing to what he suffered in his past life. Since Spicy was a streamer, he got lots of comments during his live streams. He had more than 1 million subscribers in total, with an average of over 3,000 viewers whenever he was streaming. Spicy understands the fact that the elders have not recognized him as their son-in-law, which basically makes him a guest. Compared to his past life, where he had a huge fan base, he was always facing trolls. There are people who just want to cause chaos without any real reason. Spicy then stands tall in front of the elders, telling them that he saved Huayin and also defeated Tak, and by this saved Cheolsan's life. He then asks the elders if it is a part of their tradition to insult a guest or someone who has helped the clan right to his face. Since what Spicy has faced in his past life is much more terrible than this, he considers the elders' words to be a joke. After hearing Spicy challenge them this way, the elders backed off a bit. They agree to the fact that they spoke hastily and out of desperation. Spicy is glad to have gotten them right where he wants, and even Grandfather is shocked at how Spicy handled the entire thing. The elders then ask about Tak. They don't believe that he defeated Tak, but Cheolsan steps in, telling them that Spicy is not lying. In fact, he shows them the Blood Hand Poison Art's secret manual, which belongs to Tak. The elders are blown away when they check the book and find out that it is authentic. Enjoying the situation, Cheolsan tells Spicy to show the elders the centipedes. Spicy does as told and showcases the yellow spotted centipedes, which are the offspring of the blue spotted centipede. Cheolsan tells the elders that Spicy is raising the centipedes, and he adds the fact that the centipedes took out Tak Unyang. The elders scream out in fear when they hear that Spicy managed to control a blue spotted centipede. The situation develops a complete turnaround with the elders in shock, while Spicy, Cheolsan, and Gupai laugh at them. Spicy further scares the elders with the centipedes, letting them know that they will all end up like Tak Unyang if they are bitten. The clan elders quickly change their tone, claiming that they never said they wouldn't acknowledge Spicy. Grandfather then suggests that they put aside the issue of the son-in-law in the meantime. He asks the elders why they don't want Spicy to enter the Hall of 10,000 Poisons. The elders then simply reply that Spicy is not yet a member of the family, and in addition to this, they believe that Spicy is still too young to handle the Hall of 10,000 Poisons. Grandfather admits that they are right, and he decides to provide a simple solution to the problem. He asks Spicy if he can demonstrate his ability, and Spicy says yes. Spicy tells the bunch that he is going to prove that he is worthy of being in the clan. He tells the elders that he is going to solve the issue by going the clan's way, and this is the poison way. Fear gripped the elders as they all believed that Spicy planned to poison the city lord, but Spicy says it is the opposite. He plans to send medicine to the city lord, and because the clan deals with poison, he wants to follow the way of the clan. The next day, Grandfather takes Spicy under his wings with the intention of teaching him the Tang clan's martial art, the 5 Venoms returning technique. Spicy is excited by this, and he asks if he is going to undergo physical training as well. Grandfather replies that his body naturally adapts to the techniques when he is learning martial arts. Since the clan prioritizes practicality, Spicy will have to learn skills that can be applied in real-life situations. Grandfather then puts on the table a variety of weapons. He tells Spicy that they are going to start with throwable concealed weapons like needles, coins, darts, powder, and throwing knives. He mentions that there are many other unconventional concealed weapons, but most can be categorized into 5 types. Grandfather then asks Spicy if he knows the easiest to handle out of all the weapons on the table. Spicy replies that the dagger or the throwing knife, and the old man says he is correct. When asked about the most difficult to handle, Spicy replies that the powder is difficult because one would need to spread it effectively. However, Grandfather tells him that he is wrong. He says the most difficult weapon is the needle. Spicy is shocked to hear this, and he asks if the needle is the most difficult because it is small and thin, which makes it hard to throw. But the grandfather says these are not the only reasons that make it the most difficult. Grandfather says the needle is the most difficult since you need to remember the exact position where you threw it. To avoid confusing the young man, Grandfather proceeds to demonstrate. He brings out a brush and removes the brush head. He then throws it into the air, scattering it all over. The bristles come down like rain, and the grandfather explains that these bristles are embedding themselves like needles. While Spicy is still panicking to avoid getting hit, the grandfather explains that the Tang clan has a hidden weapon technique called sky-obscuring flower rain. This is a secret art of the clan where hundreds or even thousands of needles fall like a rain of flowers, which in turn covers an entire area. Spicy is shocked when he realizes that he would have to spread needles like this everywhere and fight in the same area. He mentions his concerns to the old man. Since the entire area will be filled with such needles, he doesn't think there will be any space left to move. The grandfather confirms this and tells Spicy that this is where it is important for him to remember the positions of the needles to avoid falling victim to his own technique. Spicy then asks if he is supposed to remember the positions of the needles deflected by the opponent, and the old man says yes. Grandfather further explains that with a 5 poisons body, he would have to memorize at least 100 positions just for a start. He adds that when Huayan reached the 10 poisons body, she could remember about 1,000. Spicy is blown away by everything he just learned from the old man, and by the end of the day, he retires to his room, tired. Not long after this, Huayin shows up in his room dressed in a bee catcher's outfit. Apparently, Spicy is going on a trip to catch a hornet, and Huayin is coming with him. Spicy is impressed with the outfit, and he tells Huayin that with such a tight and covered outfit, they can actually catch a hornet by themselves. Spicy also gets into one of the outfits, and the two lovebirds prepare to leave. Spicy then asks Huayin if she knows where the hornet's nest is. Huayin says yes, since she found one close by. Huayin then asks Spicy if he knows the contents of the letter sent to the city lord, detailing the issue he is facing. Spicy replies that he has seen the letter and understands. Huayin is surprised to hear this since Spicy is still young, and she doesn't think he would fully understand the contents of the letter. Spicy understands why Huayin thinks he doesn't have an idea of what the letter means, since the great lord of Sichuan is suffering from a very serious ailment, and this is none other than erectile dysfunction. Huayin stares at Spicy and mentions that he knows too much for his age. Spicy then lies that he knows all of these since he has been living alone for a while. The two then rush into the woods to find the hornet's nest. On their way, Huayin takes it upon herself to stop Spicy from petting every animal that they come across. They finally arrive at their destination, and Huayin asks Spicy why they need to find a bee-lacking hive. Spicy reveals that they might be on a mission to catch hornets, but in truth, they are not going to catch any. Huayin is shocked to hear this, and Spicy lets her know that they are after another creature entirely, which is a venomous insect. Spicy explains that the venomous creature that they are after can be found in smaller, weaker hives. Spicy looks into the hive and smiles, telling Huayin that the hive has what they are looking for. Just then, Spicy goes after a bug and catches it using chopsticks. Huayin is excited to see this, and Spicy assures Huayin that this little bug that they have caught will solve the Sichuan City Lord's troubles. Huayin stares at the bug and asks if it is a ground beetle. Spicy replies that she is right about it being a ground beetle. The bug is called a ground beetle in this world, but in his previous life, it was referred to as the blister beetle, and for specifications, the one caught by Spicy is the Malabras beetle. Huayin then expresses her shock at how normal it is for a ground beetle to be found in a hornet's nest. Spicy lets the girl know that their life cycle is quite peculiar. Apparently, the blister beetles have a very unusual method of reproduction. It is normal for most insects to guard the spot where they lay eggs or create a safe environment for their eggs to hatch. But this is not the case for the blister beetle. The blister beetle lays its eggs where it finds, without care. The only care that the beetle at least shows is that it lays its eggs all in one spot. Finally, when the eggs hatch and they reach the larva stage, they start crawling toward the highest place in the area. When the larvae reach the top, the bunch does something quite bizarre. They all cluster together to imitate the look of a flower. And then, bees mistake the fake flower for the real thing and approach it. However, the moment the bee gets close enough, the entire beetle larva jumps onto the bee's body. With this, they take over the bee's home. Spicy doesn't know why they favor the giant hornet's nest, but it seems to be the most suitable environment for the ground beetle larvae to grow. Huayin hears this, and she pities the hornet, but Spicy tells her that there is nothing that can be done about it since it is the cycle of life. Huayin then mentions her concern about the beetle. It is said to cause burns on the skin, and even eating too much of it can prove to be fatal. Spicy tells Huayin that she is right about this because the orange liquid dripping from a blister beetle contains a toxic substance called cantharidin. When the substance touches the skin, it creates blisters similar to burns. Huayin wants to know if the toxin has an effect, and Spicy says yes. He says the moment the toxin leaves the body, it raises a man's thingy. Huayin's face turns red when she hears this, and she tells Spicy to stop with the explanation. She wants them to rush back to the 10,000 Poisons Hall, but Spicy reminds her that he still needs to catch a few more. After they have gotten enough, the two return to the Hall of 10,000 Poisons. Spicy then begins to teach the warriors how to formulate the medicine. He starts by telling them that they need to dry the beetle and then grind it into powder. He lets them know that 1/10 of that powder is toxic. He further explains that the poison becomes fatal when 3 milligrams of it are ingested. The warriors are looking at Spicy like he is explaining rocket science to them. Spicy then adds that if a person consumes 3/10 of 1 milligram of the poison per 3.75 kilograms body weight, about half of those who ingest it will die. Spicy then asks the warriors if they will be able to produce the medicine with 1/10 of 1 milligram of the poison, which will roughly amount to 10 drops of liquid. However, the warriors are just so stunned by the explanation that Spicy has given them that their brain almost explodes out of their heads. On the other hand, the team leader understands everything, and he commends Spicy for giving them such a detailed explanation. The team leader is even impressed that Spicy is good with maths, and because of this, he assures Spicy that he is going to make it successful. Spicy is happy to hear this, and he tells the warriors that he is counting on them. All the while, Huayin is just staring at Spicy in amazement. Later that night, Huayin talks to her grandfather about Spicy and the ground beetle. The grandfather is surprised to hear that the beetle has such an effect. He thinks that they need to reevaluate the poisons in the Tang clan's arsenal. In addition to this, the old man is impressed with the fact that Spicy is good with math. Huayin lets him know that Spicy calculated the solution's concentration and estimated it to match the weight of 10 drops of liquid. The grandfather has always believed that he is knowledgeable when it comes to poison, but Spicy's wisdom seems to be on another level than what he knows. The old man tends to be more impressed with Spicy every day. He then asks Huayin if she likes Spicy now than when she first met him. Huayin blushes at the question and admits that she was hasty in the beginning. The old man then tells her that it will all be fine as long as she makes up for it. The grandfather then asks Huayin how Spicy plans to test the medicine once it is ready. Excitedly, Huayin tells her father that Spicy plans to use the clan elders as his test subjects since they are the ones on his neck. Grandfather laughs hard at this, commenting on the fact that Spicy is such an amusing kid. Soon afterward, the medicine was prepared. The leader of the medical staff brings the medicine into the hall where the elders, Spicy, and Huayin's family members are all present. Spicy is presented with the finished product, and he asks the man if he followed his instructions when preparing the medicine. The man says yes and adds the fact that he even blended licorice powder and honey to make it sweeter and easier to consume. Spicy is glad that the man paid attention to even the smallest details. The elders waste no time before raising their faces at Spicy, telling him not to make a big deal out of the medicine. Chil-san then asks Spicy how he plans to prove to everyone that the medicine works. Before Spicy can reply, the elders have already stood up to challenge him. They tell him that he needs to prove it since they cannot send poison with unverified effects to the city lord of Sichuan. The elders believe that it is going to be a major disaster if anything goes wrong. Spicy then plays this to his advantage. He places the medicine in front of the elders and urges them to test the medicine. This shocks the elders as they start asking questions about the constituents of the medicine. When Spicy realizes that the elders are holding back, he reminds Grandfather about what he once told him. Apparently, Grandfather once told him that those who have mastered the martial arts of the Tang clan are never afraid of poison. The grandfather affirms this, and Spicy turns to the elders to ask if they are scared. The elders hear this, and, to avoid getting disgraced by Spicy, they start to boast. They boast that they have nothing to fear when it comes to such an insignificant poison. The elders then tell Spicy that he's going to face some consequences if they swallow the medicine and it doesn't work. With this, the elders consume the medicine, and, without waiting for even a minute, they start making fun of Spicy, telling him that nothing is happening. Suddenly, the medicine kicks in, and it starts to feel like a high voltage of electricity is coursing through their body. The friendly snake under their trousers also raises its head and becomes really hard. That very day, the principles of the clan were altered and the medicine was sent to the city lord of Sichuan. The city lord took it and sent a reply that its effects were excellent. All the elders leave the hall, raising their clothes to hide the hard snake under there. Grandfather then tells Spicy that the elders are a bunch of people who have nothing left except their pride, which is why Spicy was able to play them to his advantage. He adds that their actions come from a place of concern for the clan, and he urges Spicy not to hate them. The two are in the middle of this conversation when Huayin rushes over. With worry all over her face, she tells Spicy that something terrible has happened. When asked what the problem is, Huayin says their children are acting strangely. The moment Grandfather hears this, the atmosphere changes, and he grabs Spicy by the collar. With a scary voice and terrifying aura, he asks Spicy why he has kids. Grandfather wants to know why Spicy has not had his wedding, but yet he has kids. Huayin quickly cuts in, telling her grandfather that she is not talking about human children. She is talking about the spotted centipedes that Spicy is raising. Grandfather hears this and immediately lets Spicy go. On the other hand, Spicy is freaking out. Spicy remembers that he has been leaving the centipedes with Huayin because he has been undergoing physical training sessions lately. Because of how busy he has completely forgotten about the centipedes. He is worried that something is wrong with the centipedes and he immediately demands to see them. Huayin tells him that the centipedes are not with her. Some moments later, the trio gets to where the centipedes are. The centipedes are motionless and they look very pale. Huayin lets Spicy know that the centipedes just dropped off her body like a thud. She says the centipedes were looking fine in the morning, but now she is worried that they might be sick. The centipedes look pale, and their shells seem a bit odd. Just then, Spicy smiles, and he tells Huayin that she has nothing to worry about. She explains that the phenomenon happening to the centipedes is called shedding. Spicy says creatures like centipedes that have hard shells shed them when they grow bigger. And with what Spicy is looking at, he believes that the centipedes are about to shed. Suddenly, one of the centipedes crawls out of its old shell, leaving the trio totally amazed. Without wasting time, the other two start to shed their shells too. Once the centipedes are done shedding, they look clean and twice as big as before. Huayin then asks Spicy if the centipedes have names. This question hits Spicy hard, and he reveals that the centipedes do not. Thinking of quick names, Spicy wants to name them number 1, number 2, and number 3. However, Huayin argues with him on this. She tells him that spotted centipedes are said to turn into dragons after living for 1,000 years. Because of this, Huayin believes that the centipedes need special and dragon-worthy names. Spicy laughs when he hears this. He tells Huayin that there is no way a spotted centipede is going to turn into a dragon, even if it is after 1,000 years. Grandfather then mentions that a 1,000-year-old spotted centipede is called a heavenly dragon. Just as the old man says this, Spicy immediately figures out where Huayin got her misinformation from. Spicy then calms down to think of names for the centipedes, and he manages to come up with something nice. He mentions that the centipedes should be called Nova, Myra, and Grace. He explains that the first one, which is Nova, symbolizes the beginning. The second one is Myra, which means fragrance, and the third one, which is Grace, represents something elegant or gentle. Huayin agrees with the names, since it is the father's responsibility to give children their names. With this, the spotted centipedes finally have a name. One day later, the centipedes cling back to Spicy's body. Spicy admits that the centipedes are much bigger now, which makes them heavier. They used to be about the size of a thick sausage, but after shedding, they have grown as large as a forearm. In addition, the centipedes now coil around Spicy's arms and waist. Spicy is caring for the centipedes when two suspicious guys walk past him. One of them wears what appears to be a white robe, while the other has a big mole on his face. As the two walk past, they talk about the brilliance of the Tang clan and their need to visit a brothel. In their conversation, Spicy hears them talk about how easy it is to make money. Since Spicy didn't get the full context of what the two are saying, he wonders what they are going on about. Soon afterward, Chiosan calls Spicy to tell him that he has some good news to share with him. Apparently, the medicine that they sent to the city lord worked pretty well, and the city lord sent a message of gratitude, and he also included a very generous reward. Spicy is glad to hear this, and Chilson mentions how nice it is for him to be reaping the benefits of Spicy being his son-in-law. Chilson commends Spicy for doing something remarkable, and Spicy tells the man that he is just glad that he could help. As a reward, Chilson says he wants to grant Spicy one of his elixirs. Spicy is immediately interested in this, as it is something that enhances internal energy. Huayin then asks her father what type of elixir he plans to give Spicy. Chiosan reveals that it is not that ordinary because the elixir is the honey of the golden-haired king bee. When Spicy hears this, he figures out that the elixir is nothing but regular honey. However, he heard that internal energy is crucial for becoming a martial master, so he decides to accept it. Just as he is about to thank Cheolsun for the elixir, Huayin cuts in. Huayin scolds her father for giving Spicy just honey as a reward. Cheolsun finds it difficult to answer the question, and Huayin continues with her criticism. She reminds Cheolsun Spicy accomplished a big feat this time around. Since the golden-haired king bee is a mid-level venomous creature, Huayin believes that honey is the lowest grade among the elixirs. She adds that her father is not supposed to be stingy when it comes to rewarding Spicy for something so great. Huayin believes that her father is supposed to give Spicy something that grants at least a year's worth of internal energy. She is disappointed that her father wants to give Spicy an elixir that only provides 2 months' worth of internal energy. In his defense, Cheolsun says the elixir was quite expensive to obtain. However, Huayin doesn't believe that this is an excuse because what Spicy did was much greater. At this point, Cheolsun is already frustrated with the way his daughter is not taking it easy on him. Spicy then asks Cheolsun about the golden-haired king bee. Immediately, Cheolsun starts to smile as he explains that the golden-haired king bee is a mid-tier venomous creature occasionally found in jungles. The golden-haired king bee is as big as a small dog. In addition to this, it is said that consuming its honey grants internal energy, which is equivalent to full months of reclusive meditation. Spicy hears this, and he immediately becomes interested. Huayin tries telling Spicy to calm down, revealing that she is upset on Spicy's behalf. Realizing that his daughter won't let the issue go, Cheolsun reveals that he thought Spicy might want to see the golden-haired king bee in person. As expected, this catches Spicy's attention. He jumps off the chair asking Cheolsun if he can see the king bee in person. Spicy is already imagining harvesting honey by himself. In fact, he is already thinking of a video title and thumbnail given that the situation presented itself in his past life as a streamer. Spicy immediately stands up, ready to go harvest honey. He tells Cheolsun that when it comes to bees, he is an expert. Cheolsun is also glad that Spicy likes the idea. Huayin can only sit and watch as the two rush out of the room together. With this, Spicy's journey to harvest honey begins. Cheolsun provided them with premium information, believing that there wouldn't be competition. But this didn't prove to be the case. They arrive at the location where the bees are to find 3 other sects fighting for ownership of who will harvest the honey. The sects all argue with each other, with the individual parties claiming that they bought the information. During the conversation, Spicy hears that the sects bought their information from a guy with scruffy hair and a mole on his face. Just then, it occurs to Spicy that the suspicious guys he saw some days ago are the cause of the commotion. Apparently, the two went around selling information everywhere. Tired of hearing them argue, Huayin interferes. The sects see this, and fear grips them as they wonder what the Tung clan is doing in the area. Spicy cannot believe that his peaceful honey harvesting trip is about to become something else. Before coming on the trip, Cheolsun had told Spicy that he needed to be careful since this was his journey. He urged Spicy not to forget who he is, now that he is a member of the clan. Surprisingly, Cheolsun lets Spicy know that he will be the one leading the honey hunting party. Cheolsun wants Spicy to lead the party so that he can learn how to manage others. Spicy is shocked to hear this, and he tries pointing to Huayin, but Cheolsun reminds Spicy that Huayin is his partner. Since Huayin is his partner, he holds the same authority that Huayin holds in the clan. Even though Spicy is nervous, Huayin assures him that he will do great things and the fact she is also there to help him on the way. Spicy excitedly says he will do his best, but getting to the honey gathering location, he is facing something else. Since this is his first time, Spicy has no idea what to do. He turns to the unit leader, Wolgang, asking him if they should share information with the other sects. However, Wolgang is already pissed that someone even shared their information in the first place. Huayin also adds that whoever shared the information must be really brave and stupid. This gets her angry, and a green aura swirls around her body to show that she is not messing around. With this, the arguing sects recognize her as the poisonous flower of the 3 flowers of Murim. The sects realize that they are going to be in big trouble if they continue to push their luck. The Central Wind sect is the first to withdraw, revealing that they have no intentions of interfering with the Sichuan Tang clan's business. The Noble Origin sect also withdraws from the scene. Lastly, the White Jade Ghost Slayer sect pulls out but promises to skin the rat who sold them information if they ever catch him. Without further delay, the sects make a run for it. Spicy then realizes how dangerous the Tang clan is and why no one wants to mess with them. Spicy asks Wolgang if the situation has been resolved, but Wolgang is not sure. He suspects that the sects wouldn't back off so easily, and it seems his intuition is right since the sects are still hiding in the area. Wolgang then suggests that the party set up camp and take shifts keeping watch. Since the sects might be hiding and waiting for the right moment, Wolgang tells Gupai to go find where the sects are hiding. Spicy looks worried and Huayin notices this, so she tells him that everything will be fine. Later, Spicy, Huayin, and Wolgang locate the hive of the golden-haired king bees. Excitement is written all over Spicy's face as he watches the bees fly in and out of the hive. Huayin also mentions that the bees are quite big since this is her first time seeing one. The trio starts talking about how cute and fluffy the bees are. Just then, Spicy mentions that the bees' colony seems small, and he wonders if the bees are just a few hundred. He then remembers their size and realizes that this might be while there are not many bees in the colony. Wolgang and Huayin are confused about what Spicy is saying. Spicy then explains that a small hive usually has about 5,000 to 7,000 bees, but this brings another question from the two. The two are surprised that Spicy can figure out how many bees are in the colony without entering the hive. Spicy then reveals that he can estimate the number of bees in the hive by observing how many bees go in and out of the entrance. Just then, Gupai returns, and he tells Wolgang that he has located the unorthodox sect's hideout. Gupai reveals that the sects have set up camp on the opposite side, and this is what Wolgang suspected from the start. Gupai says the thugs are not doing anything worth noting, but he is sure that if something happens, they will definitely make a move. Wolgang then suggests that they wait till nightfall to harvest the honey using the Tang clan's method. Spicy is curious about this and he asks Wolgang about it. Wolgang explains that if they burn migwort leaves, the smoke will calm the bees, and during that time they will get the chance to harvest honey. Spicy agrees that the method is quite an interesting one, but Gupai spoils the mood when he tells them that the wind is blowing toward them. Just then, something crazy hits Spicy. Since the wind is blowing toward them, he believes that it would mask their scent. Huayin agrees to this, and this is when Spicy says something crazy. He reveals his desire to take the chance to go for a quick visit to the hive. Huayin tries to tell him that the golden-haired king bee is a mid-level venomous creature, which makes it dangerous, but Spicy's mind is made up. Spicy stands up and tries running toward the hive, but Huayin drags him. As the two struggle with each other, they push over a small rock that ends up rolling into the cave. Immediately, the two realize that they have messed up. Fear grips them, and just as expected, the bees come out of the hive in attack mode. Thankfully, the two manage to escape the situation, but afterward, they get scolded. Later on, Spicy sits alone to think about the situation. He thinks about lighting a fire against the wind, but realizes that they will be caught between the unorthodox sects and the bees. Spicy finally admits that the golden-haired king bee is a bit different from the bees he knows. The golden-haired bees are so dangerous that they can detect ground vibrations over 30 meters away. Spicy is still in the middle of his thoughts when Huayin shows up. She tells Spicy that the centipedes have finished their meal, but they are trying to wander, which is why she brought them to Spicy. Spicy thanks Huayin, and in no time the centipedes cling to their father's body. Huayin and Spicy then sit close to each other, and Huayin asks him if there is any progress yet. Spicy mentions that he needs to observe a bit more. Huayin then apologizes to Spicy for putting too much pressure on him. She urges him to take his time and think it through. However, Spicy doesn't feel pressured at all. Just then, Huayin sees two monkeys close to the old tree that the bees use as their hive. She calls Spicy's attention to it, and it seems the monkeys are trying to fight. The two are worried about this, but suddenly Spicy perceives a sweet smell. Suddenly, it hits Spicy that the scent he is perceiving can be attributed to pheromones. With fear written all over him, Spicy tells Huayin that they need to run away from the scene because the bees are about to swarm. Huayin doesn't fully understand the situation, but doesn't argue with Spicy. She grabs Spicy, and in just a leap, Huayin puts a good distance between them and the hive. Upon reaching a safe distance, they look back to see something scary and horrific. The bees have attacked the two monkeys fighting near their hive and unalived the monkeys. All that is left are the swollen bodies of the monkeys. Huayin is glad that they managed to leave just in time. She then turns to Spicy, asking him how he knew that the golden-haired king bees were about to attack. Spicy explains that the scent gave it up. Huayin then remembers the sweet scent that Spicy mentioned before they ran. Surprisingly, Huayin knows what type of scent is, and this leaves Spicy shocked. He asks Huayin if she recognizes the scent from earlier, and Huayin says no. Apparently, the magnolia flower has the exact same scent as what they smelled earlier. As expected, Spicy thinks about something crazy. He grabs Huayin, telling her that he has found a way to wipe out the unorthodox sects who are after his precious honeybees. To make things worse, Spicy says this with his usual wicked expression. Meanwhile, the unorthodox are seen drinking and having fun. They mention the fact that the Tang clan is not doing anything. Since the clan has not done anything worth noting for days, they believe that they will soon make a move. One of them then asks if beehives can really fetch them. His subordinates mock him, asking him if he has been living under a rock. He reveals that candles made from beeswax of the golden-haired king bee are treasures used exclusively by the imperial family. He is certain that the Tang clan will only take the honey leaf. With this, the remaining beehives will be left for them to take. However, the sects don't mind if the Tang clan's bee unit is wiped out. Surprisingly, the thugs have their eyes on Huayin. They know how dangerous she is, and they plan to keep an eye on her. In addition to this, they want to make sure that Huayin doesn't die because their delusional mind makes them believe that they can have something with her. They are already imagining one of them becoming a son-in-law in the Tang clan. Suddenly, the sweet smell hit the group, and while they were trying to figure out what the smell was, they heard a buzzing sound closing down on them. Before they realize what is happening, hundreds of golden-haired king bees descend on them. The thugs make a run for it, but their speed is no match for the bees. They all get caught, and the only thing that can be heard in the distance is their call for help. By the time the bees are done, all that is left is their swollen bodies. Surrounding the area where the thugs are attacked are crushed flowers. Huayin is shocked to see that Spicy's plan worked. All of the bees are moving in the same direction, and Huayin is forced to ask Spicy what he did. Huayin least expected the bees to be furious over the scent of flowers. Spicy then reveals that the bees are furious because he told them to attack on a full scale. This confuses Huayin further because all Spicy did was crush some flowers and fruits and then sprinkle the juice around. Spicy explains that it was the scent that triggered an attack order. Spicy mentions that pheromone is a chemical signal used by animals of the same species to communicate, especially social insects like ants and wasps. Bees heavily rely on pheromones, and the one Spicy utilized is the exact scent bees release when they launch a full-scale attack. The particular pheromone is called isoamyl acetate. Huayin is surprised to learn that the magnolia's flowers emit the same scent that bees use to signal an attack. On the other hand, Spicy is impressed that Huayin is able to recognize the scent. Huayin reveals that the Tang clan specializes in poisons, so it is imperative that she is sensitive to scents. Since the bees are out attacking, Spicy suggests that they enter the hive so that they can harvest the golden-haired king bee's honey. Spicy, Huayin, and Wolgang then head into the cave. Upon entering, the trio is blown away by how big the hive is. Looking at how amazing the hive is, Wolgang says it is good that the bees have left. they do not need to burn the Migfort leaves to calm the bees. Just then, Spicy takes a good look at the hive and realizes that something is amiss. He tells Huayin and Wolgang that there is no honey in the hive. Wolgang doesn't want to believe this until he takes a better look at the hive. It is totally empty with nothing inside, leaving the trio worried. Wolgang mentions that something has never happened, which makes it strange. Just then, Spicy realizes something else. It turns out that there are no eggs in the hive either. Wolgang then asks if this has something to do with the hive being empty of honey. Spicy then reveals that the bees were preparing to migrate, and this is why the bees consumed all the stored honey and carried it in their stomachs. Spicy believes that the bees are migrating because they sensed too many human presences in the area. In addition to this, bees tend to stop laying eggs when they are preparing to migrate since they do not have the capacity to care for larvae. Just then, Spicy spots something interesting in the corner of the hive. His face lights up when he hears this, and he asks Wolgang something interesting. Wearing his usual scary face, Spicy asks Wolgang about his mobility arts. He wants to know how long Wolgang can run without resting. Wolgang replies that he can run steadily for about half a day. Wolgang then asks Spicy why he needs the information, but before he can answer, Gupai shows up, telling them that the golden-haired king bees are returning to the hive. He suggests that they leave immediately, since the bees are closing in already. Spicy then reaches into the corner of the hive where he was staring, and he pulls something from there. Huayin immediately grabs him, and they all run out of the hive. Tucked inside Spicy's clothes is something yellow of unknown origin. When they finally make it to camp, Huayin spots the yellow thing in Spicy's clothes, and she asks him what he is carrying. With a bright smile on his face, Spicy reveals that he is holding the queen bee of the golden-haired king bees. Since there is no honey, Spicy stole the one bee that can make it. The moment Wolgang and Huayin figure out what Spicy is holding in his hand, fear grips them. They scream at the top of their lungs just to show how scared they are. Spicy smiles and tells Wolgang that the bees will soon figure out that their queen is missing and without doubt start chasing them. He suggests that they start to run. Apparently, this is why Spicy was asking Wolgang how long he can run if he is using his mobility arts. After a few days of running, the bees are still after the group. Gupai is carrying Spicy on his back while they try to run from the angry bees. Spicy pets the sad queen bee, telling her that she is taking her somewhere that people won't bother her. For the past 3 days that they have been running, the group has pushed themselves to their limits by reducing sleep and fully exerting their mobility arts. Because of this, most of them are already tired, but the bees are not backing off. As the chase continues, some members of the unit fall behind. With the way everyone is running, Spicy decides that mobility arts will be the first thing he will learn when he returns home. One by one, members of the unit keep dropping like flies. However, they seem to be safe since the queen bee is getting far away from them. 3 more days after this, Gupai also falls down from exhaustion. He apologizes to Spicy, telling him that this is the farthest that he can go. With this, Huayin tells Spicy that she is going to carry him. Spicy offers to run by himself, but Huayin assures him that she can do it. Spicy is worried because even Huayin looks totally exhausted. Huayin assures Spicy that she can do it since the members of the Tang clan do not give up. Some days later, Huayin and Spicy make it to the gate of the estate. Huayin is completely exhausted from running, and Spicy is the one trying to hold her up. The guards immediately raise the alarm for the arrival of the two, and the family members come out to meet them. Chilsun rushes to his exhausted daughter, and he angrily asks Spicy what is going on. Spicy tells Chilsun to calm down because Huayin is simply exhausted after using her mobility arts for 10 days without a break. Spicy then adds that they have no time to waste as they need to hurry to the training grounds. Grandfather is confused to hear this, as he doesn't know why they need to go to the training grounds. Spicy then unveils the queen bee of the golden-haired bees that is in his clothes. He tells them that other bees will swarm them soon, and this is why they need to head to the ancient tree in the training grounds. Grandfather laughs when he hears this, as he realizes that Spicy has gone and outdone himself again. Even Chilsun is surprised to see this. He mentions that he only asked Spicy to fetch honey, but somehow he is back with the queen bee of the golden-haired bees. To avoid wasting time, Grandfather grabs Spicy and they leap toward the training grounds. Spicy looks back and realizes that the bees are closing in already. Even Grandfather cannot believe that such a huge number of bees have been chasing them. Grandfather then increases speed, and in no time they reach the training grounds. Spicy then rushes to the ancient tree, and he shows the queen bee the opening in the tree where they can start a new hive. Spicy smiles at the queen bee while trying to figure out if she likes it. The queen bee flies inside to check it and comes back smiling, letting Spicy know that she is down to live there. Grandfather then suggests that they leave since the bees are almost there. Spicy and Grandfather step away, and immediately the bees start rushing into the tree to check on their queen. With this, Spicy considers his mission to capture the golden-haired queen bee a success. Later on, they gave sugar water to the golden-haired king bees that had been exhausted from chasing down Spicy and his team. Spicy does this to gain the favor of the bees, since bonds are built over food, and goodwill begins with a meal. While the king bees are drinking, Chilson and the rest of the family just stand there to watch in amazement. Spicy is glad that this new world has something close to refined sugar, which he added to the water to make it sweet. By doing this, he knows the bees will grow less wary of him and the rest of the family. Spicy even wants the bees to start recognizing him as their master to make things better. Suddenly it occurs to Spicy that he has not seen Huayin. He turns to Cheolsan to ask him, and Cheolsan looks at him with a disappointed expression, scolding him for just remembering his partner. Cheolsan reveals that he has asked Huayin to be taken to her mother so she can rest. He then asks Spicy if Huayin truly used mobility arts from the forest to the estate, and Spicy says yes. Shaken in fear, Spicy asks his father-in-law to forgive him while telling him that they only managed 4 hours of sleep a day. The rest of the day was spent running from the persistent bees. Grandfather then asks Spicy where the rest of the unit is. Spicy replies that they have all collapsed on the way. Later on, it is revealed that the members of the unit returned safely to their families. Spicy visits Huayin in her room when she wakes up, and the two start talking about the bees. Spicy reveals that the bees are currently gathering nectar from the poisonous flowers of Tangclan Mountain. Suddenly, Gupai comes running into the room, calling Spicy's name. He tells Spicy that he needs to come outside immediately. Gupai tells Spicy that something seems to be wrong with the golden-haired king bees. Gupai assumes that the bees are searching for something. Without wasting time, Spicy steps out of the house to check on the king bees. The moment the king bees spot Spicy, they all fly toward him. Before anyone knows what is happening, the bees lift Spicy off the ground. The bees then fly him to the ancient tree. Spicy remains confused until he realizes that the bees are trying to tell him to enter the hive. Upon entering, Spicy is impressed with what they have done with the place. They have built part of the hive, and they are also working hard to gather honey. Just then, the queen bee approaches Spicy. Spicy allows the queen bee to rest on his hand, believing that the bee wants him to lift her. Spicy then notices that he can't move his body because the king bees are holding on to him. Suddenly, the queen moves closer to Spicy and locks lips with him. In the process, she releases something inside his mouth. Spicy suddenly feels something coming over him. Once the queen has done this, the king bees fly away from Spicy. The queen bee also removes her mouth from Spicy's. This is when Spicy realizes that his first kiss is coming from the queen bee. Just as he is about to start scolding the bee, something takes over his body and he falls to the ground in pain. Unable to move and in pain, he stares at the queen bee, asking her what she fed him. Spicy coughs out liquid from his mouth, and in addition to the strange sensation that has taken over him, his body starts to overheat. He screams in pain and continues to ask the queen what she fed him, but the queen bee just continues to stare at him like an innocent, cute baby. Huayin finally finds Spicy and rushes him to Grandfather. As Spicy slowly loses consciousness, he hears Huayin telling Grandfather that Spicy must have swallowed a really potent elixir. Grandfather hears and steps up to guide Spicy's chi. When Spicy finally wakes up, he sees Huayin beside him, but he doesn't recognize where he is. Huayin then tells him that he is in the medical hall of the Tang clan. Huayin explains that when they saw him being dragged away by the king bees, she and Grandfather rushed over, and when they got there, he had already collapsed, which is why they brought him to the medical hall. She then asks Spicy if he remembers what happened. Spicy buries his head in his palm when he realizes that his first kiss came from the queen bee. Huayin gets worried again, asking if Spicy is fine. She intends to call Grandfather, but Spicy assures her that he is good. He then reveals that the queen bee fed him the same food that she ate, which is what caused him to go unconscious. Huayin asked what it was that the queen bee fed him, and because Spicy doesn't know exactly what to call it, he calls it the king bee elixir. Huayin is confused by the name king bee elixir, and Spicy explains that the worker bees gather nectar and pollen for their sustenance. It is only worker bees that have dedicated their lives to labor, get to eat nectar and pollen. Huayin then asks Spicy what the queen bee herself eats. Spicy starts another round of explanation with this. He tells her that from the moment the queen bee is born and until it dies, the queen bee feeds exclusively on the king bee elixir made by the worker bees. To put it practically, Spicy believes that the jelly that the queen bee forcefully fed him is the royal jelly. The royal jelly is basically the food that the queen eats throughout her entire life. Spicy then mentions another thing. He says the king bee elixir has a special effect. Since ordinary worker bees live a short life of about a month and a half, the queen bee gets to live up to 60 times longer just by consuming the king bee elixir. Huayin is shocked when she hears this, and she then says something has been quite confusing to them. But now that Spicy has explained things, the mystery is solved. Hua Yin tells Spicy that the internal cultivation method that he practiced is the 5 poisons returning technique, which is just a novice technique. This is why Spicy couldn't absorb the full power of the elixir. However, given the fact that the golden-haired king bee honey is said to contain 2 months' worth of internal energy, Spicy has just absorbed 60 times that amount. This basically means Spicy now has 10 years' worth of internal energy in him. Hua Yin congratulates him on this lucky encounter, and Spicy heaves a sigh of fresh breath to reel in everything that he has heard. Hua Yin then urges Spicy to take a look at the mirror when he is free, because the elixir has impacted him with other effects. Spicy is confused when he hears this, but he is left stunned when he finally decides to look at himself in the mirror. He has gotten more muscular, and his skin is so soft and smooth. Suddenly, Spicy remembers that he was fed by the queen bee, and he might be turning into a woman. This stupid imagination freaks him out. Spicy doesn't forget to check out the snake under his trousers, and he heaves a sigh of relief to find it where it is supposed to be. He remembers Hua Yin telling him that it was grandfather who guided his chi, and realizes that he needs to thank the old man. Spicy steps out of his quarters, and as he walks down the streets of the estate, he realizes that people are staring at him more than before. He wonders if this is because his internal energy has increased, but when he sees that girls are also stalking him, Spicy runs away. Spicy then heads to the clan's restaurant house. The entire family is present in the room, and Spicy joins them. Hua Yin's mother is impressed by Spicy's transformation and comments on the fact that her son-in-law now looks more handsome. She asks him if he is feeling good, and he says yes. He apologizes for causing the woman to worry, but she lets him know that everything worked out well in the end. She even takes a dig at Hua Yin, saying she must be jealous that Spicy's skin is better than hers. Spicy finally joins them at the dining table, and while the workers serve them, Cholson asks Spicy how he is feeling. Spicy lets the man know that he is better. He then expresses his gratitude to grandfather for taking good care of him. Everyone at the table is curious to know more about what happened to Spicy, and they ask him to share. Cheol-san confesses that he has heard a bit about the king bee elixir from Hua Yin, but he wants to hear from the horse's mouth himself. Spicy reveals that the golden-haired queen bee must have liked her new home, and in return she decides to reward him for his kindness. This is why he was dragged into the hive and fed the king bee elixir. Grandfather is shocked to hear that mid-level venomous creatures also know how to show gratitude. Grandfather then asks if there is any other way to acquire the king bee elixir again, since it is going to really benefit the Tang clan. Cheolson agrees with this, saying the king bees alone are an incredible asset, but their elixir would be extraordinary. Hua Yin's mother also gets involved in the conversation, asking Spicy if he can get more of the elixir. Even Hua Yin wants to know if Spicy can obtain the elixir. Spicy then takes a minute to think about it. He knows that if he were dealing with regular bees, he could create multiple queen cells, which are chambers for the queen bees, and then trick the worker bees into producing royal jelly. However, he knows this will go horribly wrong if they try to pull the same trick on intelligent creatures like the golden-haired king bees. The bees would turn them into hives if they tried to play smart. Spicy then remembers that royal jelly is baby food produced by the worker bees, but what he was fed came directly from the queen bee herself. He realizes that what he was fed must have been something totally different. Spicy decides to be honest with the family, and he tells them that getting the elixir is quite impossible. This shocks them as they start to question Spicy as to why it is impossible. Spicy replies that even if anyone could eat it, he doesn't think anyone would want to. Cheol-san immediately assumes that Spicy is talking about the taste or smell, but Spicy says it is not about these. He explains that the king bee elixir comes directly from the queen bee's mouth, and the only way to get this is to receive it through direct contact with the queen bee herself. Spicy further adds that the method involves forming bonds by pressing lips together, with the queen bee's tongue entering the recipient's mouth to transfer the elixir. Everyone is shocked to hear that the recipient needs to have a lip-to-lip with the queen bee and even feel her tongue. With this, Cheol-san realizes that the elixir cannot be obtained. Spicy was only able to obtain it because he was favored by the queen bee herself, which is basically impossible for anyone else. Hua Yin finally understands what Spicy has been saying, and she angrily throws her chopsticks on the table. In rage, she turns to look at Spicy. She cannot believe that Spicy kissed the queen bee. Elsewhere, Alliance leader Ju Junghak is enjoying a cup of local tea in his estate when he receives a visit from his subordinate, General Jigul Hu. Jigul Hu apologizes for coming late, but lets Ju Junghak know that he is there to tell him something quite important. Jigul informs Ju about the letter he received from the Sichuan Tang clan. Jigul places a scroll on the table and tells Ju Junghak that the Tang clan has eliminated Tak Unyang and also retrieved his manual of the bloodhand poison art. Ju Junghak hears this and angrily smashes his hand on the table, wondering how the Tang clan was able to get their hands on something so horrifying. Ju Junghak talks about how Tak Unyang vanished years ago after he was struck by Cheol-san's father. He later drifted to Hainan Island and lived there in seclusion. Jaegil then tells Ju Yoonghak the crazy side of the story. He lets him know that Tak Eunyoung was defeated by a young warrior. Yoonghak cannot believe his ears when he learns that Tak fell to a young poison master with little experience. Since the tale surrounding the entire thing is interesting, Jaegil proceeds to tell Ju Yoonghak more. Now at the Tong clan's Patriarch Hall, they learn about the fact that the Tong clan information is being sold. This gets the elders really mad, and even Spicy notices this. Hwayin lets him know that the elders might be branches of the family, but this affects them as much, which is why they are quite mad. Cheolsun tells the elders that he has requested the Beggars sect to ascertain the identities of these people and is waiting for a reply. Cheolsun also plans to visit the Yingchuan office concerning the issue. When asked how he plans to handle the case, Cheolsun tells the elders that he plans to finish off the offenders in a very cruel manner by using different types of poisons, like soul-annihilating poison, blood-flaming poison, and intestine-disabling poison. Spicy is terrified when he hears about the cocktail of poisons that Cheolsun plans to use. Without wasting time, Cheolsun summons the Poison Annihilation Unit since they need to leave immediately. Shortly afterward, Cheolsun and the Annihilation Unit prepare to leave. Cheolsun tells Spicy to take care of things while he is gone, and Spicy acknowledges the order, telling Cheolsun to be careful on his journey. However, Cheolsun thinks his enemies should be the ones to worry. With this, Cheolsun and his scary unit dressed like ninjas leave the house. Spicy then asks about the men in the Annihilation Unit, saying he has never seen them before. Hwayin then replies that the men are a special unit assigned to handle slightly rough work. This means their primary responsibility is to eliminate people, and this is why they are called the Poison Annihilation Unit. Spicy can't believe that Hwayin just referred to their task of taking out brutal people as slightly rough. More of an understatement, he thinks. Just then, Spicy hears the elders calling for his attention. The elders mention Spicy's recent lucky encounter, and he assumes that they are talking about the royal jelly from the golden-haired king bees. However, the elders tell him that they want to ask him for a small favor, which is why they have summoned him. He asks them if it concerns the golden-haired king bees, but the elders say no. The elders assure Spicy that they are not so low as to start going after things that are not theirs. Spicy then asks them what they need from him. To prevent any other person from hearing, Spicy is called closer and they whisper in his ear. It turns out that the elders want the ground beetle medicine, and since Spicy is the one who made it, he has authority over it. Spicy finally realizes why the elders are so shy to speak. He agrees to give them the medicine that they want, but lets them know that there is a condition to it. Since he has been having issues adjusting to life in the Tang clan, he wants the elders to assist him in various ways that they can. Without hesitation, the elders assure him that from that moment forward, he has their support, and they also urge him to live comfortably without worry. Spicy is glad to hear this from the elders, and as a reward, he gives them one medicine each. While the elders are rejoicing, Hwayin watches them in confusion as she tries to figure out what they are smiling about. Suddenly, Gupai shows up, telling Grandfather that there is a serious problem at hand. Apparently, the city lord is on the verge of death. Everyone is shocked to hear this, and Spicy asks if it is about the ground beetle medicine. Gupai reveals that the problem is with the ground beetle medicine. After experiencing the excellent effects of the medicine, the city lord took a new concubine and began consuming twice more than the recommended amount. Spicy is horrified when he hears this, and Grandfather realizes that he needs to leave to attend to the city lord. Since Spicy is the only man left in the house, Grandfather tells him to protect the women. Spicy acknowledges this without wasting any more minutes. Grandfather rushes down to check on the city lord. Later that night, Spicy and Hwayin sit together at the training grounds. Hwayin asks him about his training, and Spicy lets her know that he is adapting pretty well. Essentially, he thinks of the 5 Venoms technique as a large orb moving within his body, but the 10 Poisons dual origin art is more like a twin-cylinder engine. Hwayin is assured that Spicy should be resistant to poisons, and in addition to this, he should be able to imbue chi into objects. Spicy has never done this before, and he decides to try it out. He picks a blade, stands in front of a dummy, imbues it with chi, then throws it. With a green aura surrounding him and the blade travels with force and precision. It hits the dummy and tears it apart. While Spicy is rejoicing that he managed to do it, there are some enemy ninjas close by. The blade that was thrown by Spicy almost hit them, and they are terrified, believing that they have been discovered. However, the ninjas come to the conclusion that it was just a coincidence. Apparently, the ninjas invaded the compound under everybody's noses and stole a copy of the hand poison art's secret manual. Just as they are about to make their escape, they smell a sweet scent. And before they realize what is happening, a golden-haired king bee descends on them, causing them to panic. The panic catches Spicy and Hwayin's attention, relatively giving away the invader's position. Without hesitation, Huayin goes after the ninjas while telling Spicy to fire the arrow to signal the presence of intruders. Huayin unleashes her whip as she approaches the three ninjas. Even though Huayin threw the whip with so much precision, the ninjas were able to dodge it, leaving her shocked. Huayin has now caught herself between the three ninjas. One of them charges at her with Spicy screaming at her to be careful. She manages to block the attack using her whip, and then she retaliates in a very fast-paced manner, giving the ninja no chance to react. He gets hit in the face by Huayin's whip, and this manages to take him down. With one of the ninjas down, the other two make a run for it. To avoid interrogation, the ninja that was defeated by Huayin bit down on poison and unalived himself. By now, everyone in the estate has woken up to the alert that there are intruders in the compound. Huayin immediately organizes a pursuit team to go after the escaping ninjas. She also tells Spicy to follow her, and this includes Gupai. In no time, the pursuit team is seen running through the woods, trying to catch the ninjas. Gupai tells his team that it is imperative that the ninjas are caught by all means. Spicy is also trying his best to keep up with the pursuit team, and suddenly, he falls into a small hole. Gupai has no choice but to stop to check on the guy. Just as he is being dragged out of the hole, Spicy turns back to see that he has fallen into a den of snakes. Gupai tells him that snakes often gather where yin qi is strong. In addition, Gupai says the snakes are aggressive in the current season, urging Spicy to be careful. Spicy then notices that the snakes are hostile, which is a bit odd since he recognizes the kind of snakes that they are. They are the tiger-striped water snakes, which are also known as the flower snake, and from what he knows, the snakes are not usually hostile. Gupai manages to get Spicy out of the snake hole before he is bitten. Spicy apologizes for slowing them down, and immediately, the chase begins again. The chase lasted for some time before Gupai and his men finally cornered the ninjas at a rocky side. Gupai tells his men to form an encirclement and go after the intruders. The Tang clan then charges toward the intruders, who are now ready to stand their ground. They use short blades, throwing knives, and all sorts of weapons to try and take each other out. One of Gupai's men falls to the attack from the intruders, but the fight is far from over. The fight gets even more intense, and Gupai manages to stick one of the ninjas with his poisoned blade. Gupai lets the ninja know that he is lucky the rain has reduced the potency of the poison on his blade. With this, Gupai and his men have successfully taken out the other intruders, leaving the only one Gupai stuck with his blade. In the back, Spicy is attending to the wounded clan members who can still receive help. Just as Gupai and his men close down on the wounded intruder, they suddenly hear a voice from above the mountainside, talking about how Gupai and his men are nothing but pitiful insects. Gupai is still asking who he is when the man behind the voice reveals himself. He crashes right in front of them, leaving a destroyed surface beaming with a red aura. Everything about the unknown man screams danger, and Gupai recognizes this. He immediately tells his men to fall back because the person standing in front of them is a martial master. The man laughs and then asks his subordinate if he was able to retrieve what they went for. The ninja says yes, but lets boss know that it is not the original copy. Spicy sees the book and recognizes this. He once saw grandfather reading it and talking about how only bad people look at the book. He immediately tells Gupai that the book the intruders have stolen is a copy of the Blood Hand Poison Arts secret manual. Gupai is shocked to hear this, and rage takes over him. On the other hand, the martial master laughs as he takes a look at the book. He admits that the book doesn't contain everything that he is looking for, but it will suffice. Since Gupai and the others want to know who he is, the martial master decides to announce himself and the return of his sect. He then gives his subordinate the free rein to unleash the martial arts of the cult. He also adds that none of the Tang clan members should be left alive. The ninja affirms this and immediately gets down to business. He stretches out his hand and starts to absorb blood from the fallen warriors. This shocks Spicy and the rest of the team, leaving them horrified. However, Gupai seems to recognize the technique. This is when the martial master finally reveals his name and the name of his cult. He is the blood cult elder of the Bloodhawk Dagger Claw, and his name is Guchonak. Suddenly, Guchonak turns his attention to Spicy, and he licks his tongue to show how much he wants to get his hands on Spicy. He claims that it has been far too long since he tasted the untainted blood of the young, but it is finally time now that he has Spicy in his sights. Cheonak then tells his subordinate, Hyolyong, to capture Spicy. Immediately, the two charge toward the Tang clan members. To put themselves in a better position, Gupai tells his unit to unleash the 5 poison annihilation formations. Gupai has already figured out that Cheonak is after Spicy, and he urges his team to make sure that they make this impossible. Cheonak laughs when he hears this, telling Gupai that he wants to see how he plans to stop him. Cheonak launches into the air and comes down with a powerful force that leaves his landing area totally destroyed. Even those at the back, including Spicy, feel the effect of Cheonak's landing. Gu tells Spicy to run, but it is too late. Hyolong gets to Spicy using Cheonak's attack as a distraction. He holds a knife to Spicy's neck, telling him to stay put because the leader wants his blood. Realizing that his movement is restricted, Spicy orders Grace, Myra, and Nova to bite Hyolong. Immediately, the centipedes kick into action and they bite him. This distracts him just in time for Huayin to show up and push a blade into the guy's head. The centipedes return to Spicy, and he smiles as he sees Huayin and 2 elders charging toward him. Huayin notices that Gupai and his team have implemented the 5 poison annihilation formation, and she immediately deduces that something serious is going on. Gupai then screams to inform her that a blood cult elder has launched an attack on them. Immediately, Huayin hears this. She realizes the severity of the situation and orders everyone to assist Gupai. Since there is reinforcement, the team plans to transform the 5 poison annihilation formation into the 9 poison annihilation formation. Cheonak now has himself surrounded, and he finally realizes that Spicy was the one who defeated Tak Unyang. Cheonak makes fun of the dead Tak Unyang, saying he is overrated since he was bitten to death by centipedes. One of the Tang clan members then tells Cheonak to shut it because he is also going to join Tak Unyang. Cheonak then unleashes a very terrible and scary aura, daring the team to come at him if they can. The fight escalates, but none of the fighters can get a good grip on Cheonak. He beats the Tang clan members around like it is nothing. Spicy attends to the wounded warriors while coming to the horrible realization that they are no match for Cheonak. The clan members are getting exhausted while Cheonak, on the other hand, sucks up blood, then replenishes himself with it. Spicy is still thinking about this when Huayin gets thrown into a tree right behind him. Huayin grunts in pain, causing Spicy to seriously worry about her. He rushes over to her and realizes that she is more injured than he thinks. She coughs up blood while telling Spicy to return to the estate to bring reinforcements to join the fight. Spicy realizes that Huayin is making sense since there is nothing he can do. Even Wolgang screams at Spicy, telling him to run back to the manor. They promise to hold off Cheonak while Spicy is gone. Spicy agrees to do it, promising to return as fast as he can. However, he is doubtful of his mobility arts. He knows it is weak, and this makes him question if he is going to make it in time. Just then, Huayin hugs him, telling him that it is fine. She lets him know that he is capable since he has been training hard all this time. With a smile on her face, Huayin tells him that they should go get poisons together after they make it out of here. After she finishes saying these sweet words to Spicy, Huayin returns to join her comrades in battle. Since everyone is counting on him, Spicy has no choice but to start running back to the manor. Suddenly, he trips on a stone and falls over. He hits the ground so hard that he feels the pain all over. However, this knocks some sense into him. He realizes that his mobility art is weak, which means it is going to take him at least half a day at full speed to get to the manor. In addition to this, Cheolsun, grandfather, and most of the clan's experienced fighters are all away. Even if he manages to get to the manor on time and calls for reinforcements, there is no way that they are going to make it in time. This is when the harsh realization of things dawns on him. Spicy realizes that Huayin and the others sent him away to save him. He wonders why they did this. He doesn't know if it is because he is the youngest or the weakest. However, he remembers Cheolsun telling him that he is now a member of the family. Spicy thinks about the word family and comes to terms with the fact that he hasn't put too much meaning into the word before. In some way, he didn't believe in the fact that he was truly part of the Tang clan. He then realizes that everyone from the top to the last person in the clan already considered him to be part of their family. While everyone sees him as a member of the family, Spicy is too dumb to notice. Spicy lets off a really good smile with the realization that the Tang clan, a family of assassins, actually cares about him. Even the centipedes are in agreement with this. Spicy then stands up from where he is with the determination to save Huayin. Spicy turns back and starts running toward the battlefield. On his way, he starts thinking of a way to help, and this is when he remembers the venomous snakes from before. He arrives at the snake den just in time, and he tells the centipedes to wait behind while he deals with the snakes. Without hesitation, Spicy jumps into the snake den with the determination to handle things the Spicy Fabre way. Spicy explains that the flower snake is an extremely venomous snake, but unlike vipers, which have hooked fangs at the front of their mouths, the flower snake has small venomous fangs located in the molar region, making venom injection difficult for them. Even with this, their bites hurt pretty badly, and in terms of toxicity, they are the most venomous land snake in East Asia. Their venom is so potent that it is said to rival that of the black mamba. As Spicy lands in the snake's den, he hopes that the Tang clan's internal energy techniques that he has learned will help him gain resistance to the snake's venom. Spicy allows himself to get bitten on the hand severally by the snakes. After receiving what he thinks is enough, he decides that it is time to leave. However, something unprecedented happens. One of the snakes curls around his neck and tries to bite him in the face. Thankfully, the centipedes jump in to get the snake off him. Grace even goes as far as attacking the snakes just to punish them for trying to come after her father. Spicy then calls on Grace to have some pity on the snakes. This simply tells Spicy that Grace, the youngest, is the toughest among them. He pats Grace on the head and then decides that it is time for them to go save their mother. Meanwhile, Hua-Yin and the team are still having a hard time with Cheonak. Hua-Yin has seen the trajectory of the fight, and she knows that they are going to get wiped out with the way things are going. Cheonak is not taking it easy with the clan members as he strangles them and sucks out their body liquid. He doesn't even feel any resistance from them as he declares that fighting them is too easy. Hua-Yin and the team are now being cautious in engaging Cheonak since he is too dangerous for them to handle. In her thoughts, Hua-Yin hopes that Spicy has escaped. Hua-Yin tells the clan warriors to try and keep Cheonak in check until the rain subsides so that they can send another signal for reinforcements. Just then, one of the warriors asks Hua-Yin to run away just like Spicy did. However, Hua-Yin doesn't want to follow this idea. She is a direct descendant of the Tang clan, and cowardice is not in her. The warrior tries telling her that he won't be able to face Chulsun if anything happens to her. However, Hua-Yin maintains her stance that she is not going to abandon her own. Cheonak screams at them to stop talking because he can't afford to see more of his toys running away. Since he is done having fun with the warriors in front of him, he plans to turn his rage toward the entire Tang clan and turn it into a wasteland. He plans to announce the return of the Blood Sect with such a grand display. This is when it dawns on the warriors that Cheonak plans to wipe them out. Hua-Yin then makes a vow to at least take one of Cheonak's arms, even if they are all going to die. The rest of the team then shares in Hua-Yin's high spirit, not to back down. Suddenly, they see Spicy standing behind Cheonak. They are all shocked to see him since he is supposed to be running away from there. Hua-Yin wonders why Spicy came back, and he reveals that he has no intentions of running since the clan doesn't abandon their own. Spicy puts the centipedes on the ground, takes off his shirt, and declares that he is also a member of the clan. Without thinking twice, he charges toward Cheonak. Hua-Yin screams at him to stop being reckless, but Spicy's mind is already made up. Cheonak, on the other hand, is happy that Spicy came to him by himself. Spicy lunges at him, but he easily catches him and holds him by the neck. Spicy struggles but can't escape Cheonak's grip. Cheonak makes fun of him, telling him that he is not going to refuse an offer where Spicy is willing to sacrifice himself. Cheonak tries to suck blood from Spicy's body, but he blocks it with his arm. Cheonak considers this a futile effort since he can still get the blood that he wants from his arm. Cheonak starts to absorb blood via Spicy's arm, causing him to scream in agony. Even Hua-Yin cannot stand by while her partner suffers. She tells the team that they need to save Spicy. The team dashes toward Cheonak while he enjoys delicious and untainted fluid coming from Spicy's body. Before Hua-Yin and her team can get to him, Cheonak uses a powerful technique called the blood circulation overflowing wave to throw them back. Cheonak is now more powerful than he was before, but in the midst of the chaos, Hua-Yin is able to grab her lover. Cheonak admits that the weapons being thrown at him were getting annoying, but all thanks to the fluid he just took from Spicy, he is able to handle things in one go. Spicy is unresponsive, and Hua-Yin holds his head, begging him to stay alive. Cheonak, on the other hand, is walking around boastfully until he notices that something is wrong. He starts to cough, and his skin immediately changes color too. Foamy liquid also comes out of his mouth, and he turns to Spicy, asking him what he did. It finally dawns on Cheonak that he has been hit with the internal energy-dissipating poison. His head and face have started to dry up, and he is even losing his hair. Cheonak doesn't want to believe that this is possible since his cult's internal energy techniques should have rendered it ineffective. However, the more he tries to fight what is happening, the more it gets worse. In pain, Cheonak asks Spicy the famous question, "What are you?" Smiling like a villain, Spicy replies, telling Cheonak that he is his natural enemy. Cheonak is confused by what Spicy just said, but he is more worried about what is happening to him. He realizes that since he absorbed Spicy's blood, the blood no longer obeys his will. He cannot believe that he has the world in his grasp, but he is about to lose it. He fights so hard to stay strong, but at last he loses balance and falls to the ground. Still struggling to get himself, Hua-Yin throws her whip at Cheonak, and it catches him right in the neck. Hua-Yin is shocked that her attack landed because Cheonak has dodged everything she threw at him since the fight started. Cheonak keeps thinking of a way out, but he realizes that even if he drinks every drop of fluid in Spicy's body, it still will not help him. Cheonak screams in anger, asking Spicy what he did to his martial arts. Cheonak gathers some energy, and with this, he charges towards Spicy and Hua-Yin. He declares that the blood cult has returned, but Hua-Yin is tired of hearing him speak, and she pulls her whip with enough force to decapitate the all-powerful Cheonak. With this, Cheonak is defeated, and it is recorded as a victory for the team. Gupai smiles while telling everyone that Hua-Yin has cut off the enemy's head. Hua-Yin then turns to Spicy to ask him what on earth is wrong with him. In a weak state, Spicy reveals that he had to be bitten by tiger snakes. This shocks Huayin because the tiger snakes are believed not to have venom. However, Spicy is already too weak to start explaining things to Huayin. He passes out right, and the last thing he hears is Huayin calling on someone to get an antidote for the tiger snake's venom. When Spicy finally wakes up, he sees Grandfather and Huayin beside him. Grandfather tells him to be careful because he has been unconscious for a staggering 10 days. Spicy is shocked to hear this, and Huayin explains to him that after she severed Cheonak's head, they had to rush Spicy back to the manor, and thankfully, Grandfather has returned. Huayin says the poisoning was so severe that Spicy would have died if Grandfather hadn't returned early. Fear grips Spicy as he realizes that he almost died from snake bites twice. Grandfather then asks Spicy about the tiger snake, as he really wants to know if it is venomous. Spicy confirms this, telling Grandfather and Huayin that the snake is highly venomous. In fact, it has two kinds of venom. There is one inside its mouth, and the other comes from venom glands at the back of its neck. This shocks Huayin and Grandfather since they didn't know. Spicy explains that people don't know this because the snakes are not aggressive. They even run away if they see humans, and in addition to this, their fangs are small. In a quick revelation, Spicy says it wasn't until the 1980s that it was discovered that tiger snakes are venomous. Grandfather then asks about the dissipation of the blood cult elder's internal energy and what it has to do with the tiger snake's venom, since the blood cult is known to be immune to poisons like dispersing toxins. Spicy then explains that the venom of the tiger snake has a main component, and it is hemotoxin. It is basically a hemorrhagic toxin, and it can destroy various structures inside the body. This includes the cell wall of blood cells in the body. Since the blood cultists are like vampires who rely on blood for their martial arts, feeding them hemorrhagic toxin basically disrupts the blood that serves as their source of martial arts, which is why Spicy was able to weaken Cheonak. Spicy further adds that the tiger snake's venom is 5 times potent than that of a viper. And if the venom is now amplified by Qi, it becomes really dangerous. Grandfather and Huayin are blown away by Spicy's detailed explanation, as they never thought something as dangerous as the tiger snake could be close to the Sichuan Tang clan. Grandfather then mentions the fact that Cheonak called Spicy his nemesis. Grandfather understands why he would say this, since Spicy was able to effectively seal his martial arts. Grandfather then thanks Spicy for protecting the family. Grandfather cannot believe that someone would dare attack them while he was away. Because of this, Grandfather swears to rip out the blood cultists down to their roots. Even Spicy agrees to this, pointing out the fact that they can now collect large quantities of tiger snake venom and use it to their own advantage. Spicy is so mad that he is ready to wipe out the blood cultists. Life continues in the clan, but after the attack, the clan remains on the lookout. Some of the Tang clan warriors were injured, and some even died during the attack. And because of this, the allied Orthodox Murim factions are gathering at the Tang clan to help. Grandfather admits that the casualties were even minimal, given the fact that they fought someone who was a peak martial artist. Grandfather is worried about the battle to come. He talks about how the blood cult 30 years ago wiped out an entire area. They drained them of their blood, and since then, they became Murim's sworn enemy. However, Grandfather is sure that things will be different this time because they now have Spicy with them. He then tells Spicy that he has a request to make, asking if he will be able to do it. Spicy assures Grandfather that he's going to do anything he asks him as long as it is in his power. Grandfather reveals that people from the Murim Alliance, including the Murim Alliance's military force, will soon be arriving at the manor. Grandfather tells Spicy that he plans to showcase the venom that Spicy discovered. Since they now know the weakness of the blood cult, Grandfather wants to share it with everyone. Spicy hears this and tells the old man that he is free to do so since it is for the greater good. Grandfather is glad to hear this, and then he tells Spicy that he has some good news for him. Spicy is curious as to what it is, and Grandfather reveals that the modifications to the Hall of 10,000 Poisons are complete. From that moment forward, Spicy will be in charge of managing the Hall of 10,000 Poisons. Spicy is glad to hear this, and he starts to imagine himself lying down with several venomous creatures. In addition to this, a pavilion has been erected per Spicy's instruction. In the pavilion, they plan to raise the tiger snakes. Spicy thanks the old man for the support, and Grandfather urges him to do his best for the sake of Murim. Later on, he visits the pavilion, and it has been named the Toxic Creature Garden. Spicy tells Huayin that the pavilion will house all venomous creatures in the Central Plains. In fact, he is dreaming that one day, the 10 great venomous creatures of the Central Plains will be housed there. He renews his promise to Huayin, and this causes her to blush really hard. Just then, they notice that Gupai and some men are at the pavilion. Gupai excitedly reveals that he is now the commander of the Poison Division, a new unit established under the orders of the Patriarch. Gupai tells him that they are there to serve him as his hands and feet. They are always going to help when it comes to finding venomous creatures and even raising them. Spicy is so glad to hear this as he realizes that his dream is one step closer to being a reality. Elsewhere, an old lady receives a letter from grandfather, telling her that the blood cult has returned. The old lady fears that the once peaceful Central Plains is about to be thrown into chaos once again. Not long after this, Jagal and some people with him arrive at the Tang clan's manor. He introduces himself to the guards, and one of them heads inside to inform the clan of the Alliance's arrival. The other guard then tells Jagal that there is something he needs to keep in mind. Jagal immediately becomes curious, expecting that he and his subordinates will be asked to drop their weapons. However, it turns out to be something entirely different. The guard then tells Jagal and his soldiers that they are not allowed to take the life of any creature inside the estate, no matter how small or insignificant the creature might be. Jagal is shocked to hear this, as he wonders if the clan has converted to Buddhism. The guard then tells him that he is going to understand when he enters the estate. Just then, Spicy and Huayin step outside to welcome Jagal and his men. Huayin and Jagal exchange greetings, talking about the last time they saw each other, which was 1 year ago. Jagal then asks about Myriad, and Huayin lets him know that grandfather is currently away, searching for traces of the blood cult. Jagal then asks Huayin who Spicy is. Politely, she tells Jagal that Spicy is her betrothed. This shocks Jagal and his soldiers. The soldiers cannot believe that the beautiful Huayin now has a partner, which means there is no longer a chance for them. Jagal, on the other hand, is worried that the Spicy is going to be challenged to duels. Upon entering the manor, they hear a buzzing sound, and suddenly, a couple of golden-haired king bees approach them. Jagal and his soldiers immediately become defensive and unsheathe their swords. Spicy tries to remind the soldiers about the new regulations in the Tang clan manor, but the soldiers are already hyped up, ready to protect Huayin. The commotion continues until Spicy manages to scream out that he is the one raising the bees. This shocks them, but they pull back and watch as the bees fly towards Spicy to play with him. Spicy then tells the bees not to be aggressive toward their guests. The Alliance soldiers cannot believe that Spicy is treating the bees like they are his children. However, this is able to calm everyone down. Jagal realizes that Spicy was the same person who took down Ta Kunyang, and now he is a son-in-law to the Tang clan. They walk past a couple of disciples arguing over what creature fits the Tang clan. Jagal then asks Spicy why the disciples are tending to animals. Excitedly, Spicy reveals that the disciples are those who have been sentenced to the venomous creature companionship punishment. This name confuses Jagal, and he asks Spicy if the disciples committed some sort of crime. Spicy really doesn't see it as a crime, but what they did can also be termed a crime. Apparently, the incident occurred a few days ago. Spicy and Huayin are having a training session when Gupai shows up. It is pretty obvious that he is in a bad mood. He tells Spicy that something has happened to more than half of the baby rats that were meant to feed the striped water snakes. Spicy is shocked to hear this, believing that the rats died. However, Spicy is shocked to learn that it was the warriors who ate them. The warriors ate the rats as drinking snacks, leaving Spicy totally horrified. He wonders why anyone would eat baby rats, and Huayin explains that 3 squeaks is a dish where some dip live baby rats in sauce to eat them. It turns out that some of the venom handlers are from Henan. They claim that the rats reminded them of home, and one thing led to another. Even as crazy as it sounds, Spicy finally realizes that the baby rats that were caught to be fed to the tiger snakes ended up being eaten by the warriors instead. Since he could not allow this to go on, the clan had to establish the companionship section to teach the disciples how to care for the animals that they were raising. After Spicy's explanation, Jagal finally understands the need for the disciples to be punished. Jagal stares hard at Spicy, realizing that he is not an ordinary kid. Not long after this, Spicy, Grandfather, and Jagal hold a meeting in the inner chambers. Jagal talks about how he sees Spicy as an extraordinary person, and Grandfather attests to this. The two talk about Spicy in such a way that he feels so much flattered. Getting down to the business of the day, Jagal mentions his concern about how they haven't found a single clue about the blood cult. He tells Grandfather that they just cannot sit back and allow their influence to keep growing. Grandfather then tells Spicy to bring out their secret weapon. To avoid anyone spying on them, Grandfather puts up a sound barrier. This tells Jagal that what he is about to hear or show is something of serious importance. Spicy brings out a jar and places it on the table. Jagal picks up the jar and asks why they need to keep the item in the jar a secret. Grandfather then explains that the jar contains an internal energy dissipating poison. Jagal believes that this is something quite common and wouldn't need to be kept a secret. However, Grandfather drops the bombshell, telling him that the poison only affects the blood cult members. This shocks Jagal, and in curiosity, he stands up to ask Grandfather if he is telling the truth. Grandfather assures him that he is not lying. Jagal then admits that they have made a huge discovery. He remembers that the blood cult used the same tactics against them 30 years ago, but it seems it is their time to be on the receiving end. Jagal asks about the potency of the poison, And Grandfather explains that it reduces the physical abilities of the blood cult members to those of an ordinary person. He further adds the fact that Huayin was able to defeat a blood cult elder with a single strike, all thanks to the poison. Jiggle is impressed by this as he tells Grandfather that even the Alliance leader will be able to relax once he hears about the new development. Grandfather then urges Jiggle to direct all gratitude toward Spicy since he is responsible for the discovery of the poison. Grandfather explains that Spicy actually poisoned himself and used himself as bait to get to the cult leader. Because of this, Spicy was unconscious for 10 days. Spicy cannot but smile as Grandfather continues to heap praises upon him in front of Jiggle. Jiggle also adds to this, leaving Spicy to smile even harder. Jiggle then asks Spicy to tell him anything he desires. He assures him that he is going to tell the Alliance leader about it, and it will be done. Spicy then asks Jiggle if it would be possible for him to obtain information about toxic creatures. Jiggle is shocked to hear this, as he was expecting Spicy to ask for manuals or elixirs or even treasures. Jiggle finally admits that Spicy is an odd one, and he comes to the conclusion that this will be the first time he will see such a strange fellow. Jiggle then tells Spicy that the information he is going to give him might not be the one he is looking for, but he wants to know if Spicy is interested in a mystical stone lizard. In a flashback, Jiggle and his nephew Cheon are on an adventure to Mount Gonga. They admire the water flowing from the waterfall and the beautiful environment. Looking around, the two find a cave entrance that matches what they are looking for. Jiggle is the first to enter, and he urges his nephew to follow right behind him. They soon arrive at the end of the cave, where they find a breathtaking sight that is truly mystical. Jiggle comes to the conclusion that this is a perfect environment for spiritual herbs to thrive. Inside the cave, they find a plant called the 100-year snow ginseng. It is a spiritual herb that has absorbed the extreme yin energy. The two plan to take the ginseng and exchange it for some other flower from the Namgung clan. They believe that with this ginseng, the severed meridians of the Namgung clan's daughter will improve. Just as Jiggle is about to touch the plant, he feels something moving towards him from between the rocks. He almost gets hit, but he manages to parry the attack. The unknown attacker leaves a white trail but is so fast that even Jiggle cannot keep up. He is forced to tell his nephew to be careful. The attack keeps on coming, but Jiggle just manages to block them. He checks out his fan after blocking one of the attacks to see that it is frozen. Jiggle doesn't believe that they are going up against a creature that uses frozen chi. When the attack subsided, Cheon asked Jiggle who had just attacked them, and he revealed that it was a lizard. Cheon is shocked to hear this, but it seems Jiggle was able to catch a quick glimpse of the creature while he was being attacked. Jiggle reveals that it was a blue-colored lizard. Now, in the present, Jiggle tells Spicy about the blue lizard. This shocks Spicy as he has never heard of a naturally occurring blue lizard before. Spicy is already thinking about the lizard, even though it doesn't have venom. However, Spicy lets Grandfather know that lizards carry poison chi in their eyes. Jiggle then promises to give Spicy more information about toxic creatures if he has them in the future. The following day, Cheol-san returns to the manor after he has been away. He runs over to check on Spicy to see if he is okay, but the young man assures him that he is fine. However, he mentions the fact that he woke up 10 days later with a scar on his arm, but at least he is alive. Cheol-san is so mad that he could literally rip the blood cult members apart if he finds them. He then turns to Huayin to ask her if she is fine, and she quickly informs her father that she is good. She lets him know that Spicy and the rest of the family saved her. Grandfather and Huayin use the opportunity to heap praises on Spicy yet again. Just then, Jiggle raises his hand so that Cheol-san can notice him. The two immediately shake hands, leaving Spicy confused. Huayin then explains to him that the two are childhood friends. Jiggle then tells his friend to take a seat because they have a lot to discuss, starting with the blood cult members. Once they are all seated, Cheol-san asks something surprising. He asks Jiggle about the search for the secret agent. This catches Spicy, as he wonders what they mean by a secret agent. Realizing that Spicy is confused, Cheol-san calls his attention to the fact that the blood cult members broke into the manor to steal the secret manual. Cheol-san then asks Spicy something important. He asks him how he thinks the cult members figured out that the manual is with them. Spicy immediately becomes agitated, asking Cheol-san if there is someone in the clan who is leaking information to the blood cult. This question shocks both Jiggle and Cheol-san. Jiggle then tells Cheol-san that he is going to need to educate Spicy some more. As a newcomer, it is evident that he is unaware of certain things, Jiggle says. This confuses Spicy as he starts to wonder if he is the strange one. Huayin then turns to him to tell him that secret agents can never exist in the Tang clan. Apparently, the selection process in the clan is very strict. Thorough background checks are carried out on all direct relatives and even distant cousins of those who want to join the clan. Once they are deemed to be worthy, they are brought into the clan. All their children are then raised within the Tang clan. With these precautions put into place, Cheol-san doesn't think there is anyone who would want to betray them. Spicy is impressed with the fact that the clan goes to extra measures just to make sure that they are safe. However, the question of who the secret agent is still remains unanswered. Jiggle then reveals that the secret agent is a servant of the Murim Alliance. She is a direct servant to Ju Yoonghak himself. Apparently, there are only 3 people who have knowledge of this matter in the Alliance, and as Jiggle is speaking to them, Ju Yoonghak has captured her. Not long after this, an unexpected visitor arrives at the clan manor. The unexpected visitor claims to have run all the way from Hebei to Chengdu without using mobility arts just for the fun of it. In a very boastful manner, the visitor, Peng Muwan, tells the guards to inform Cheol-san that he is around. Peng Muwan is the head of the Peng clan, and he is a pretty big and scary man. Hua Yin and Spicy are the first to run outside to meet with Peng since everyone else is busy inside the house. Spicy gets outside, and he is scared to see a bunch of muscular men staring at him. He just freezes up as Hua Yin speaks to Peng and his men. Peng is happy to see Hua Yin since the last time he saw her. She was still young, and that was 5 years ago. After he is done greeting Spicy, Peng changes his attention to Spicy. Spicy is visibly shaken as he introduces himself to Peng. The moment Peng hears that Spicy is Hua Yin's betrothed, he drags him close to get a better look at him. He slaps Spicy on the down part of his body to confirm if he is a man or not. Spicy screams out, but Peng commends him for being a real man because what he has underneath shows that he is strong. Peng assures Hua Yin that in a few years she will start to enjoy her lover. Spicy is not used to this kind of evaluation, but he quickly comes to the realization that this is how the Hebei people do their thing. Peng and everyone have their eyes on Spicy, but he finally manages to pull himself together and greet the guest clan like the man that he is. Spicy continues to learn more about the Hebei way as he gets slapped in the back like it is nothing. After the introductions are out of the way, Hua Yin asks Peng if he came to help out the family all the way from Hebei. Peng is shocked to hear this, as he didn't know that something had happened to the clan. Peng came for something totally different, but he is shocked to hear that the blood cult showed up. Peng is not happy with the fact that he didn't get there sooner, but Hua Yin assures him that the problem has been dealt with. Once they are all seated in the estate, Cheol-san asks Peng why he came to the manor. Peng then confesses that he came to the Tang clan to receive help from them. Everyone is curious as to what assistance Peng might need from them. Just then, Peng calls on his daughter to enter the room and greet her elders. The door opens, and a scary and muscular dude appears. This leaves everyone shocked since they are expecting a girl, not a giant scary dude. In a sudden turn of events, the dude turns back as if he is speaking to someone. He tells the person that they need to come out and greet the elders of the clan. Everyone remains confused until they finally realize that the dude is carrying a girl on his back. The little girl comes down with a sweet in her hand and slowly greets the elders in the room. She introduces herself as Peng Yingying of the Peng clan. In a proud moment, Peng lifts Yingying up, telling those in the room that Yingying is his daughter. Everyone is shocked at the resemblance between them. Peng then reveals that Yingying is what brought him to the clan. He lets them know that his daughter is unwell, and he would like them to take a look at her. Cheol-san is shocked to hear that Yingying is sick, but when Spicy looks at the girl, she looks healthy. That night, Spicy lies on his bed, thinking about the symptoms that the girl has. Peng explained that Yingying usually has trouble breathing. Red blotches appear on her body, and in severe cases, she passes out. Peng adds that the disciples of the medicine sect have examined her, but they all said she is perfectly healthy. However, one of the disciples said something that triggered Peng to beat him. The disciple suspected that Yingying was suffering from what seemed to be an act of deliberate poisoning. However, Peng doesn't want to believe this because there is no way someone like that would exist in his clan. Cheol-san even wants to push the narrative, but Peng assures Cheol-san that no member of his clan would do such a thing. Since they couldn't ascertain what the problem was at that moment, Cheol-san had to provide an empty courtyard in the guest residence for Peng and his people to use. Cheol-san says they need to determine if Yingying is suffering from a disease or some sort of poisoning. Spicy is now on his bed, trying to figure out where the problem might come from. He assumes that the girl is suffering from diabetes because she is consuming too much sugar. However, he realizes that diabetes does not cause blotches. Spicy is in the middle of this when he hears a knock on the door. Spicy opens up to hear that Yingying has collapsed. Without wasting time, he rushes to where Yingying is. He asks them what happened, and Peng reveals that Yingying was sitting in the pavilion when she suddenly started coughing and then collapsed. Cheol-san then comes to the conclusion that the Peng clan is safe since Yingying still collapsed while under their roof. Peng is glad to hear this, and he fist bumps in the air, but he soon realizes the meaning of what he just did. He then throws a punch at his mouth, removing one of his teeth as punishment for even suspecting his clan in the first place. Spicy then realizes that there must be something wrong entirely for Yingying to be collapsing when she is in a totally different environment. Suddenly, the rest of Peng's disciples also started punching themselves in the face as punishment for being there when Ying collapsed. Cheol-san is forced to beg them to calm down as they display their really wild tradition in front of everyone. Spicy then screams at everyone, telling them to calm down. He reveals that there is a way to identify the causes of her symptoms and prove that no one close to Ying is guilty. Cheol-san is curious about the method Spicy is about to propose. Spicy then comes close to Peng, telling him that before they can do anything, they need to remove Ying's clothes. Cheol-san and Huayin are shocked to hear this. But on the other hand, Peng is mad as hell. Peng is forced to ask Spicy to repeat himself. Before he can finish saying that they need to remove Ying's clothes, Peng slaps him in the face. In anger, he grabs him while Spicy tries telling him to calm down. The centipedes sense danger, but Spicy tells them to get back in his clothes and not attack Peng. Cheol-san then tells Peng to calm down because Spicy must obviously have a good reason for him to have suggested such. Huayin also supports her father by telling Peng to take the chill pill and let them hear what Spicy has to say first. Peng finally gives Spicy the chance to justify himself, and this is when Spicy explains himself better. He tells them that he wants them to take off Ying's clothes and change her into another complete one. Spicy believes that something in her clothing or personal belongings might be the cause of her collapse. When Peng hears Spicy's explanation, he immediately becomes remorseful. He apologizes to Spicy, but Spicy is not at all offended. He knows that Peng is all shaken up by the fact that his daughter just collapsed. Peng is surprised to see that Spicy is not mad even after what he did. Spicy then adds that Ying will be placed under the care of the Tang clan, which means that all access to her will be restricted from Peng and his men. Peng is shocked to hear this, but Spicy lets him know that he needs to confirm that the problem is not related to the Peng clan. What Spicy is trying to carry out is called the Control Environmental Adjustment, which is a technique used by breeders who raise venomous creatures. Since animals cannot directly communicate with humans, the only way to know their perfect environment is to switch things around occasionally. Spicy wants to use this same method with Ying too. He wants to reset her environment and gradually reintroduce things that might be the trigger to her illness. Cheol-san agrees with Spicy's proposal. He knows that it might take some time, but they will surely uncover the cause of her condition. Peng, in tears, begged Spicy to take good care of his little girl. Spicy then assures Peng that his daughter is in his safe hands since he has raised countless creatures in the past. However, things don't go the way Spicy expects. When Ying wakes up, she starts to cry. To make things worse, Huayin and her mother are out collecting essential supplies to care for Ying. Spicy is now left to find a way to pet Ying and try to get her to stop crying. Spicy starts slowly, and he tries playing with Ying. He then tells her that Peng is not around because he went to get her medicine and he will soon be back. Just then, Ying stares at Spicy, telling him that what she wants is sweets. Spicy is surprised that the girl would rather have sweets than have her dad around. This then reminds Spicy that they found a bunch of hidden pockets in Ying's clothes, which is where she keeps her sweets. Spicy then tells Ying that she can't have sweets yet since she just regained consciousness. Spicy then urges the girl to eat some rice porridge first, promising to make some sweets for her after that. Ying stops crying after she hears this, and she asks Spicy again to confirm what she heard. Spicy repeats himself, and the girl asks him to make a promise. She wants Spicy to make a promise because the Peng clan takes their promises very seriously. They have a thing where they punch themselves in the face if they break their promise. Spicy cannot believe that the clan has been teaching the kids how to punch each other in the face since they were little. Later on, Peng is hiding behind some flowers to look at his daughter. He doesn't like the fact that he can't talk to his daughter because of the no-contact rule. Just then, Spicy catches him, and Peng drags him into the flowers too. Peng asks Spicy how Ying is doing, and Spicy lets him know that the girl is eating well and is also obedient. Peng is shocked to hear that Ying is eating well, and he wonders how Spicy is able to get the girl to eat. Spicy tells the clan head that Ying just ate the food on her own, but this remains a mystery to Peng. They are in the middle of this conversation when Huayin appears too. Huayin greets Peng, and Peng thanks her for taking care of his daughter. Huayin then reveals that Ying is already asking after her elder brother, and by this, she means Spicy. Peng is shocked to hear this, wondering when his daughter started addressing Spicy as her elder brother. Spicy quickly realizes that the situation is about to escalate, and he quickly runs away before Peng can catch him. Spicy then heads to the training grounds with Ying. Apparently, the bees have become fond of the girl too. Ying spends time with the bees, and the bees show no sign of aggression toward her. This has also helped Spicy to bond faster with Ying. The bees loved Ying because she spilled sugar syrup all over herself while eating sweets. Since Ying now knows that the bees like her, she throws a tantrum every day, demanding that she visit the bees. Spicy sits in the back while the girl has fun with the bees. Spicy is enjoying every second of the moment because now he realizes how it would feel if he had a younger sister. Suddenly, Spicy hears the girl telling him that there is a bee somewhere else. Spicy gets concerned, and he tells Ying Ying to be careful since some bees can sting. He has not finished saying this when he hears Ying Ying cry out because she has been stung on the arm. He rushes over to check on her, and he figures out that it is not something serious. He wants them to head to the medicine hall and apply some medicine. Suddenly, Ying Ying clutches her chest and collapses. Spicy immediately grabs her, but at that moment, Spicy is able to figure out exactly what is wrong with Ying Ying. He realizes that the reason why Ying Ying has been collapsing all these while is because she has been going into anaphylactic shocks. Talking about anaphylaxis is a severe allergic reaction caused by an overactive immune response. Usually when toxins enter the body, the immune system wastes no time eliminating the threat. This immune response is known as inflammation. The body usually releases histamine, which in turn dilates the blood vessels. This then allows white blood cells and antibodies to flood in and neutralize the invader. However, the problem arises when the body overreacts to certain harmless substances. When histamine is excessively released and malfunctions due to an overactive immune response, blood vessels across the body dilate, leading to a drop in blood pressure. As the blood vessels widen, symptoms such as breathing difficulties and severe itching surfaces. And in extreme cases, anaphylaxis can cause death. Spicy carries the unconscious Ying Ying on his back and rushes to Chilsan and Lord Peng. Peng quickly grabs the girl, and he pours his internal energy into her to stabilize her. Ying Ying's breathing becomes normal, and Spicy heaves a sigh of relief. Spicy is glad that there is something called internal energy in this world. In the modern world, the primary treatment for anaphylaxis is stabilizing the blood pressure and ensuring an open airway for breathing. The use of antihistamines is widely known, but in severe cases, intubation is required to assist breathing in patients. However, in this world, Qi-based techniques basically solve everything, and this is why Spicy finds it very impressive. Peng then asks Spicy if he knows why the girl fainted since he was with her. Spicy assures them that he knows why Ying Ying collapsed. He tells them that Ying Ying collapsed after she was stunned by a bee. This shocks the elders, and they wonder what this means. Chilsan mentions that there are rare cases where people faint after they are stunned by a bee. However, Chilsan doesn't think a bee sting is why Ying Ying has been fainting. Peng agrees with this because the girl would have definitely died on the way to the Tang Clan Manor if it were a bee sting. To prevent them from thinking any further, Spicy lets them know that he has found the root of the problem. He tells them that Ying Ying getting stunned by a bee lets him find out the real cause of the problem. To explain better, Spicy once again tells Peng that they need to remove the little girl's clothes. As expected, Spicy gets an earful from this, but they finally remove the clothes, and Huayin checks the girl. Huayin steps outside to tell them that Spicy is right. There are some old marks on her body, and in fact new ones have appeared. Peng is surprised to see that Spicy was actually right. However, Peng still wants to know why his daughter has been fainting. Spicy then replies that the little girl has been fainting as a result of bee venom poisoning. Peng doesn't believe this because there are no bees in his region. The lack of flowers does not encourage bees to come to Hebai, which is why Peng is doubtful of what Spicy is saying. Peng then asks Spicy to elaborate further. Spicy explains that it is true that a bee sting would have been noticeable. However, Spicy knows that there is no doubt that her symptoms match perfectly with anaphylaxis caused by bee venom. Spicy then realizes that what he needs to find out is another creature that has the same venom as a bee. Spicy stands in deep thought while going through the many encyclopedias that he has in his head. He looks at the region where the little girl is living and any creature that might have the same properties as a bee. Spicy starts to rule out venomous creatures that cannot be the cause of the problem. Peng sees Spicy standing in one place, and he asks Chilsan what he's doing. Chilsan simply tells Peng to keep quiet and let Spicy do his thing. Spicy continues to look at the many variables and factors surrounding the events. He thinks about what Ying Ying likes doing that might cause her to get stung by the creature. This is when he remembers that Ying Ying is always eating sweets. In fact, she had a separate pocket for sweets. Spicy smiles as he finally cracks the case. He tells the elders that he is confident that the cause of Ying Ying's problem is bee venom. Peng then reminds Spicy that there are no bees in the Peng clan residence. Spicy cuts in, telling Peng that poison doesn't affect everyone the same way. He says some might be able to endure while to some, it will be fatal. Spicy continues by saying Ying Ying is particularly sensitive to bee venom. Since she is sensitive to bee venom and there are no bees in the region where she lives, Spicy says this leaves just one possibility. Spicy tells them that the culprit is a bee, but a different kind of bee. Spicy starts looking around in the dark while Huayin follows him with a lamp. Spicy then finds a cookie, and surrounding the cookie are a bunch of ants. Spicy grabs one of the ants and shows it to the elders, telling them that the ant is the culprit they have been looking for. Peng is confused by this because Spicy is holding an ant, not a bee. Spicy then urges the elders to take a closer look at the ant because it is a relative of the bees. Just then, they notice that the ant has a massive stinger on its butt. This is a shocking revelation to them, since they have never seen an ant with such a big stinger. Cheol-sun then realizes what Spicy means when he says the ant is a relative of the bees. Spicy then explains that the ant, which is closely related to a bee, is why Ying Ying has been passing out. He then tells them the name of the ant, which is the king stinger ant, but in the modern world it is known as the Asian needle ant. Spicy explains why the ants have stingers like bees. Apparently, the stinger ants evolved from the same ancestor as bees, which is why they retained a lot of bee-like characteristics. Studies have even shown that people who experience anaphylaxis from stinger ant venom also have the tendency to react the same way to bee venom. Spicy then explains that the stinger ants were not targeting Ying Ying specifically. He believes that the ants came to feast on the demonic beast swarming the Tang household. This is because the stinger demon ant primarily preys on demonic creatures. Spicy further explains that the sting marks looked like an ordinary rash, which is why they couldn't quickly find out what was the cause of the problem. Peng is shocked after everything Spicy has explained. He doesn't believe the fact that Ying Ying was collapsing because of a pathetic little creature. Peng then asks Cheol-sun if he can make an antidote for the problem. Cheol-sun admits that there are antidotes for bee venom, but in cases like Ying Ying, where her body is highly sensitive to the toxin, Cheol-sun doesn't think it is going to be effective. This gets Peng worried as he believes that his daughter will continue to pass out. However, Cheol-sun tells him that by figuring out the problem, they are a step closer to knowing how to fix it. Spicy then cuts in, telling Peng that there might be a way to treat Ying Ying. Peng immediately starts begging to know what the solution to Ying Ying's problem is. Spicy reveals that they are going to use a method called desensitization. Peng is confused by this word, believing that they are going to have to strip Ying Ying again. However, Spicy explains that it is a treatment plan where small amounts of bee venom are injected into Ying Ying's body over time. This will gradually decrease her sensitivity to the toxin. Spicy then mentions that it is going to take time for it to have an effect. However, Ying Ying will no longer collapse from bee venom once the treatment is complete. Cheol-sun realizes that Spicy is making a lot of sense from this. He reveals that even in the Tang clan, they have similar techniques, gradually introducing poison into the body to build resistance. Peng is excited to hear this, and he asks again if Ying Ying will be fine once the treatment is complete, to which Cheol-sun says yes. The only downside to this is that it is going to take a long time, but it is doable. Peng heaves a sigh of relief, and he thanks Spicy for saving his daughter. He grabs Spicy as usual, and he spanks him on the back. He then tells Spicy to ask him anything he wants, because he cannot receive help from him without giving something in return. Spicy cannot help but wonder what is wrong with the people of this world and throwing blank checks around. To be polite, Spicy tells Peng that he doesn't want anything since he sees Ying Ying as his own sister too. Peng doesn't want to take no for an answer, and he slaps Spicy really hard again. Spicy realizes that he is going to die if he doesn't make a demand soon. Just then, he remembers something important that he needs to check out. He asks Peng if he will be willing to go on a mountain tour with him, and Peng agrees to this. Not long after this, Spicy, Peng, and his team arrive at Mount Gonga in the Sichuan province. This is the same area where Jiggle found the blue lizard, and Spicy has come to check it out. The team arrives there and admits that the mountain is pretty nice. Spicy is glad that everything is as Jiggle told him. However, Spicy is confused about how they are supposed to reach the cave behind the waterfall, which is on the other side of where they are. Peng is shocked to hear this, but then realizes that Spicy has just started learning mobility arts. He now understands why Spicy is not familiar with the wave-stepping swallow flight. Spicy wants an explanation, but Peng ain't got time for that. He decides to show Spicy instead of explaining. He grabs the boy and throws him across the river to the other side. Peng then follows suit, and he gets there at the same time as Spicy. Huayin also joins them, and she quickly checks on Spicy, who has not really witnessed this before. Now that they are at the entrance of the cave, Peng tells them that the only thing left is to head inside. Peng is excited to find out what lives in the cave. Upon reaching the end of the cave, they are shocked at what they find. The place looks dead, unlike what Jiggle told them. The flowers are dead, but there is a strong presence of ice in the cave. Spicy can only recount the general's words in his head as he stares down at the horrifying state of the cave. Spicy compares the cave to hell, not like the paradise he imagined it to be. Peng then wonders if the sacred beast in the cave is altering the environment. Peng then points out that the cold chi that they are feeling is radiating from the boulder at the center. Peng then orders Huayin and Spicy to get behind him. They move further inside, and they can clearly feel the high intensity of the cold there. Suddenly, they hear a loud roar that sounds so terrifying that even Peng acknowledges it. Seconds later, the scared beast appears and Spicy recognizes it as a gecko instead of the lizard that Jiggle said. The creature is a fat-tailed gecko. It is about a foot long, it has tiny, round yellow eyes, and its tail is slightly chubby. Spicy is already in love with the blue gecko just by looking at it. Even Huayin is excited just by looking at the gecko. Just then, they notice that there is another gecko behind the one staring at them. Spicy is excited as he is already thinking of a way to get offspring from the geckos. Spicy then tells Ping that it is very important that they take the geckos back to the manor alive. Spicy then takes a better look at the other gecko to realize that something is wrong with it. He realizes that the other gecko seems to be motionless, and it isn't breathing. However, the other one is trying to scare them off with its roar and by showing them its teeth. After studying the geckos for a while, Spicy decides that the best option is to retreat in the meantime. He puts Gupai in charge of watching the gecko just in case it makes any sudden moves. Spicy and the others return to the mountainside where Huayin prepares a nice meal for them to eat. Ping and Spicy talk about how they have been monitoring the gecko but it hasn't moved. Ping is confused at this since he expects the gecko to at least move so it can eat something. Spicy agrees with this but reveals that geckos usually go on a fast for several days when they are stressed out. This occurs mostly in fat-tailed geckos because they store energy in their thick tails. Spicy suspects that the gecko is probably surviving on the energy stored in its tail. Spicy then comes to the conclusion that they need to check on the gecko that has not been moving. Ping gets excited that they are finally going to catch the gecko, but Spicy lets him know that this is not the case. He says he wants them to check where the gecko is injured and know the next step to take. Spicy tells Ping that he would prefer if he could lure out the healthy one. Peng suggests that he knock it out instead, but Spicy is not in line with this. He says the gecko will surely die if a muscular and powerful man like Ping hits it. Ping laughs and then agrees to this. As usual, he grabs Spicy and slaps him on the back. Peng then decides to go with Spicy's plan by gently subduing the gecko. Spicy then makes a plan on the sand, telling Ping that he is going to lure out the healthy gecko. While Peng is engaging the healthy gecko, Spicy plans to check on the wounded gecko. Peng agrees to the plan, saying it is the best that they can work with. He asks Spicy if there is anything else he should watch out for, and Spicy urges him to prevent the gecko from reaching the wall since it could easily climb over and reach Spicy. Peng excitedly rushes over to the cave so that they can get everything started. Upon entering the cave, the blue gecko is already waiting for them. Peng then agitates the gecko by unleashing his aura and going after it. The gecko gets mad and charges toward Peng. Peng blocks the gecko's attack with his large sword and admits that the gecko's attack actually hits home. The gecko continues with its rapid attacks while Peng stays on the defense. However, Peng is able to throw the gecko over, giving him and his team the chance to corner the gecko. Once the gecko is trapped, Spicy and Huayin sneak behind Peng's team to reach the injured gecko. Spicy's eyes light up in shock when he takes a closer look at the gecko. Huayin asks him if the gecko is sick, but this doesn't seem to be the issue. Spicy realizes that the gecko's tail is decaying because of incomplete shedding. Because of this, the gecko's eyes are filled with pus. Spicy tells Huayin that they need to attend to the gecko and treat it immediately. Huayin is confused because there is no medicine with them. Spicy then lets her know that they don't need medicine because what he needs to do is strip it all off. Huayin hears this and gives Spicy the death stare, mentioning the fact that Spicy has been fond of stripping things of late. Spicy cannot defend himself in this, but knows that this is the only method to help the gecko. Before touching the gecko, Spicy tries to communicate with it and surprisingly it sort of responds. It gently places its head on the ground, giving Spicy the free rein to touch it. Spicy realizes that just like the queen bee, the gecko seems to understand speech to some extent. Spicy picks up the gecko and tries to remove the dead skin with his hands, but it is too hard. Spicy explains to Huayin that just like snakes, geckos also shed their skin. However, the geckos often eat their own shed skin, which is why people do not know that they also shed skin. Huayin is excited to hear this, and when Spicy realizes that the skin is insanely tough, he resorts to the use of a knife. Spicy starts from the back, and as he cuts the skin on the back, Huayin is blown away. The new skin is shining, and it resembles that of a gemstone. Spicy agrees that the color is insanely pretty. Spicy continues to peel off the dead skin, and when Huayin touches the dead skin, she compares it to gloves. After peeling off the dead skin on the body, what is left is the head and tail. Spicy knows that he has to be extra careful when it comes to its eyes. He checks out the head and confirms that there is pus in its eyes. Spicy gets down to working on the head, and he manages to pull it off without injuring the gecko. The gecko looks very beautiful with its dead skin off its body. The gecko finally opens its eyes to reveal how pretty they are. However, Huayin notices that something is off with Spicy. She asks him why he is not happy, and Spicy reveals that he is confused about what to do with the gecko's tail. He reveals that he might have to cut off the tail to stop it from decaying. However, he can't do that in the gecko's current state because it is weak. If he tries it, the gecko might just die. Spicy is still debating on what to do when he hears the warriors telling him to be careful. The gecko has managed to escape from them, and it is now headed towards Spicy and Huayin. Huayin turns back to see how mad the gecko is. Flames are literally coming out of the gecko's eyes, which ultimately scares Spicy. He is forced to tell the gecko to calm down, saying he is only trying to help his friend. Spicy holds the wounded gecko close to his chest while he points a knife at the healthy one. Spicy realizes that they are in a deep mess when the healthy gecko lets out a very loud and terrifying roar that echoes through the roof, showing just how mad the creature is. The male gecko charges at Spicy with the intention to hurt him, but Huayin manages to get him out of the way. The gecko doesn't back off as he continues to cause chaos. He aims for Spicy but hits a rock instead, shattering the rock like it is nothing. Face to face with the gecko, Spicy raises his hand, telling him to calm down. With all sincerity and fear, Spicy tells the gecko that he is only trying to help his friend. Just then, the female gecko starts to communicate with her pair, and with this, he calms down. When everything calms down a bit, Peng and his men run toward Spicy, but he tells them to back off, assuring them that he is fine. The male gecko is now standing behind Spicy, but he remains wary of Peng and his men. Spicy tells the men that he wants to try talking to the gecko for a moment, leaving Peng to wonder if the gecko understands speech. Spicy affirms this, telling Peng that the creature understands speech to some extent. Spicy also assures the team that the male gecko will not attack them again. He then tells Huayin to fetch him some grass, to which he then lays the female gecko. Spicy assures the gecko that he is not trying to hurt her. Since he has peeled off the skin on the gecko, Spicy has just one problem left. He is confident that the eyes will be fine, but he is worried about the female gecko's tail. Spicy doesn't think the male gecko licking the rotten tail will help to heal it because it is far gone. Spicy then drops the bombshell so that the male gecko can know what is going on. He reveals his plan to cut off the rotten tail. This only gets the gecko mad, and he comes after Spicy again. Spicy cannot react to the gecko's speed, and he gets hit in the face. After this, Spicy sits down so that Huayin can apply ointment on the wound to prevent it from having a scar. Peng makes fun of Spicy, but he quickly backs off when he sees Huayin's scary reaction toward him. Even with the way things are going, Spicy is glad that the misunderstanding has been cleared. In addition to this, he doesn't think the gecko has intentions to kill because the centipedes would have definitely reacted to that. Just then, Gu informs Spicy that it seems the gecko is trying to communicate with him. Spicy is glad that the gecko is finally ready to talk to him. Once the two are in agreement, Spicy promises to do his best. However, before he does anything, he wants to know what the geckos eat. He knows that he needs to feed the gecko something nutritious after cutting its tail. To answer Spicy's question, the male gecko dashes over to a corner in the cave. He points to a lone plant in the corner of the cave. The male gecko digs it out with the seed and hands it over to Spicy. Spicy doesn't know what plant it is, and he hands it over to Huayin so she can check. Huayin takes a good look at the seed and declares that she can feel qi coming from the seed. She then reveals that the seed is that of a spirit herb that used to grow in the cave. Peng also adds that he has heard of the seed a long time ago. It is said that spirit seeds grow wherever spiritual creatures live. Huayin then suspects that the geckos, just like the centipedes, survive on the qi of spirit herbs. Just then, Spicy realizes that they have made a mess by digging up the seed. He suggests that they replant, but Peng tells him that there is no use for that. He lets him know that once a spirit herb is touched by a human, it won't grow again. Peng lets Spicy know that the male gecko must be aware of this, which is why he dug it out to show them. Peng further adds that even if Spicy replants it, it won't grow more than it already has. Spicy starts to sob when he realizes that Jeagle's coming into the cave to get the spirit herb messes with the ecology of things in the cave, leaving the geckos to starve. Peng then asks Gupai what spirit herb is called, and he reveals that it is called the frost ginseng. It then occurs to Peng that all they need to do is find anything that gives off the same kind of qi as frost ginseng. And luckily for them, there is something just like that. He reveals that what they need to find is called the ice jade. He explains that just like frost ginseng, the ice jade carries the essence of cold qi. However, there is one problem, and this is how they are supposed to obtain the ice jade. Peng lets them know that the ice jade is extremely rare. In fact, with money, it is still hard to acquire. Just then, Huayin cuts in, telling them that she knows something about ice jade. Apparently, Huayin knows someone who has the ice jade. Spicy and Peng start to rejoice while waiting for Huayin to reveal who has the jade. Spicy runs toward Huayin, asking her who the person is. Huayin is hesitant to answer the question, even though everyone in the cave is curious to know. Huayin then reveals that the person with the ice jade is someone else like her. And by this she means one of the 3 flowers of Morim. Spicy remembers Chilson addressing the flowers as weeds for him, and this throws him off again. He is freaking out, but Peng doesn't really care. He straight up asks Huayin who has the ice jade. Huayin then reveals that it is with one of the 3 flowers of Morim, the Flame Queen Peony, and her name is Namgung Seol of the Namgung clan. Huayin explains that Seol has the ice jade but doesn't need it from what she has heard. The male gecko then beckons to Spicy to attend to his pair before they continue their conversation. Spicy acknowledges this, and he proceeds to where the female gecko is. Huayin talks to Spicy about how she has heard that geckos can cut off their own tail. She remains confused as to why the female gecko hasn't done this. Spicy agrees with Huayin, but lets her know that not all geckos can do that. Spicy explains that when a lizard cuts off its own tail, it is called autotomy. Depending on the species of geckos, some can perform autotomy but can't regenerate the cutoff part. There are some that can also shed and regrow. However, there are some that can't do any of this, which is why Spicy is not assuming but taking a proper look at the gecko before he comes to a conclusion. Spicy wants to find the detachment segment and then press his finger against it to trigger the separation. Huayin doesn't know what a detachment segment is, and Spicy explains to her that geckos have a specific place where their tails should be cut off, and this place is known as the detachment segment. Huayin is blown away by how much Spicy knows. When it is time for Spicy to carry out the surgery, his confidence falters, but he hopes that all goes well. Shortly afterward, Spicy is able to successfully carry out the surgery. He excitedly announces this to Peng and the rest of the team. He lets them know that the female gecko will be fine as long as they take good care of it. Even the male gecko is obviously happy as he shows his excitement in front of Spicy. Peng is impressed by how amazing Spicy is. After the surgery is done, the team stays for a few days to make sure that nothing goes wrong. Some days later, Spicy checks on the geckos, and they are happy as puppies. Spicy is excited to see this, and he knows that streaming something like this would have done numbers if he were still in his previous life. Spicy then tells the geckos that they need to leave so that they can help them get food. He assures the geckos that he will be back, and he urges them to conserve the seed's chi. With this, Spicy and the team return to the Tang Clan manor. Cheolsan tells Spicy and Huayin that they have received reports concerning the blood cult. After the identity of the spy inside the Alliance was exposed, their warriors trailed the owl that the spy sent. Surprisingly, it led them to one of the cult's hideouts. Thankfully, the warriors have the poison extracted from the tiger snake with them. With this, they were able to carry out a successful raid on the hideout, eliminating the group. After the event, the Alliance leader sent a letter of thanks to the Tang clan. Cheolsan tells Spicy that he is proud of him and what he has achieved. Cheolsan then asks Spicy if he was able to catch the gecko that he went for. Spicy replies that they half caught it and goes further to explain before Cheolsan is thrown into total confusion. Huayin takes it from where Spicy stopped and lets her father know why they need to go to Anhui province together. She asks her father if it would be right for them to visit the Namgung clan. Cheolsan gives them the go-ahead, letting them know that there is something that needs to be delivered along the way. The timing is great as they can just follow the cargo boat. Cheolsan is worried because of the blood cult attacks, but reveals that he is relieved since Spicy is with Huayin. Spicy cannot believe that the man has so much confidence in him. Just then, Cheolsan remembers something that he needs to share with the two. He tells them that the Namgung clan has some unsettling rumors surrounding it lately. Spicy and Huayin are confused about what Cheolsan means when he says rumor. Elsewhere, near the Namgung clan, Yellow Mountain, 2 villagers are seen walking in the woods late at night. The 2 are busy talking about Seol when suddenly they spot a wounded man in front of them. The 2 rush over to check on the guy. They try to check what is wrong with the wounded guy, but his facial expression is just weird. They assume that he is drunk, and the 2 decide to take him back to the village to have a proper look at him. Unknown to the 2, there is a girl stalking them in the woods. The girl has a dark, scary, and menacing aura around her, but the 2 villagers are oblivious to the danger close to them. The girl turns out to be Seol, and she is having a training session in the woods. She moves elegantly and swiftly, but she is not pleased with the fact that she is not able to take down as many targets as she wants. She is in the middle of her training session when her sister Yoon shows up. Yoon tells Spicy that they need to go because they are definitely going to get caught if they wait a bit longer. Yoon also does not want to get scolded by their father. She reminds her sister that she needs to take better care of herself and forget about her passion for swordsmanship. Tired of getting scolded by her sister, Seol agrees to round up her training so that they can go home. Just then, she starts to cough, and it seems the girl is suffering from overflowing qi deviation. At first, everyone in the family thought this was a blessing because the qi channels are wide open, making the building of internal energy much faster. And in addition to this, there are no blockages at all in the circulation of pure qi. Sadly, too many of Seol's blood points are open. The physician who checked her explains that Seol's innate chi is being used up way too quickly. Her father wanted to know if there was a solution, and the physician told him that what the girl needed was yin energy. The physician explains that Seol needs pure yin energy that would get exhausted before the innate chi. If this cannot be provided, the physician fears that Seol's life will be short. Seol remembers all of this, and she gets worried again. However, she can't show her sister that she is weak. She quickly tells her sister that they need to return to the clan. Seol compares herself to the oil flame inside the lantern that her sister is holding. She fears that she is going to disappear once the oil burns out. Seol thinks to herself and comes to the conclusion that she needs to hurry up and master at least the Emperor's sword style as quickly as possible. Seol wants to do this before her body burns away and vanishes. Moving to Spicy and Hua-yin. They are on a boat traveling on the Yangtze River. Spicy sees the Baiji dolphin, leaving him stunned. He admits that he likes insects and reptiles, but the dolphins are something else. Hua-yin then reveals that they are going to reach Wuhan, where the Murim Alliance is located, if they continue following the Yangtze River. Apparently, Cheol-san told them to stop in Wuhan and deliver the tiger snake's poison to the Alliance. After this, they can now get off the boat in Angyong, which is a safe region. With the speed of the boat, Hua-yin believes that they are going to arrive earlier than expected. Spicy then asks Hua-yin if the ice jade is precious. He also wants to know if the Namgung clan would really hand it over to them easily. Hua-yin urges Spicy to trust her, telling him that the ice jade is of special use to Seol. It is said that she has to eat it, but sadly she can't, and since the two have something to trade off, Hua-yin is confident that the Namgung clan will hand over the ice jade. However, something else is bothering Spicy. He doesn't know if the ice jade is actually safe. Since lizards are cold-blooded, they hate anything cold. Because of this, Spicy is not comfortable feeding the lizards what he is not so sure about. He then turns to Hua-yin to ask her about the ice jade. Since the ice jade contains cold chi, he wants to know what exactly it is. Spicy confesses that he has heard of yin and yang energy before, but it is still hard for him to understand. Hua-yin excitedly tells Spicy that she is going to explain to him since it is important for martial arts cultivation. Hua-yin starts by telling Spicy that yin chi is the chi that creates yin fire, and among the chis of heaven and earth, it refers to the chi that sinks and gathers. She proceeds further by saying yin energy normally suppresses the activity of living things. Dark, cold, fearful things are all types of yin energies. Basically, cold yin energy is simply another type of yin energy. Spicy hears this, and he is blown away. But he thinks yin energy is bad, to which Hua-yin replies and says, no. She says the opposite of yin energy is the yang energy, and this creates fire. However, the excess of this accelerates living activities, causing faster aging and energy to run out. Hua-yin tells Spicy that the reason those two geckos need cold energy is that their bodies are cold energy itself. The geckos only grow by absorbing yin energy. This confuses Spicy, but he thinks of it as a recharging method. Spicy then asks Hua-yin if yin and yang energy need to be balanced. He doesn't think the geckos will be able to get the balance when all they have is pure yin energy. However, Hua-yin doesn't know the answer to this, but she is confident that they are going to find the balance between yin and yang later. Not long after this, they arrive at Wuhan, and the captain tells them to disembark. Upon getting off the boat, they meet with a representative from the Alliance. The rep tells them that the Alliance leader is already waiting for them. As they walk through the street, Spicy is left stunned by how beautiful the city is. He admits to the fact that the city is grand. Just then, Spicy and Hua-yin hear three warriors talking loudly behind them. Surprisingly, the trio recognizes Hua-yin. The trio is Slaying Dragon, Sword Phoenix, and Spear Dragon. Excitedly, Spear Dragon walks up to Hua-yin, telling her that this is the first time they have met since the Dragon Phoenix gathering. Spear Dragon is happy to see Hua-yin, and he considers it great timing. It is known that in Murim, only those with remarkable skills are given titles like Dragon or Phoenix. Spicy is blown away to be in the presence of those who are considered to be elite martial artists. Sword Phoenix then asks Hua-yin about the rumor going around about her. They tell Hua-yin that they have been hearing that she has a lover. Hua-yin is shocked to hear this, and while she is still processing the information, Spear Dragon immediately cuts in, saying he was confident that it was nothing but rumors. In fact, Spear Dragon was ready to challenge those who were spreading the rumor to a duel just so he could defend Hua-yin's honor. Hearing this, Spicy quickly figures out that Spear Dragon has a crush on Hua-yin. Just then, Hua-yin tells the trio that the rumor they heard is wrong. Spear Dragon wastes no time dancing until Hua-yin decides to shock them. Hua-yin corrects the rumor by telling them that she doesn't have a lover, but a fiancé. Excitedly, she drags Spicy close so he can greet the warriors. This leaves the three warriors in total shock. They take a look at Spicy and conclude that he is still very young. Spicy then walks up to the warriors to properly introduce himself to them. However, things quickly take a dark turn. Before Spicy can finish his greetings, the spear dragon, Yang Xianghu, kneels in front of him, and with anger written all over him, he challenges Spicy to a duel. Spicy is shocked to hear that he is being challenged to a duel. Spear Dragon's friends cannot believe him, and they drag him away from Spicy. They scolded him for challenging everyone he just met to a duel. Even Spicy wonders why he always runs into really weird people. Just then, Jiggle shows up, asking them what the commotion is. The moment Jiggle figures out that Spear Dragon is disturbing Spicy, he hits him in the face with his fan. He scolds him for causing trouble for their guests. Jiggle then tells Spicy and Huayin that they need to head to the Heavenly Marshal Pavilion because the Alliance leader is already waiting for them. Spear Dragon cannot believe his eyes as Jiggle walks away with his hand wrapped around Spicy. Spear Dragon remains mad with the determination to lay his hands on Spicy. They soon arrive at the pavilion, where they are welcomed by a young girl who was hired to replace the spy. She is still new to the whole attendant thing, leaving her completely nervous. She announces the trio's arrival to Ju Younghak, and he tells them to enter. Spicy and Jiggle are the only ones who enter to talk to the Alliance leader. Spicy enters the room to see a huge and fantastic man staring at him. Spicy offers his greetings, but the Alliance leader immediately notices that something is off. He asks Spicy if the centipedes wrapped around his body are safe to handle. Spicy quickly replies that the centipedes are not aggressive. Spicy is impressed that Ju Younghak is able to sense the presence of the centipedes even without seeing them. Ju Younghak is considered to be one of the top 3 martial masters in all of Merim, and this just tells Spicy that he is worthy of that title. Ju Younghak then asks the two to sit down so that they can get down to the main business of the day. He asks Spicy if he brought the poison, and Spicy says yes. In fact, he brought as much as possible before leaving the clan. He brought 3 bottles of the tiger snake's poison. Jiggle is shocked to hear this because he knew how stressful it was to extract the poison. Jiggle thanks Spicy for putting in so much work in preparing the poison. Ju Younghak then asks Spicy about his family. Spicy reveals that he has no family in this world, and he has no one to rely on. Jiggle then mentions to Ju Younghak that he heard about Spicy losing all of his memories in an accident. Before he was also taken in by the Tang clan, Spicy lived alone on Hainan Island, catching snakes and selling them. Ju Younghak is shocked to hear this, and he realizes that Spicy must have lived a really lonely life. Ju Younghak then tells Spicy that he summoned him to the pavilion because he wishes to grant him a reward for everything he has done so far. Spicy is shocked to hear this, and he quickly tells the Alliance leader that he doesn't need a reward because Jiggle had already given him one. However, the Alliance leader doesn't think this is enough. He reminds Spicy that what he did will prevent the blood cultists from ever setting foot in the Central Plains again. Spicy protests that he made the discovery while trying to save his family. The Alliance leader hears this and gets even more interested. Ju Younghak tells Spicy that he has realized that they are alike. Spicy is shocked to hear this, but Ju Younghak lets him know that he is not referring to physical appearance. Apparently, Ju Younghak also lost his family to the blood cultists. He was so sad that he couldn't save even just one member of his clan. Along the way, the Alliance leader ended up gaining enlightenment, and he achieved martial mystery. Ju Younghak heard how Spicy threw himself at the cult elder while he was poisoned, all in the bid to save his family. Spicy affirms this, and Ju Younghak tells him that it was just the same as him 30 years ago. The Alliance leader recognizes the fact that Spicy was weak, but he still threw himself at the cult leader with nothing but desperation in his heart. As a reward for his bravery, Ju Younghak reveals his decision to grant Spicy his unique martial art, the Iron Coffer technique. Spicy and Jiggle are both shocked to hear this, leaving their mouths wide open. The Alliance leader reveals that he has never taken a disciple, and he fears that when he dies, his martial arts will vanish with him. He then assures Spicy that he has no intentions of playing master with him, so the Tang clan has nothing to worry about. Spicy remains shocked, and when he finally pulls himself together, he tells the Alliance leader that he will never bring shame upon his name. Ju Younghak smiles when he hears this, telling Spicy that he is counting on him. Spicy leaves the room with Ju Younghak's book of martial arts. Jiggle told him to keep it a secret except for the leaders of his clan. Jiggle lets him know that he will definitely become a target for the blood cultists if they find out that he has Ju Younghak's martial arts with him. Spicy is on his way to the guest hall when he gets cornered by Spear Dragon. Spicy is shocked to see Spear Dragon. Spear Dragon reveals that he has been waiting for him since he heard that he went to the Heavenly Marshal Pavilion. Spear Dragon demands an answer to his request for a duel. Spicy is shocked to see how persistent the guy is, but Spear Dragon claims that he needs to know if Spicy is truly worthy of having Huayin. Spear Dragon tells Spicy to prove himself, but with a calm voice, Spicy tells Spear Dragon that it is too dangerous. Spear Dragon takes this the wrong way. He tells Spicy that he is going to remove his spear and fight Spicy with his bare hands. However, Spicy tells him that he is wrong. Spicy lets him know that he has no interest in fighting him because he might actually die. This gets Spear Dragon mad, and he grabs Spicy's clothes in anger. The centipedes sense a killing intent and immediately charge at Spear Dragon. Thankfully, Spicy is able to stop them before they bite Spear Dragon. The Spear Dragon falls to the ground, gripped with fear. He doesn't understand what just happened to him, and Spicy reminds him that he already told him how dangerous it is to fight him. Spicy walks towards Spear Dragon and lets him know that he has already spared him once. With Spicy standing in front of him, Spear Dragon realizes that Spicy was not actually joking. He definitely would have been dead meat if Spicy had not stopped the centipedes from attacking him. With fear crawling around his body, Spear Dragon admits the bitter truth that Spicy is really a dangerous person. What Spear Dragon sees in front of him is not Spicy, but a monster. Just then, Hua-Yin shows up, demanding to know what is happening. She senses the killing intent in the air and asks Spear Dragon if he tried to pull something funny on Spicy. Spicy realizes that Spear Dragon is only going to get into more trouble if Hua-Yin finds out. He quickly tells Hua-Yin that it is all a misunderstanding. Spicy lies that he got lost on his way to the guest hall, and the Spear Dragon showed up, offering to guide him. Hua-Yin doesn't believe this story, and she asks Spicy why the centipedes are all fired up. Spicy then proceeds to lie that he only wanted to show the Spear Dragon the centipedes, which is why he asked him to show a weak killing intent. Spicy says it was supposed to be a harmless prank, but things went too far. He then asks Spear Dragon to support his lie. Still drowning in fear and shock, Spear Dragon confirms Spicy's story. Hua-Yin doesn't want to believe the story but has no choice but to. She then thanks Spear Dragon for guiding Spicy. With this, Spicy and Hua-Yin head back to the guest hall. Spicy turns back to remind Spear Dragon that he has now saved him twice. The next morning, Spicy and Hua-Yin prepare to leave Wuhan. Spear Dragon and his friends show up before the two get on the boat. His friends tell him to apologize to Spicy. Spear Dragon apologizes for what he did and he thanks him for his generosity. He reveals that he spoke to Sword Phoenix when he got home the night before, and she scolded him for being foolish. Spear Dragon then tells Spicy that he is glad with the way Spicy handled his rudeness. With this, he is fully convinced that Spicy is indeed the fitting match for Hua-Yin. He then asks Spicy to continue watching over Hua-Yin. Spicy acknowledges this, wishing the warriors good health. Spicy has heard that he will still have to meet the warriors at the Dragon Phoenix assembly, so he doesn't want to make an enemy of them yet. With this, Hua-Yin and Spicy say their goodbyes and they depart on the boat. Later that night, at the lower village of Huangshan Mountain, Spicy and his team take refuge in an inn. Gupai tells them that it is going to take them at least half a day to reach the Namgung clan manor, which is why it is important for them to rest in the inn. When Spicy and Hua-Yin finally get to be alone, he tells her about the reward the Alliance gave him. Hua-Yin is shocked to hear that Spicy received the secret manual of the Iron Coffer technique, an exclusive martial art of the Fist Emperor. Hua-Yin then reveals that she heard about how painful it is to learn the Iron Coffer technique. However, once Spicy learns it, he will be able to block blades and chi-based attacks. Hua-Yin mentions that the technique is so unique that some even say it rivals Shaolin's Diamond Indestructible Divine Art. Given the fact that it is an external martial art, it is not heavily influenced by internal cultivation methods, which means Spicy won't have issues learning it. Spicy realizes that learning the martial arts basically gives him bulletproof defense. Hua-Yin then adds that she can help Spicy. Apparently, the Fist Emperor used to whip his own body every morning as part of training. Hua-Yin is offering to do this for Spicy since it is a method to toughen the skin. Hua-Yin is already imagining how she is going to dress to whip Spicy. Spicy has no objections to this, since it is all for the sake of learning the technique. Just then, the proprietor of the inn shows up. He asks them if they are planning to climb Mount Huangshan so that they can visit the Namgung clan, and the two say yes. They ask him if there is any problem with this, and Hua-Yin wonders if this is concerning the rumors related to the Namgung clan. The inn owner then tells the two that for the past couple of months, people who have gone up the mountain have started to disappear. When the missing people were found, their entire yang energy had been completely drained, but it is important to note that they didn't die. This shocks Hua-Yin and Spicy, and Hua-Yin asks what this has to do with the Namgung clan. The inn owner reveals that all of the victims claim that they spent the night with Seol. Hua-Yin doesn't want to believe this, and she tells the man that he is saying something completely absurd. The inn owner agrees with Hua-Yin, telling her that they all heard the same reaction at first. However, the victims went to the clan to complain, and Seol was summoned by her father. Seol is shocked to see a bunch of men in their home, and she asks her father what is going on. Seol's father then asks the men to identify Seol if she is the one who attacked them. Seol was also asked by her father if she had been secretly going out to Mount Huangshan at night. He demanded to know the truth since the men in front of him were claiming that their energy was drained by Seol. Seol is shocked to hear this, and she tells her father it is true that she has been visiting the mountain. However, she has been training with only her sword. She assures her father that she has done nothing more than train with her sword. Since Seol is claiming to be innocent, her father orders the victim to provide solid proof of what they saw. This is when one of the victims reveals that there was a mole on Seol's chest. Seol is left stunned when she hears this because she truly has a mole on her chest. Seol's father gets really mad at her, believing that she has been spending her nights with men. Seol, on the other hand, is left stunned as she doesn't understand what is happening. After hearing the inn owner's story, Hwayin gets really mad and shows this as she walks up the mountain. She tells Spicy that the story is absolutely ridiculous, but when she realizes that she is screaming at Spicy, she apologizes. She then decides to calmly explain things to Spicy. She reveals that Seol cannot come in contact with men because she has a strange illness. Without yin energy, her lifespan will be shortened because her body, which houses yang energy, is like poison. This is why she is extremely careful when a man approaches her. Hwayin, hearing this from the inn owner, sounds like total trash to her. Not long after this, they arrive at the gate of the Namgung Manor. The guards demand to know why the two have come to the manor. Hwayin notices that the clan seems to be in a bad mood. She then tells Spicy that they cannot tell the guards that they have come to see Seol because they will be immediately rejected. Spicy then decides to handle things. He confidently walks up to the guards, telling them that they are there to make a deal. Hwayin is shocked, as she doesn't expect Spicy to lay it out just like that. Suddenly, Yoon appears because she heard some noise. The moment she sees Hwayin, she rushes over to her, calling her big sister. Yoon is happy to see Hwayin because it has been a long time since they last saw each other. Yoon then asks them about the deal that they were talking about. Hwayin then reveals that something came up, and because of this, the Tang clan is in need of the Ice Jade. Yoon is shocked to hear this, and Hwayin asks her if it is possible for them to get the Ice Jade. After hearing them, Yoon suggests that they go to her father first. She wants them to meet her father and discuss the matter with him. She is confident that her father will be pleased to see Hwayin because it's been a long time. Hwayin lets Yoon know that they brought something to exchange for the Ice Jade. When they finally sit down to talk to Seol's father, Spicy reveals that they brought an elixir that contains cold chi, which they plan to exchange for the Ice Jade. Spicy brings out the elixir, leaving the man totally shocked. He asks to take a closer look at the elixir, and Spicy can only hope that they agree to do the exchange. Seol's father acknowledges the purity of the cold chi coming from the elixir and reveals that Seol should be able to endure at least 10 years with the elixir. Yoon is also glad to hear this, and the patriarch assures Spicy and Hwayin that the elixir is pretty valuable, and because of this, they are willing to exchange the Ice Jade for it. Spicy and Hwayin are glad that their plan worked. The patriarch then asks Spicy about the constituents of the elixir, but Spicy humbly says he cannot reveal. The patriarch figures out that Spicy is trying to hide the location where the elixir was found, and he decides not to probe further. However, this is not actually the real reason why Spicy doesn't want to tell him. Apparently, while he was at the Tang Manor, Spicy suddenly felt cold chi coming from the gecko's tail that he cut off and kept as a souvenir. He showed grandfather the tail, and when the man took a look at it, he revealed that it would be a good material for those who have mastered ice arts or cold chi martial arts. Spicy had previously thought the geckos stored nutrients in their fat tail, but it turns out that it was cold chi. It was grandfather who suggested that they make the tail into an elixir. Because of this, Spicy is not really proud to tell Seol's father that the constituent of the elixir is a withered gecko's tail. The patriarch then tells Yoon to inform her sister that she will be exchanging the Ice Jade for the elixir. The patriarch is happy to see Hwayin, and he lets them know of his plan to throw a party. He urges Hwayin to help comfort Seol because she went through something bad recently. Hwayin assures the patriarch that she is going to do that. Un then guides the two to the guest residence. On their way to the guest residence, Un tells Spicy and Hwayin that her father's mood has been lifted, thanks to the two. Hwayin then decides to ask Yoon about Seol. Un reveals that everyone is disappointed in Seol because they do not expect her to do such a thing. However, they couldn't find any proof that she did, and because of this, she was imprisoned in the seclusion room and had to be stamped with virginity sand to prove her innocence. Talking about the virginity sand, it is something that women put on their bodies to prove that their body is pure. Apparently, when a gecko is raised in a jar and fed cinnabar, its body will turn red. The gecko is then ground into powder and stamped onto a woman's body. If the woman's body is pure, the stamp cannot be washed away even with water. Spicy is horrified when he hears that they need to ground a red gecko. Burning with rage, he assumes that a unicorn should be used to identify a maiden and not a poor gecko. Just then, Yoon takes Spicy and Hwayin to where Seol is. Spicy is blown away by Seol's beauty, and the stamp is clearly on her hand too. Yoon then tells her sister that Hwayin has brought an elixir containing cold chi in exchange for the Ice Jade. Seol holds the elixir in her hand, and she testifies to the impressive cold chi coming from the elixir. Without hesitation, she brings out the ice jade. She hands it over to Spicy and Huayin, leaving them excited. In the midst of their celebrations, Huayin notices that Seol is not happy. She talks to her about the rumors. She urges Seol not to be upset because she also does not believe that Seol is capable of doing such. Seol knows that she didn't do it, but there are just so many witnesses testifying against her. She wonders how the witnesses know where her mole is. Spicy hears this and realizes that he has found himself in the middle of a mysterious case again. Boastfully, she tells the girls that he is an expert when it comes to things like this. He then asks Seol if she has ever washed herself in a pond or river at night. He wants to know if someone spied on Seol while she was bathing. Seol then replies that she has never washed her body outside, and even if they saw her, she doesn't believe that there is any reason for the men to slander her. She believes that they are all one family in the clan. This hits Spicy really bad, and he realizes that the lead he thought he had is just pure nonsense. He falls to the ground and apologizes for being too forward. Just then, Huayin says she has figured it out. She tells them that there is one simple explanation for everything Seol has suffered. Spicy says the most likely culprit is a ghost. Yoon and Seol are shocked to hear this, and even Spicy is not that impressed. He was expecting Huayin to say something better, but instead she was talking about ghosts. However, Spicy takes a deep thought on what Huayin said and realizes that she might be right. He remembers that he met the ghost of the blue-spotted centipede in his dream. He then realizes that Huayin might not be far from the truth with her deduction. Spicy then asks Seol if she has done anything unusual of late. He wants to know if Seol has eaten the inner core of a spiritual beast, but Seol can't think of anything important that is considered unusual. Seol then reveals that she felt someone's presence when she was training on the mountain. She assumed that it was Yoon, but when she checked where the presence was coming from, she didn't see anyone. Seol assumes that she is just being overly sensitive with this. Just then, a girl comes rushing to them. She tells the group that something terrible has happened. Apparently, another villager has gone missing. She tells the group that the warriors have just left to search for the missing villager. Seol is furious upon hearing this, and decides it is her duty to track down the cause of the problem so far. Yoon doesn't want Seol to go because their father will get mad if he finds out Seol sneaked out again. However, Seol reminds Yoon that they won't be going alone this time around. Seol turns to Huayin, asking her if she would be willing to help her. Huayin and Spicy stand there in shock, but know that they have no choice but to help. That night, the four head to the mountain. Yoon is worried that they are going to get caught, and if she does, she is definitely getting locked up in the closed cultivation. She expects Spicy to help stop her sister, but Spicy has no choice but to help because Seol promised to give Spicy a norigai, which is an ornamental accessory. The norigai is designed so that an ice jade can be set in it. Blown away by how beautiful the norigai is, Spicy and Huayin had no choice but to agree to help. Now that they are on the mountain, Spicy claims that he is not helping because he wants the norigai, but because he wants to protect Seol's honor. They head to where Seol usually uses for her training sessions and hope to find some kind of trace in the area. Huayin then asks Seol what she is going to do if they truly run into a ghost. Seol confidently reveals that she is going to cut it down with her sword, which is infused with the energy of destroying evil and revealing righteousness. Suddenly, the area starts getting covered in fog, impairing their vision. Before Spicy knows what is happening, he finds himself alone. He starts calling out to Seol and Yoon, but gets no response. He wonders if everyone is scattered due to the fog. Suddenly, Spicy runs into a thick spiderweb. He wonders why the thread is insanely thick. He realizes that whatever made the thread must be really big. Just then, he hears Un scream in the distance. He immediately tells Grace and Myra to go look for their mother. He orders them to find Huayin and protect her. The two rush into the woods, leaving Nova with Spicy. Spicy then starts to follow the path where he heard Yoon. As he runs further, he realizes that it seems that they are being drawn deeper and deeper into the forest. He wonders what they are going against, and why there is a giant spiderweb in the area. Talking of spiders, they are generally divided into two types. There are sedentary spiders, and there are the wandering ones. The sedentary spiders build their web and stay in one place, while the wandering types roam around like vagabonds. Even with this, Spicy has never seen a spider that lays webs flat across the ground like the one he ran into. This can only tell Spicy that the spider responsible for this is not an ordinary spider. As he goes deeper into the forest, Spicy realizes that the fog has cleared. Spicy knows how important it is for him to find Yoon and everyone else. Just then, he gets to a spot where he sees Yoon hanging from a tree. There are spider webs all around her, and sitting in the distance is the culprit. Spicy is shocked to see that the culprit is a ground spider, and it is smiling evilly at Spicy. Surprisingly, the spider has Seol's appearance. Spicy stays on guard since he has never seen a ground spider like this one before. He figures out that the spider is a new species because instead of weaving its webs in the air, it weaves it on the ground. Spicy finally understands where the entire rumor originated from. Apparently, the shoal that the victims have been seeing is none other than the spider's mimic, pedipalp. When they are referring to pedipalp, it is a word that usually refers to antenna legs, which are special organs used for sensing, touch, mating, and hunting for food. Although pedipalps are called antenna legs, they are not just legs because pedipalps are organs attached to the head. Apparently, scorpions' pincers are actually pedipalps. Spicy then realizes that the spider is showing off her shoulder to tempt him. Spicy figures out that the spider has probably evolved to seduce men as her prey. Even without getting seduced, Spicy is already captivated. Yoon, who is hanging from the tree, is worried that Spicy has fallen for the spider's deceit too. Spicy then moves toward the spider, claiming that it is very beautiful. He bends down and hugs the spider. The spider is initially shocked to see this, but finally realizes that her charm is working magic. Just when Spicy realizes that he has gotten very close to the spider, he orders Nova to bite the spider. Before the spider can react, Nova lunges at her and bites her on the neck. After biting her, Nova returns to her father, leaving the spider to scream in pain. Spicy is shocked to see how realistic the spider's expression is, and finally figures out why men fall for her. Nova's toxin kicks in, and the spider passes out. Spicy then moves closer to check if the spider is totally knocked out. Spicy is aware that the centipede's venom is a neurotoxin, which is meant to paralyze other insects. Since the blue-spotted centipede's venom is stronger than regular centipedes, it calls for worry, but Spicy is confident that the spider should be fine, given her size. Spicy then starts to touch the spider, and he tells her that he had to save her because the villagers will definitely unalive her if they catch her. Spicy is so captivated by the spider that he starts to rub his body with the spider's fur. He then moves to the head to see how pretty the spider is. He wonders what sort of face the spider will have. Spicy is just about to check this when Hwayin appears out of nowhere. She assumes that Spicy is in danger and jumps kick him away from the spider. Spicy is thrown into the distance, and Hwayin tries telling Spicy to act around the spider. However, she soon realizes that she miscalculated her strength and has knocked Spicy out with the kick. When Spicy finally regains consciousness, Hwayin apologizes for acting too rashly. She assumed that Spicy was being seduced by the spider, which is why she swung into action without thinking twice. Spicy then shows Hwayin how fluffy the spider is. Hwayin lets him know that she is aware and urges him to stop. Hwayin figures out that the fog in the forest is the spider's doing, and anyone who inhales it will be turned on. Hwayin confesses that she inhaled a little but managed to escape the fog to regain her strength. Spicy replies that he wasn't affected at all, but this is when it dawns on him that the villagers were acting that way because of the fog. He wonders if the fog is some sort of pheromone emitted by the spider. Spicy then turns to Hwayin, asking her what the creature's identity is, given its size and the method it uses in catching her prey. Hwayin replies that she is not totally sure about the spider's identity since she doesn't memorize all venomous creatures. Just then, they hear a faint sound in the area. They initially assume that it is coming from the spider, but when they finally take a good look around, they see Yoon hanging above. This is when Spicy realizes that he completely forgot about Yoon. Spicy and Hwayin quickly get Yoon down from where she is. She is knocked out because of the spider's influence on her. Now that Yoon is safe, Spicy remembers that Sheol is the only one left. Hwayin is confident that they are going to find her soon, since the fog has cleared out. Before they set out to find Sheol, Spicy decides to tie the spider with silk. He plans to take it to the clan and check its identity at the clan, since he is sure that it is not a usual venomous creature. Just as he is about to start dragging the spider, Sheol appears out of nowhere and comes charging at the spider, believing that it has hurt the unconscious Yoon. Spicy realizes that things are about to take a very drastic turn, and he tries telling Sheol to wait. Spicy then jumps between Sheol and the spider. Sheol demands that he step aside, but Spicy tells the lady that she cannot hurt the spider. Confidently, Spicy tells Sheol that he was the one who caught the spider, so it actually belongs to him. Sheol hears this and gets really mad, wondering what Spicy means by what he just said. Spicy doesn't want Sheol to unalive the spider, because he already sees her as someone who would take a creature's life without thinking twice. Realizing that things are not going so well, Hwayin steps in, telling Sheol to calm down. She lets her know that Yoon is alive, just paralyzed. Sheol is shocked to hear that her sister is still alive. Hwayin understands that Sheol is mad, but lets her know that things will be bad if she terminates the spider, which is the host. She explains that the mimicry will be broken, and it will change into another form, so there will be no way to clear her name from the scandal. Hwayin tries to let Sheol realize the benefit of keeping the spider alive and showing it to her family. In addition to this, Spicy was the one who caught the spider, gave Sheol the elixir, and even saved Yoon's life. Hwayin urges Sheol not to act recklessly after everything that Spicy has done for her and her family. After hearing all this, Sheol calms down, and she apologizes to Spicy for being too hasty. Spicy is glad to have Hua-Yin by his side since she was able to easily solve the problem. Seol then asks Spicy what he plans to do with the spider. Spicy reveals that he wants to spare the spider and take it back to the Tang clan. Spicy talks about how cute the spider is, and this shocks Seol. She calls Hua-Yin's attention to this, and Hua-Yin lets her know that Spicy doesn't mean it the way she thinks. Hua-Yin says Spicy is talking about the spider's fur and its unique abilities. The next morning, the spider and the team were safely transported to the Namgung family estate. Everyone is shocked to see a spider with Seol's face on it. Seol's father wastes no time drawing his sword, but Spicy tells the man to calm down, reminding him that the misunderstandings about Seol will be cleared. The patriarch calms his nerves, but Spicy cannot believe that Seol and her father have the same character. The patriarch thanks Spicy for helping and assures him that the clan will never forget what he has done for them. Spicy then says he will be taking the spider with him, and the patriarch agrees with him. However, the problem of the spider wearing Seol's face still remains. The patriarch doesn't want the spider to continue wearing his daughter's face since he is not fond of hearing rumors. Spicy is still thinking about a way around this when they hear the commotion at the gate. Apparently, the spider's victims have shown up, and they are demanding that they kill the spider. Gupai steps in, telling the men that the spider is a property of the Tang clan, and by this, it is under their jurisdiction. The man realizes this and apologizes for going out of line. They apologize and they leave. Spicy then suggests that they lock the gate and prevent anyone from entering again, just to prevent something like this from happening. Just as they are about to lock the gate, an old, frail man shows up. He begs to see the spider, but the guards deny him access. The man is still trying to convince the guards when Spicy sees him. He then tells the guards to allow the old man to enter. The old man enters and he walks up to the spider. After staring at the spider for a bit, he asks Spicy what he plans to do with the spider. Spicy reveals that since the spider is a precious creature, he plans to take it to Sichuan and raise it properly in the Tang clan. Spicy believes that the spider is nothing but a simple host. After hearing what Spicy has to say, the old man admits that he has never heard anyone say such a thing. He then tells Spicy that he can trust him with what he has heard. To everyone's surprise, the old man removes the rope used to restrict the spider. He touches the spider like he had known the spider before. Finally, Spicy realizes something important. He figures out that the old man is just an enthusiast like him. The old man then reveals that the spider's name is Yohua. The old man tells a story about himself. Apparently, after he lost his family to a plague, he fell into despair, and this is when he found the spider, which was only as big as his fist by the time. The old man and the spider started living together, and this was over 20 years ago. When the man was still full of vitality, he fed the spider his young chi to raise it, but as his strength reduced, he could no longer provide his young chi. Because of this, the problem with the scandal began. The spider ended up doing something bad to Seol, and the old man takes full responsibility for it. The old man has been thinking of what to do, but now that Spicy, who is a kind man, has taken her in, the old man is at rest. He then begs Spicy to please take care of Yohua, and Spicy assures the man that he is going to do his best. The old man then turns to Yohua, telling her that he can no longer take care of her, so it will be best for her to follow Spicy. With tears in her eyes, Yohua agrees to follow the old man's wishes. Spicy is blown away by the fact that the spider understands speech and emotions at the same time. Spicy realizes that the old man must have truly raised the spider as his daughter. He then decides to ask the old man if he is willing to follow them to Sichuan, but the man says no. He mentions the fact that he is no longer young enough to endure such a long journey. In addition to this, he wants to stay close to his family's graves. Spicy then asks the old man to share his experience on how to deal with Yohua, since this is his first time dealing with such a creature. The old man assures Spicy that he is ready to answer any question that he might have. Spicy then starts with the most curious one, which is how the old man feeds Yohua. The old man then proceeds to show Spicy. He places his hand in Yohua's mouth just like a feeding bottle. He mentions that even sleeping close to each other transmits the yang qi too. And once the yang qi is transmitted, the spider will take the form of whoever is the most beautiful in the eyes of the person feeding her. Just as the old man finishes feeding her, the spider transforms into his dead wife. The old man is happy to see this because he wanted to see his wife's face one more time before he dies. The old man then urges Spicy to give it a try. Spicy feeds the spider, hoping that it will take Hua-Yin's form since this is who he thinks is the most beautiful. However, everyone is shocked when they see something else standing in front of them. The appearance that Yohua took is that of a poison, and Gupai screams at Spicy, asking him why the spider didn't take Hua-Yin's form. Spicy replies that he has no idea why this happened too. Apparently, the reason why the spider initially took Seol's face was because everyone in the village believed that she was the most beautiful woman. But now that Hua-Yin is considered to be the most beautiful in the Central Plains, Spicy wonders why Yowa didn't transform into her after feeding her his yang qi. Spicy runs away from the scene with the fear that the Tang clan will see this as treason. He doesn't want to believe the fact that he likes poison a lot more than Huayin. He rushes to Yun's room where Huayin is. Yun is still unconscious, so Huayin is watching over her. Spicy gets there, almost out of breath. Huayin is shocked to see him, and she asks him what the problem is. Spicy then asks Huayin for a favor. He asks Huayin that even if it is just once, he would like to hold her. Huayin is shocked to hear this, and she pulls back a little, but Spicy assures her that it is not what she thinks. Before Spicy can say anything else, Huayin mentions her surprise that Spicy has figured it out. This only leaves Spicy confused because he genuinely does not have any idea what Huayin is talking about. Huayin then continues talking. She reveals that she had no intentions of hiding it on purpose, saying she only read about it in books, so she wasn't so sure, which is why she didn't want to say anything. Spicy still stands there, looking confused as he wonders what Huayin is talking about. Just then, Huayin drops the bombshell, revealing that the spider is one of the 10 great venomous creatures of the Central Plains, and it is called the human-faced spider. Spicy is shocked to hear this. It takes him a moment to finally reel in the fact that Yowa is actually one of the 10 great venomous creatures of the Central Plains. Huayin then tells Spicy that she had no intention of deceiving him, but thought it would be better to be sure first. This is all because of the promise she made back then. Her promise to marry Spicy if he manages to catch one of the 10 great venomous creatures before he turns 18. Spicy finally realizes why Huayin was hesitating. He admits that the situation also caught him off guard. Since a promise is a promise, Huayin has no choice but to hug Spicy. She rushes toward him and hugs him while the two of them turn red like tomatoes. They are still holding each other when Yun wakes up to see them in this awkward position. 2 days later, Spicy and his team leave the Namgung clan after solving the issues there. Thankfully, Yowa later transformed into Huayin after she consumed Spicy's yang qi again. Yowa is put in a comfortable cage as they travel back home. Initially, Spicy had plans to head to Mount Gonga, where the geckos are, but he doesn't want to stress Yowa. Just then, Yowa tells him that she is fine. She assures Spicy that she can endure the journey to Mount Gonga. With this, the group heads to where the geckos are. Not long after this, Spicy hears some warriors talking about the discovery of the poison that can easily take down the blood cultists. The warriors talk about how incredible the person who discovered it is, not knowing that it is Spicy, and he is right behind them. The warriors reveal that they are now looking up to whoever this person is. Apparently, the Alliance is keeping Spicy's identity a secret to make sure that the blood cult doesn't go after him. Spicy is completely blown away at how much praise he is receiving. As usual, he starts thinking of how many views this would have given him if it were his past life. In no time, Spicy and his entourage arrive at Mount Gonga. However, there seems to be a problem. Since Spicy is not good at Lightfoot techniques, there is no way for him to get to the cave. He urges Huayin to go and bring the geckos back. Huayin is not convinced by this, saying the geckos might not want to follow anyone who is not Spicy. Huayin thinks of stringing a vine across to the other side so that Spicy can climb. Suddenly, they see Yowa at the other side of the mountain, leaving them to wonder how she got there. Just then, they see Yowa fly to the cave, leaving them totally shocked. It then dawns on Spicy that what he just witnessed is ballooning. Spicy cannot believe that Yowa can also fly since she is a spider. When it comes to ballooning, it is a method that spiders use for flying. By surrendering their body to the wind, spiders can fly tens or even hundreds of kilometers. Sometimes, while walking down the street and someone suddenly feels like they have walked into a web hanging in mid-air, this is a trace left behind by ballooning. Spicy is impressed with the fact that Huayin can also balloon. Since Yowa can do this, she grabs Spicy and flies him to the cave. Spicy is happy with this, and he hugs Yowa. Huayin is forced to tell Spicy to back off a bit, telling him that she feels like she is the one being hugged. Spicy then heads into the cave to meet the geckos. The geckos see Spicy and immediately rush over to meet him. Spicy is glad to see that the geckos have gotten more affectionate while he is gone. He is also relieved to find them healthy. He then shows them the ice jade and asks them to come to the clan manor with him, promising to take care of them. The two agree to this, and Spicy names the female gecko Snow, while the male gecko is Ice. With this, Spicy is able to add Snow and Ice to the family. Spicy and his team arrive at the Tang clan manor at night. The guards are shocked to see two Huayins. However, after taking a closer look, they realize that the other Huayin is a spider. They can only wonder why the spider has Huayin's face. With pride, Spicy tells the guards to let the family know that he is back, and he has caught one of the 10 great venomous creatures. The guards are shocked to hear that they are standing in front of one of the great venomous creatures. A signal is then fired into the air to announce Spicy's return and what he came back with. In no time, Cheol-san and the elders come rushing to welcome Spicy. Grandfather is shocked to see Spicy back with a human-faced spider when his mission was to get food for the geckos. Chilson wants to know where Spicy has been and the fact that the spider looks exactly like Hwayin. Spicy smiles and reveals that he just found the spider while visiting the Namgung clan. Chilson is shocked to hear this, since he has never heard of someone finding the venomous creatures by chance. Grandfather talks about how Spicy doesn't stop to amaze them. Cheosan then affirms the fact that Spicy is now officially their son-in-law, since the promise between him and Hwayin has been fulfilled. Spicy is shocked to find out that Hwayin's parents know about the promise. Cheosan tells Spicy that what matters most is the fact that Spicy is now a true member of the clan. Grandfather then urges Spicy to start going to the river from the next day so he can catch a living wild goose. Spicy is confused as to why he needs to catch a goose. Grandfather then tells him that he needs to prepare the goose for the wedding ceremony, and this needs to be done by Spicy himself. Grandfather admits that Spicy might be too old to hold a wedding now, but he sure can hold the engagement ceremony. All of these still sound strange to Spicy. Cheolsan then teases him, telling him that by holding the engagement, Hwayin cannot refuse to marry him later. Just then, Spicy realizes how much he means to the family. He then offers his sincere gratitude to them, telling them that he looks forward to their continued support. The following morning, the first thing Spicy does is to decide the living arrangements for the creatures, his children. For Yowa, he chose a tree near the well inside the Tong clan village as her residence. Since the geckos are like puppies, he doesn't want to separate them or put them in the same house as the venomous creatures. Because of this, he decides that the geckos will stay in his room in the meantime. After he has organized things to some extent, he asks the geckos and Yowa if they like the way things are. The creatures are pleased with the way things are. Spicy tells Yowa to come straight to the manor whenever she is hungry. Yowa then reveals that she has her web surrounding Spicy's room just in case bad people show up. She assures Spicy that she will come running immediately if she senses any danger. Snow and Ice also assure Spicy and Hwayin that they are there to protect them too. Spicy is happy to have the creatures around, telling them that they are dependable. Not long after this, the engagement was held. With the clan elders gathered, it was a simple ceremony where Spicy and Hwayin exchanged vows, and only the ceremonial offerings were given. However, there was a slight problem with the preparation of offerings. Hwayin tells Spicy that she wanted the geckos as offerings. Realizing that he can't just let the geckos go, Spicy thinks of a way out of the problem. He knows that Hwayin has had eyes on the geckos for a long time, but he didn't expect Hwayin to say it openly during the engagement. Spicy manages to convince Hwayin by telling her that offerings are to promise eternal love. He tells Hwayin that they should use something more eternal that cannot change, just like the ice jade. In addition to this, he tells Hwayin that after they are wed, everything he owns will also become hers. With this, Spicy is able to convince Hwayin to listen to him. Spicy is glad that he is able to navigate his way out of the problem. Hwayin then tells Spicy that he should remove the formality when calling her. They are engaged already, and it doesn't make sense for them to be addressing each other formally. Spicy is happy to hear this, and he assures Hwayin that he will follow through. The next day, Spicy and Hwayin are called to the Patriarch's hall. Spicy wonders why Cheolson summoned them, wondering if he wants to convey some words of blessings. Cheolson then tells Spicy that the reason he called him is so that they can talk about his grand art. Spicy is confused by what the grand art means. Hwayin then reveals that the grand art involves learning the Tang clan's internal qi cultivation technique and accepting poison. Spicy then figures out that they are talking about the 10 poisons that they mentioned the last time. Grandfather affirms this, saying it is a good thing that Spicy caught the human-faced spider. Since its poison is considered the weakest among the 10 great venomous creatures, it is also easier to accept. Spicy then asks if they are starting right away, but Cheolson says no. Cheolson reminds Spicy that he said he would fill the poisons by himself. However, Cheolson has a different proposal. Cheolson says he has looked at the creatures Spicy is raising and the ones he will still raise, and he remembered something that the clan had long forgotten. Cheolson then tells Spicy about the 5 venoms that he learned. There are 5 deadly creatures that form the foundation of the 5 venoms returning technique, and the creatures are the centipede, the gecko, the scorpion, the snake, and the toad. After saying this, Cheolson suggests that Spicy cultivate the 5 venoms returning divine art. Cheolson further explains that common beasts and spiritual beasts are the 2 categories in which poisonous creatures are divided in the Tang clan. Common beasts are venomous creatures that can be found anywhere. On the other hand, spiritual beasts are those that possess mystical powers, intelligence, or even an inner core. It then dawns on Spicy that the golden-haired king bee, the fat-tailed geckos, the blue-spotted centipedes, and the human-faced spider would be considered to be spiritual beasts. Cheolson tells him that he is right when it comes to this. Because of this, Cheolson has a proposal for him. The five venoms returning technique is limited in its mastery because it only absorbs the poison of ordinary venomous creatures, but its origin technique, the five venoms true returning technique, is different because it can absorb the poison of spiritual beasts. Chilson tells Spicy that since he has the blue-spotted centipedes and the fat-tailed geckos, he has two spiritual beasts prepared. Chilson lets him know that all they need to obtain are the poisons from the spiritual level snake, scorpion, and toad. With this, all the conditions to truly master the five venoms returning divine art will be in place. This is the reason why Chilson is suggesting that Spicy train in the five venoms returning divine art. Spicy raises his confusion about the fat-tailed geckos, believing that they don't have poison. Grandfather then tells him that he has observed the geckos, and he has been able to find out that their poison is the cold chi that they generate. Spicy is surprised to hear this, and Chilson lets him know that he now has two paths in front of him. The first option is to absorb the poison of the blue-spotted centipede and the fat-tailed gecko, and aim to master the five venoms returning divine art, while the other option is to absorb the venom of the human-faced spider, which is one of the 10 great venomous creatures, and begin filling in the poisons required for the dual-core 10 poisons body. Spicy then asks if he can use the 10 great venomous creatures to fulfill the 5 poisons body, and Kyeol-san lets him know that the fat-tailed gecko isn't among the 10 great venomous creatures. Spicy is thrown into a state of deep thinking. He realizes that he won't be able to pursue the path of the 10 great venomous creatures if he absorbs the poisons of lower-class creatures like the blue-spotted centipede. Basically, Spicy has two options, which are whether to accept the 5 poisons body or pursue the 10 poisons body. Spicy relates the situation to a situation where he has to pick a skill tree while playing video games. Skill trees are the most important because one could end up a trash or a god-tier hero depending on what skill tree the person chooses. Chaelin then tells Spicy that he needs to think carefully about it. He lets him know that he might not even be lucky enough to encounter all 10 great venomous creatures, let alone tame them. Spicy is left to decide whether to take the easy path and absorb the 5 poisons or take the painful path of having the 10 poisons body. After the meeting, Spicy leaves to think about what decision he should make. Hua-Yin notices that he is deeply troubled and tells him not to stress himself. She lets him know that whichever path he chooses, it doesn't take away the fact that he is still the same person. Spicy is relieved to hear his partner encouraging him. Chilson had also told him that the preparation process is the same, but the only difference is the final poison. Spicy then decides that he is going to take his time to think about it. 2 days later, Spicy hasn't come to a conclusion on what to choose. Meanwhile, the grand technique is already being prepared. Spicy is in his room thinking about this when Hua-Yin rushes in to tell him about the blue-spotted centipedes. She reveals that the centipedes are about to shed their skin again. Spicy rushes over to check on the centipedes, and happiness is written all over his face as he sees the centipedes prepare to molt the second time. Hua-Yin asks him if their appearance will change again, and Spicy says yes. He tells Hua-Yin that blue spots will start to appear on their bodies. Spicy is excited to see how the centipedes will turn out. He wonders if the centipedes are turning into their mother. In the midst of his happy moment, Spicy remembers something crucial. Spicy realizes that the centipedes molting at this moment is not a good thing. He is not sure if their bodies will dry before the day of the grand technique is performed. And for the geckos, extracting their poison takes special preparation. Spicy has been torn between taking Yowa's poison or the centipede's poison as the first dose. This means if the centipedes molt, Spicy won't be able to get their poison. Spicy is worried that if he tries to force the poison out of the centipedes, something will definitely go wrong. In addition to this, he can't just sit around waiting for the centipedes' bodies to harden because the grand technique is already being prepared. This simply means he has no choice but to use Yowa's poison. 2 days after this, Spicy is taken into the Great Technique Hall deep inside the Tang Clan's Hall of 10,000 Poisons. The grand technique prepared is ready, and it is left to perform the ritual. Spicy wanted to postpone it because of the centipedes, but the preparation for the grand art was so complex that delaying was not an option. The process involves hundreds of herbs that were boiled, thus extracting their medicinal essences. The extracts were then cooled and gathered into a massive jar. Into the jar, a precise mixture of several poisons and blood of venomous beasts was added. The preparation sounds simple, but it is really complicated that if there is a slight delay, all the medicinal liquid becomes useless. This was the reason Spicy couldn't wait for the centipedes. Standing in front of the medicinal jar, Spicy affirms the fact that it is extremely dark. Grandfather tells Spicy to take off his clothes and enter the jar. Spicy does as told, and the moment he enters, he gets the same feeling he gets when entering a herbal bath. Grandfather then tells Spicy that a single drop of Yowa's poison will be added to the jar to trigger a reaction. After this, they are going to add the prepared medicinal compounds so his body can begin absorbing the poison. Grandfather tells him that the process is usually painful, but thankfully he is absorbing Yowa's poison, which is the paralytic type. Grandfather and Cheolsan then leave the room to get more ingredients. After they are gone, Hwayin shows up with the kids, the geckos, the spider, and surprisingly, the centipedes. The centipedes are done molting, and Spicy admits that they are even cuter than before. The centipedes rush over to the jar to check on Spicy. After a brief greeting, Spicy tells the centipedes to step away from the jar because it is dangerous. Hwayin then calls the centipedes. Grace and Myra run to meet their mother, but Nova stays behind. Suddenly, Nova's antenna touches the medicine inside the jar, hurting her. Hwayin immediately calls on Hwayin to take Nova and wash off the medicinal liquid. Just as Hwayin drags her away from the jar, poisons from Nova's mouth drop into the jar. The entire liquid immediately turns purple, triggering the absorption process. Spicy screams in pain and gnashes his teeth. He holds the jar as if he wants to jump out because of how much pain he is feeling. Hwayin screams at Spicy, telling him to get a hold of himself. However, Spicy is in so much pain that it feels like his body is burning off. He wants to jump off the jar but remembers that he must leave the jar during the grand technique. Spicy screams in pain but manages to stay in the jar. Just then, Grandfather and Cheolsan show up, wondering why the absorption process has begun. Hwayin then tells the men that the centipede accidentally dropped a bit of poison into the jar. Spicy is in severe pain and he begs the men to save him. Grandfather holds him while Cheolsan tells Spicy to calm his mind and slow his breathing because he must not lose consciousness. Cheolsan is terrified as he looks at Spicy's red body. Spicy then suddenly finds himself in a pool of blue water with Nova beside him. A bright blue light appears right above Spicy and regains consciousness. When he opens his eyes, the first person he sees is Hwayin, calling Grandfather to tell him that Spicy is awake. Grandfather tells him that he helped guide his internal chi directly through his Baihui point, which is why he managed to pull through the worst of it. In addition to this, Grandfather tells him that the grand technique was successful. Spicy ends up accepting the centipede's poison in the end. Spicy is amazed by this, and he assumes that Nova wanted him to learn the 5 poisons body. Just then, he asks if Nova is fine because her antenna was exposed to the liquid. Hwayin replies that she has already washed off the liquid and nothing is wrong with Nova. Spicy immediately realizes that he messed up. He didn't check on Hwayin before Nova, and this was the same thing he did on the night of the betrothal ceremony when he ran to the centipedes first. Since Spicy has a way to get out of situations like this, he pretends like he is not fully okay, and with this, he is able to shift Hwayin's concern. 2 days after this, Spicy has completely absorbed the liquids in the jar. Grandfather then tells him that he has now begun the path of the 5 venoms, returning divine art. Grandfather lets him know that he is finally ready to pass on the martial arts manual. Spicy is shocked to hear that there is a manual for this. Grandfather reveals that there are 5 martial techniques in total. There is the centipede's poison fang claw, venomous snake's life-grabbing hand, scorpion's tail rapid leg, lizard's wall-climbing body step, and toad's explosive palm. The old man further explains that each one forms a part of a specific technique, which is the claw technique, hand technique, leg technique, step technique, body technique, and palm technique. This martial art then allows Spicy to reach the realm where he becomes poison, and poison becomes him. This is known as the true unity of self and venom. Spicy is excited to hear this from Grandfather. Spicy then expresses his shock that they are not poison arts or assassination techniques. Grandfather is impressed that Spicy noticed this, and he tells him that the martial art didn't originally come from the Tang clan. It turns out that the 5 venoms returning divine art and these 5 poison techniques came from the 5 poison sect. Surprisingly, this poison sect has been wiped out. 200 years ago, there was a second son of the Tang family, and he was considered to be a genius at the time. There was also the daughter of the palace lord of the southern barbarian Beast Palace. These two fell in love, and because of opposition from their respective clans, they ran away and formed the 5 poison sect. The two created a new martial art by combining the strengths of the Tang clan's poison arts with the beast fist techniques of Beast Palace. The two then do something stupid. They selfishly took out martial arts that were meant to never leave the sect and mixed them together. Because of this, they were pursued by both clans, and about 100 years ago, they were wiped out in the jungles of Yunnan by forces from the 2 clans. After this, it was agreed that both sides would reclaim their respective martial techniques. What was recovered then was the 5 venoms returning divine art and the 5 poison techniques. Since the techniques of both clans were interwoven, a dispute over ownership arose. But because one needs to accept poison to master it, it was finally passed down to the Tang clan. Grandfather reveals that the martial art is an extraordinary one because the sect master of the 5 poisons at the time was able to withstand the joint assault from both the Beast Palace and the Tang clan. Grandfather wants Spicy to learn the art because it would be the perfect style for someone like him who has an affinity for poisons. Spicy then thanks Grandfather, and he assures the old man that he is going to train diligently. With this, Spicy takes his first step into the 5 Venoms returning divine art. Excitedly, Spicy steps out of the Hall of 10,000 Poisons. Just then, he sees Nova lying in the pathway. Nova sees him and immediately jumps up in joy. Spicy realizes that Nova must have gone through a lot emotionally. He then tells Nova to be hard on herself because it wasn't her fault. With joy, Nova jumps at Spicy. She crawls into his body, but this prickles him probably because it hasn't been long since she molted. Spicy thinks to himself that it would be nice if Nova climbed on top of his clothes instead of his bare skin. Just then, Nova leaves his body and stays on top of his clothes. Spicy is shocked to see this and wonders if Nova just understood what he was thinking. However, he doesn't want to believe this, and he concludes that it is nothing but a coincidence. He believes that there is no way Nova, an ordinary venom creature, can hear him. Suddenly, Nova's reaction changed, as if she had heard what Spicy was thinking. Spicy is shocked, but to confirm, he thinks of Nova climbing his head, and immediately Nova climbs his head. He still doesn't want to believe, and he plays hide-and-seek with Nova. In the end, Nova finds him where he is. This makes it 3 times in a row that Nova has reacted to his thought. Spicy is then left in a state of total shock and confusion. It is as if he and Nova are connected somehow. Huayin is busy looking for Nova when Spicy comes running to her with Nova on his back. He excitedly tells Huayin the new development. He lets her know that Nova now understands human speech. Huayin is confused since she knows that Nova has always understood them. But Spicy lets her know that it is different this time. He explains that Nova can understand him even if he doesn't say anything. Since he doesn't fully understand what is happening, he decides to rush over to Grandfather and ask him for more insight. He arrives at the Patriarch's hall and informs Grandfather about Nova's understanding of speech. He tells the old man that he doesn't need to say anything before Nova understands him. Grandfather is also puzzled by this since there are few members in the family who have accepted the poison of a spiritual creature like the centipede. However, he is confident that it is happening because of the 5 Venom returning divine art. Chiol-san then mentions that it might be happening because of the influence of the Southern Barbarian Beast Palace. Grandfather talks about how the barbarians treat their beasts like they are one. He believes that the secret to whatever is happening might be with them. Chiol-san is disappointed because they obviously cannot know what to do. Chiol-san asks them why, and Grandfather explains that the Beast Palace would obviously not want to reveal their most precious secret to the clan. Grandfather is also being careful since he doesn't know how the Southern Beast Palace will react when they learn that the clan has mastered a martial art that originated from them. Huayin then asks if there is any other way around the problem. Grandfather doesn't see a way out, and he tells his granddaughter and Spicy that they can only get a solution if the Southern Beast Palace owes them a big favor. Spicy leaves the meeting with disappointment as he is not able to figure out what he wants. Just then, Gupai appears, asking to have a moment with him. Gupai reveals that there is a problem with the venomous creature's garden, and he wants Spicy to come check it out. Spicy then decides to deal with the venomous creature's garden first before thinking about the Southern Barbarian Palace. Behind Gupai is Ying Ying. She excitedly rushes out, telling Spicy that she has missed him. Spicy is surprised to see Ying Ying, and he takes her with him to the venomous creature's garden. Spicy asks Gupai why Ying Ying is around, and he reveals that she has come for treatment, which means she is going to be with them in the meantime. Spicy is happy to see the girl, and he is surprised when he finds out that Ying Ying has lost her front tooth due to growth. Spicy apologizes for not checking on Ying Ying, explaining that he believed that she had gone back. Spicy assumes that Ying Ying has been bored, but she says no. She brings out her pouch to reveal what has been keeping her company. Inside her pouch is a spring beetle, and the beetle is known as the click beetle in the West. It usually makes a clicking sound when flipped on its back, which is where it got its name from. The beetle usually destroys potatoes and the roots of plants, but children find it cute and often play with it. Apparently, Spicy also loved the clicking beetle, and it was the first insect that he raised in his past life. Spicy is glad that Ying Ying likes beetles just like he did when he was younger. He sees Ying Ying as a little version of himself. He starts to wonder if he should train Ying Ying how to handle venomous creatures. He then asks Ying Ying if she is interested to learn about bugs with him, and she says yes. Spicy excitedly carries Ying Ying, and he heads to the garden. Upon arriving at the garden, Ying Ying wastes no time snooping around. Spicy asks Gupai about the breeding rats, and he reveals that they are going to have an abundance of rats to feed the snakes once the rats give birth 1 or twice. Spicy then asks Gupai why he said there is a problem in the venomous creature's garden. Gupai reveals that the number of crickets that they are breeding for food is not increasing at all. Because of this, some creatures are starving. Spicy is shocked to hear this, and he rules out the possibility that the warriors are the ones eating the crickets, just like they did with the rats. Spicy starts thinking about what to do, and he believes that getting an alternative feed is the solution to the problem. Suddenly, he hears Ying Ying crying. He immediately turns to her to ask her what is wrong. Ying Ying cries that there is a foul smell coming from her hand. Spicy is shocked to hear this, and he demands to see Ying Ying's pouch. He checks inside the pouch and realizes that his suspicion is right. He brings out one of the bugs and tells Ying Ying that she has mixed another breed of beetle with the clicking beetle. It turns out that there is another beetle, and it is the mealworm beetle. The beetles emit a disgusting smell when touched by hand due to the substance secreted from their odor glands. Spicy also made the same mistake of mixing them together when he was young too. Spicy then explains the difference between the two to Ying Ying, telling her not to mix them together next time. However, Spicy is glad that Ying Ying brought the beetles because he actually needs them. Spicy excitedly tells Gupai that they are also going to raise the mealworm beetles that Ying Ying brought. He explains that the beetles constitute a great percentage of what lizards and insects eat. He is confident that there will be a feed increment once they replace the crickets with the mealworm beetles. Spicy decides to check out the cricket breeding section to know what the problem is. He gets there and realizes that the crickets are practicing cannibalism by tearing off their limbs. This is also the reason why the number of crickets is not increasing. Gupai is shocked to hear this as he reveals that he has been providing adequate feed for the crickets. Spicy assures Gupai that the fault is not his, letting him know that situations like this often come up. However, Spicy doesn't have a solution to the problem since he doesn't know much about crickets. Just then, one of the warriors, Huang Jian, reveals that he knows someone who is familiar with crickets. Huang Jian volunteered, which is why he is working alongside Gupai in the Venomous Creatures Garden. Huang Jian tells Spicy that he often goes to the cricket fighting arena to kill time. Spicy is shocked to hear this, as he has never heard of cricket fighting in the past. Huang Jian explains that it is an arena where crickets fight and people place bets on which cricket they believe will win. Apparently, the crickets are raised in the gambling den, and he reveals that there is a cricket caretaker staying there, and she knows everything about crickets. Soon afterward, Spicy, Huayin, Gupai, and Huagin head to the capital to visit the gambling den where the cricket caretaker is said to be staying. They arrive at the gambling den, and immediately, Gupai introduces Huayin's presence. The guards and the house owner show their respects. Huangjin asks the owner if they can see the cricket battle, and he excitedly tells them yes. They are taken into the room where the cricket battle is being hosted. The men who place their bets jump up in excitement as the crickets fight each other. Spicy is blown away as this is his first time witnessing such. Huangjian explains to Spicy that the cricket that turns back loses the battle. He further adds that the winning cricket is immediately put up for auction, and rumor has it that it can be sold for 30 silver coins. Spicy gets more interested when he hears this. He immediately starts dreaming of switching to selling crickets later in the future. After a few minutes of watching how it is done, the group heads to the room where the cricket caretaker is staying. The owner reveals that all the caretaker does is clean up the crickets and feed them. Entering the room, they see the caretaker sitting in a corner. She remains silent and slowly stands up to greet Spicy and his entourage. Spicy gets down to business and lets the woman know that he has a few questions about cricket caretaking. He tells the lady that he is raising a bunch of crickets, but they keep eating each other. He wants to know why the crickets are behaving this way. The caretaker replies that the crickets are eating each other because they want meat. She explains that crickets are omnivores, and they need to be fed meat and grass to balance things out. If they are deprived of meat, she reveals that the crickets will surely resort to cannibalism. Spicy is shocked to hear this because he never thought about it. Apparently, the crickets are all going crazy because they lack protein. He is impressed with the caretaker's knowledge of crickets and immediately decides that he needs to have her by his side. He tells Huayin what he thinks, and Huayin asks the owner if they are free to buy the caretaker. Without hesitation, the owner lets them know that they are free to buy the lady. In fact, he is ready to let her go with them at that instant. However, something surprising happens. The caretaker refuses the offer. The den owner angrily grabs her by the head, telling her that the Tang clan is respectable and she should not mess with them. He suggests that the lady go with Spicy, but Spicy quickly stops the man from hurting her. Huayin assures the caretaker that she will be treated nicely. Huayin even tells her that she is free to come with her family to the Tang clan. Even with the tempting offer, the lady refuses. Spicy wonders why the caretaker is being stubborn. He then asks the owner if the lady has any debts that she has not settled, or maybe she is working in place of someone else. The owner replies that none of this is applicable to the lady. The owner explains that she took her in 5 years ago when she offered to work with him for free. However, she is not great at serving customers, and he just gave her odd jobs to work on. This is why she started taking care of the crickets, too. The owner doesn't see any use for her, as he believes that she is just another mouth to feed. Gupai then says the lady is just like him before he joined the Tang clan. He then asks the owner if they can take her with them just for a day so that they can try to persuade her. The owner has no problem with this, telling them that they should do whatever they want. Spicy and his group tell the caretaker that they will be back the next day to take her so that she can get some fresh air with them. After leaving the gambling den, the group heads to the Tang residence located in the capital. Spicy reveals his surprise that the Tang clan has a building in the capital. Gupai then reveals that the building they are in is a branch of the Tang clan located in the capital. In fact, the clan has 2 inns, 8 pharmacies, and 5 restaurants in the capital. He promises to also show Spicy the trading company and the escort agency when they are free. Spicy is left in disbelief when he realizes that an entire alley belongs to the Tang clan. Spicy has always wondered where the clan made its money from, since all Cheol-san and grandfather do is practice martial arts all day. Later on, they meet with the caretaker. Spicy asks the lady why she is refusing to follow them, but she remains silent. Gupai then asks her if she has a grudge against someone. He urges her to tell them since they have the power to help her solve whatever issue it is that she is facing. Just then, the lady falls face down, revealing that her name is Song Nok. When asked if there is a reason that she doesn't want to leave the gambling den, she removes the hair covering her face. They are all shocked to see burn marks on her face. Song Nok confesses that there is someone who has hurt her, and she needs to get revenge no matter what. Apparently, her target is in the gambling den, and she has no interest in leaving until her grudge is resolved. Well guys, that's the end of the video. If you like this video, comment part 2 in the comment section. Also subscribe to the channel, hit the bell, and like the video. Thank you for watching and see you next time again.